Chapter 351. God, what the hell did they see? On the other side of this small hill was unexpectedly filled with numerous magical beasts. Moreover, all of them were magical beasts ranked S-class or above. Most of the magical beasts they were looking at only existed in legends, as they have never appeared since a long time ago. There were so many magical beasts. Everywhere on the flat area in this small hillside was filled with them. Even the extremely rare violent lightning beast, Long Yi's group could see that there were already 20 of these beasts in front of them. My husband, am I dreaming? Nalan Ryuayu softly asked in amazement. I don't think so, because I am also seeing the same thing as you. Long Yi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. However, in the next moment, he frowned in confusion as he muttered, not right, not right. Wang's soft voice simultaneously rang out, as she looked towards Long Yi. Seeing that he was signaling her to speak, she explained, as the proverb goes, a mountain cannot have two tigers. Generally, if there is a powerful magical beast in an area, then within the vicinity of 100 li, one shouldn't find a second similar ranked magical beast. There are currently several hundred magical beasts with similar ranks gathered here together, and they are surprisingly living in peace with each other. This should be an impossible matter. Furthermore, even if a powerful magical beast doesn't attack anyone, it would at the very least emit a powerful aura. The senses of a powerful magical beast are also very sharp. They should be able to sense us even if we were very far away. The weird thing here is that we are so close to them, yet they are unable to sense our presence. Also, we are unable to sense them in front of us, as if they don't exist at all. This cannot be justified. Wang spoke out her analysis, and her analysis was very reasonable. Only after hearing her, Nalan Ryuayu and Barbarian Bull managed to notice the problem. What Wang stated was also the problem Long Yi had thought of when he saw the beasts. Then, these creatures that resemble powerful magical beasts are in fact not real magical beasts? Nalan Ryuayu asked. Yes. And no at the same time. Let me try to understand. Long Yi said with a smile. Try? What do you mean? Nalan Ryuayu asked in confusion. Long Yi stood up and opened his big hands. An ice arrow formed in his palms, and after taking aim at an SS-ranked Raging Flames lion that was emitting golden flames, he released the arrow. This Raging Flames lion had no reaction towards the incoming ice arrow. The ice arrow directly shot into its neck. Then the golden flame around its entire body instantly extinguished, and its entire body was covered with a layer of ice as it collapsed. Long Yi was dumbfounded, and others were also similarly startled. This Raging Flames lion was too weak. Even a rank 5 water magic was able to kill it. Moreover, it appeared as though this rank 5 water magic was overkill when used on the SS-ranked Raging Flames lion. I understand now. This place is completely opposite from the outside. The strongest has become the weakest, and the weakest has become the strongest. Long Yi said while snapping his fingers. Wang and others also agreed with Long Yi. Just thinking about their encounter with the lowest rank green-furred rabbit, and thinking about the result when Long Yi shot a rank 5 ice arrow at the SS-ranked Raging Flames lion, Long Yi shouldn't be wrong. Boss, since that is the case, how about we kill all of them? Barbarian Bull's eyes shone as he droned. Long Yi knocked Barbarian Bull's head and said with a smile, you brat, you want to be ally the weak. If you have guts, then go and kill that green-furred rabbit. Barbarian Bull rubbed his head and said, I am clearly unable to defeat real SS-class magical beasts, but killing these fakes can satisfy my craving. Long Yi rubbed his chin and felt that the words of Barbarian Bull were also very reasonable. It was not bad to satisfy their cravings. Killing such powerful magical beast with one slash, that feeling ought to be very satisfying. In any case, we have to go past them, and since they are in the way, taking another road and not killing them seems pretty stupid. Let's kill them as we pass by. Long Yi waved his hand as he rushed towards the other side of the hillside by himself. Boss, wait for this old bull. Barbarian Bull called out loudly as he chased after Long Yi. Behind them, the 3 god beasts chased after them to join in the fun. As for Wang and Nalan Ryuayu, They didn't know whether to laugh or cry seeing this. Looking at Long Yi, they couldn't help but reassess their understanding of him again. From his shiny black clear eyes, it seemed like it was easy to see through him. However, as for what he was truly thinking in his heart, perhaps, even the person closest to him would be unable to understand. Sometimes, he appeared very complicated, sometimes, he appeared very simple. When he was cruel, he would enrage both men and gods with his viciousness. When he was gentle and soft, he could also make people feel as if he was a gentle spring breeze. As the two women began to lose themselves in their thoughts, they unintentionally displayed different expressions. Nellen Ryuayu followed the back view of Long Yi with her eyes and thought about the moments she had spent together with him. Her eyes had tender feelings like water as she looked at him. As for Wang, she was indifferent as usual, but her eyebrows would frequently tighten and loosen, which showed that her heart wasn't calm. Wang had long been convinced of everything Long Yi had said, but believing was one thing. However, accepting a stranger as her husband was absolutely not a reality for her. Although she had lost her memories of the time she had spent together with Long Yi, the impression left behind by Long Yi in her heart was very deep. For instance, outside Soaring Dragon City, when she saw Long Yi's heartbroken expression, her water-like clam heart, at that instant, unexpectedly felt stabbing pain. Throughout the way when traveling from Blue Moon City to this lightning god-forbidden area, frequently, Wang felt that the movements Long Yi made and the expressions he showed seemed familiar. But if she tried to think of the things that happened before, that feeling would vanish as if a night-blooming cactus. However, this made Wang more convinced of whatever Long Yi said. So although the relationship between Long Yi and her appeared indifferent, in fact, two of them were actually getting closer. Big sister Wang, my husband has already left, shouldn't we follow? Nellen Ryuayu's voice woke Wang, who was lost in thought. The two women followed behind Long Yi and Barbarian Bull, who had already charged into the group of magical beasts. Before long, Long Yi could no longer see any living magical beast around him. All the magical beasts were laying on the ground, and Barbarian Bull appeared as if he was still full of energy. After looking around, Tiger Cub Little 3 found a magical beast which seemed delicious. Despite it being bigger than itself, Little 3 bit the magical beast with its little mouth and dragged it over to Long Yi. After reaching Long Yi's side, Little 3 pulled on Long Yi's pants while drooling. It was obviously a very gluttonous little creature. Long Yi believed Little 3's judgment. The raw materials chosen by this little one were definitely high-quality stuff. Little 3 wouldn't even look at lower-quality stuff like the meat of weaker magical beasts. Already fed up with eating preserved food, Long Yi had long wanted to roast and cook some magical beasts to satisfy his cravings. Patting Little 3's head, Long Yi said with a smile, "Gluttonous tiger, you have profited today." Little 3 gave a few roars in excitement after hearing what Long Yi said, and in the blink of an eye, it left. After a few moments, Little 3 returned with 2 other helpers, dragging several magical beasts' corpses towards Long Yi. Long Yi was helpless as he knew that Little 3's appetite was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much food Long Yi gave it to eat, it would never be enough. Now that Long Yi had more work than he could handle, he summoned the 18 super skeletons from inside the blood skull to help him out. Using his thoughts, he commanded them to peel off the skin and slice the meat, just like he had done in the Huangming Plains. Seeing this scene, Wang was startled. A strong feeling of déjà vu appeared in her heart as she watched the 18 super skeletons prepare the meat. She seemed to have already experienced this in the past, so she tried her best to recall where she had seen this scene before, and she indistinctly saw a vague scene. Chapter 352. As the scene flashed through her mind, Wang seemed to remember seeing a grassland. On the grassland, there was a bonfire with several blurred figures around it, but the thing that left the deepest impression on her was those 18 super skeletons. Wang tried her best to make the scene clearer, but the scene seemed to always be shrouded by a layer of mist. It was as if the scene was an ashamed maiden, who was unwilling to reveal her true appearance. Suddenly, rows of spotlessly white teeth appeared in front of her eyes, and Wang was startled. This resulted in her waking up all of a sudden, and as soon as she returned to her senses, she saw Long Yi standing in front of her. Long Yi was watching her with a smile, revealing rows of shining white teeth. "What are you doing?" Wang suppressed the waves which were brewing in her heart and asked faintly. "I am the one that should ask what are you doing. Why on earth are you staring at me like that?" Long Yi smiled strangely and replied Wang with a question of his own while staring at her. Wang's face slightly heated up and he hurriedly replied Long Yi with a cold voice, "Who was looking at you?" "I was looking at those skeletons at your side." "Skeletons? Do skeletons look as good as me?" Long Yi said with a smirk on his face. "The skeletons are 100 times better looking than you. Why are you being such a narcissist?" Wang immediately stated. "Did you recall anything?" Long Yi asked with expectation. "No." Wang replied flatly. A trace of disappointment flashed in Long Yi's eyes, but he quickly reverted back to his signature bad smile. With a smirk on his face, he told Wang, "Just now, you were blushing." Wang instantly shot a glare at him, but Long Yi seemed to ignore her as he had already returned to the bonfire. Patting Long Tu's shoulder, he asked, "Brother, someone is saying you are more handsome than me. Do you think you're more handsome than me?" Long Yi's action piqued the interest of both women, but Barbarian Bull wasn't surprised at all. As for three god beasts, they were staring at the meat on the grill while drooling. The pitch-black eye sockets of Long Tu flashed with a red light and its skull unexpectedly turned towards Long Yi. Does this skeleton have consciousness?" Wang and Nellen Ryuiu were stunned. Originally when they learned about Long Yi's hidden profession, and saw that he summoned 18 super skeletons, they were surprised. However, now, they were dumbfounded. They never thought that a skeleton could actually respond to its master. Wasn't it just a bunch of bones put together? This was not the first time Long Yi had seen Long Tu responding to him. He guessed that this fellow was slowly giving rise to its own consciousness. When he first guessed that Long Tu was actually developing its own consciousness, the thought of eliminating Long Tu appeared in his mind. However, he finally gave up on that thought and decided to let fate run its course. Now, he actually had some expectations for Long Tu development and he wanted to see what would happen if Long Tu developed its own consciousness. Maybe. Long Yi answered absent-mindedly as his eyes were staring at those pitch-black eye sockets of Long Tu. Then using his spirit power, he surrounded it. Long Yi managed to sense spirit fluctuations coming out of Long Tu. And for a lifeless skeleton which was summoned by a necromancer to have spirit fluctuations was an impossible matter. However, the fact was that Long Tu indeed had spirit fluctuations, so saying that it doesn't have consciousness was somewhat unbelievable. Long Yi punned, read deeply and walked 2 steps away, but to his surprise, Long Tu's eye sockets flashed with a red light as Long Tu soon followed behind him with every step he took. Even without commands from Long Yi, Long Tu was moving by itself. At this time, Long Yi felt a comparatively strong spirit fluctuation from Long Tu, as if it was trying to communicate with him. Although Long Yi didn't understand what it wanted to say, he could feel admiration and worship from it. Long Yi was startled. Turning around to face Long Tu, he looked at Long Tu in the eye. Compared to the time when he had just obtained Long Tu, it had indeed grown a lot. Now, its entire body emitted a dense dark aura, and the skeleton which was its entire body had changed into a suit of grand bone armor. It was no longer that emaciated skeleton which it had once been. Never would Long Yi have thought that this skeleton, which he named casually and sometimes poured his heart out to as it would never divulge his secrets, would really develop its own consciousness. Now it was actually able to think independently and move by itself without any instruction. After a long time, Long Yi habitually gave Long Tu's shoulders a pat and said, "No matter what you become and no matter how strong you become, I hope you will never betray me." The eye sockets of Long Tu flashed with red light. However, it didn't understand the words Long Yi said to it. Currently, Long Tu's intelligence wasn't fully developed and its comprehension ability was only equivalent to a 3-4 years old child. It could be said that, for a consciousness to develop in Long Tu, Long Yi played a vital role, as Long Yi had always regarded Long Tu as a living being. He continuously talked to it. This allowed Long Tu to evolve, and this slowly gave rise to a consciousness in Long Tu. At the very beginning, it was only a little, but later, along with its strength, this little bit of consciousness began to strengthen. Eventually, that little bit of consciousness it had in the beginning became stronger and stronger. This resulted in Long Tu being able to think for itself like what is currently happening. From another point of view, it could be said that it was impossible for Long Tu to defy Long Yi, as the concept that Long Yi was its boss had been deeply rooted in its brain the moment its consciousness was born. It would definitely carry out Long Yi's command no matter what it was. The atmosphere became somewhat strange. Now, Long Yi sat at one side lost in thought, and Long Tu, who was holding a death scythe, stood behind him. The other 17 skeletons were carrying Long Yi's command of slicing and roasting the meat beside the two of them. As for Nelinryu, she walked a bit farther from Long Yi with her body shrouded in a layer of milky white radiance. It goes without saying that light and dark was opposing elements, so she instinctively rejected the dark aura emitted by Long Tu. Long Yi nodded his head and sprinkled seasonings on all the roasted meat, causing a burst of aroma from the freshly cooked meat. This fragrance awakened the gluttonous worm in his stomach, and he no longer went into the flights of fancy. Even his soul had passed through time and space to arrive at this world. This proved that nothing was impossible. This seemingly separate space also had night and day. When Long Yi and the others finished eating, the day suddenly changed to night. This change was too quick, catching all of them unprepared. The light was gone and darkness fell upon the land in an instant. In this space, as there was danger all around in this space, Long Yi didn't dare to rashly advance into the unknown. Moreover, he knew that everyone had wasted a large amount of energy in the narrow gorge. As such, he decided that they should rest and recover their energy for the time being before proceeding any further. After pitching tents, everyone retreated into their individual tent to rest. However, Long Yi was restless the whole night and wasn't able to fall asleep. The thought of stealthily entering Nelinryu's tent gradually surfaced in his mind. He had wives at his side, but he couldn't touch them. Wasn't this very cruel and ruthless? But, thinking about the ruthless words from Wang, which stated that if the two of them had any intimate behavior when she was around, she would cut off his little. As soon as he thought about what Wang said, he started to hesitate. Their heart's magic horn, how could it be so sensitive? This was truly too depressing. Your grandfather, I cannot eat, but can't I at least hug her to sleep? Long Yi gnashed his teeth and thought. He who was already accustomed to sleeping with a beauty accompanying him, tonight, without a warm fragrant jade beside him, how would he fall asleep? It was really hard to bear the feeling of having no one beside him while he slept. After thinking so far, his heart itched even more and the feeling became harder to bear. So like a thief, he looked all around and quietly arrived in front of Nelinryu's tent. Then with his spirit power, he sensed that there wasn't any barrier. Long Yi was unable to help but become overjoyed at the thought that this girl might also be waiting for him. Long Yi lifted the curtains, but the only thing he saw was that the interior of the tent was full of dense light aura. Nelinryu was sitting cross-legged in a deep meditation and was oblivious to anything happening around her. This girl, how come you don't understand your husband's heart? Long Yi thought in frustration. It was naturally easy for him to wake her up, but disrupting her meditation for his lust was naturally too selfish. It was impossible for him to do such things. Long Yi left the tent of Nelinryu in dejection, and turning around, he suddenly met a pair of ice-cold eyes. As he looked into the cold eyes looking at him, he felt as though he fell into a pool of ice-cold water, and felt a chill at the bottom of his heart. Wang, why on earth are running outside so late at night to scare people? Do you know, you nearly frightened me to death? Long Yi saw that those eyes belonged to Wang and said in annoyance, you want to do bad things again. Do you no longer want that thing below you anymore? Wang coldly shot a glance at Long Yi's crotch and a hint of shame unconsciously flashed on her beautiful face. I have no dirty thoughts running through my mind. I have no burning desire in me right now. Could it be that you're feeling something right now? What are you doing here? Don't tell me that you sensed it again. If you say so, then I dare to confirm that that is your problem. I have absolutely nothing to do with this. Long Yi hurriedly pleaded innocence, but his mind was running constantly. Could it be that she was able to sense his thoughts? Wang didn't give him a reply. She merely stood there and stared at Long Yi in a daze. Her expression was constantly changing as she looked at him, and no one knew what she was thinking about. A ray of moonlight silently illuminated the night sky, and under the moonlight, Wang, who was wearing a white dress, appeared just like a female celestial who descended from heaven. Compared to the mortals in this world, she would put all of them to shame. Stunned, Long Yi could only stare blankly at her. Both people looked at each other in a daze. Only after a period of time which seemed to stretch for eternity and felt like an instant, both of them simultaneously woke up with a start. Long Yi, who had naturally thick skin, wasn't embarrassed at all. However, the same couldn't be said for Wang. I cannot sleep, how about we take a walk? Wang turned around and softly said to Long Yi, well, I can't sleep either. How about we chat while walking? Long Yi looked at the beautiful silhouette of Wang and couldn't help but become somewhat idiotic. Wang neither rejected nor objected, she merely began to walk gracefully. Since she didn't object to his suggestion, Long Yi followed her with his thick face. Wang's heart was in chaos. Every night, she would always meditate no matter what happens. But for some unknown reason, tonight, she found it extremely hard to keep a calm mind to meditate. As such, she simply gave up on the idea of meditating and lied down to sleep. After she fell asleep, she had a dream. In her dream, a familiar face appeared, the face which seemed foreign yet dear to her at the same time. That well-defined facial outline, those shiny dark eyes that could make people's hearts start pounding, and that signature bad smile on his face. Every part of the face told her that she was looking at Long Yi without question. If it was merely a dream of Long Yi, then it wouldn't have made her feel like this. In her dream, Long Yi was on top of her, pushing her down. Their lips were in contact with each other, while they both possessed an identical heartbeat rhythm. The sound of their heartbeat was akin to thunder, ringing loud and clear in their ears. Ping ping, ping ping. This identical heartbeat let them know that they were connected together with an invisible thread of fate. In her dream, Wang wanted to resist Long Yi's advances, but all of her efforts were in vain. Now that their lives were basically intertwined, they were unable to separate from each other. Chapter 353. Watching Wang's changing expressions, Long Yi had no idea what she was thinking or feeling. Before, she was always calm and collected. Even when her life was threatened, she didn't even knit her brows, but now he felt her state of mind was in chaos, as she evidently had something troubling her. Do you believe in fate? Wang suddenly looked up and asked, as her beautiful eyes looked straight at the shining black eyes on Long Yi's face. Fate? Fate might exist, however, it's too vague. Comparatively, I believe more in reality. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and replied with a smile. Can one resist fate by relying on the strength of one person? The words slipped out of Wang's mouth as she thought out loud. Long Yi frowned. Was the question because of him? Becoming more serious, he quickly replied, one needs to determine the circumstances they are in to be able to resist fate. First, one needs to be clear about one's own heart and shouldn't be deceived by what is on the surface. Wang turned around and looked at the distant night sky. Now, her eyes had a hint of sadness in them. This kind of expression, other than the time when Lost City was destroyed, Wang had never displayed this expression before. Are you homesick? Long Yi softly asked. Do I still have a home? Wang muttered in a low voice. Of course, my place is your home because you are my woman. Long Yi reached out his hand and gently grabbed the ice-cold little hands of Wang. Wang's entire body trembled. She felt warmth and safety coming from the hands Long Yi used to hold her. Now, she didn't hate this feeling, and unexpectedly, she didn't struggle free from his grasp. Long Yi was delighted in his heart as he felt that his relationship with Wang had taken a step forward. Before, if he had grabbed her hand, then he would have definitely turned into an ice sculpture. My father is gone. My mother is also gone. The entire lost city is destroyed. So why am I still alive? Wang tightly held Long Yi's big hands as if she was earnestly hoping to obtain even more warmth to soothe and strengthen her spirit. In order to meet me, you waited for several thousands of years for the sake of finding me. Long Yi tenderly said and looked warmly at Wang. Is this fate? Wang subconsciously resisted. Perhaps this should be the fate that brings people together. Both of us are the same type of people. The kind of people who shouldn't exist in the current world. However, we were able to meet each other here. This is the fate in life that brings people together. Long Yi gently stroked the ice-cold and smooth little hand as his tone became erratic. An electric current flowed out from his palm and dispersed throughout her body. Her heartbeat beat as if drum, bang 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 bang, along with the rhythm of Long Yi's heartbeat. A strange feeling of being connected rushed through them. Perhaps they were meant to be connected like this. Why do you say that you shouldn't exist in this world as well? Wang asked Long Yi in confusion. Long Yi was dumbfounded for a moment and said with a smile, there is no reason. Everything is fine as long as you know that the both of us are fated. I only know. You are very good at coaxing girls. No wonder you have numerous beauties at your side. Is this how you manage to deceive them to be by your side? The corner of Wang's mouth curled up as she teased Long Yi, except she didn't struggle to get out of Long Yi's clutches even though her tiny hands were still held by him. It was as though she had forgotten about that matter altogether. Not deceived, I am actually very sincere when treating them. Seeing the beautiful smile of Wang, Long Yi also became happy. No feeling in the world could compare to him seeing his woman being happy. Is your heart really sincere? Wang raised her another hand and pointed at Long Yi's heart as she asked. Long Yi gently laughed as he raised his hands. Placing his hands on Wang's shoulders, he gently pulled her into his bosom. Lightly whispering into Wang's ear, he immediately replied her question. Here, feel for yourself whether or not I'm sincere. Bang bang, bang bang. Wang stuck close to the warm chest of Long Yi and felt that her heart was beating violently. At that time, she felt a gentle caress on her back and her stiffened body unconsciously softened. After listening to Long Yi's heartbeat, which was exactly the same as her own, the anxious feeling hidden in her heart beneath the ice-cold surface suddenly simmered down. She finally realized that she and this man in front of her were destined to have intertwined lives forever. Long Yi's hands were moving around Wang's back, and even though his hand and her skin were separated by layers of clothes, he was able to clearly feel Wang's soft and springy skin. Being able to embrace a beauty once again, Long Yi simply felt as if he was dreaming. But the faint orchid fragrance assailing his nostrils, however, told him that this was the reality. Long Yi placed his chin on Wang's shoulder and blew a puff of hot air in her ear, after which he began to tease her sensitive earlobes with his lips. Wang slightly trembled, and her small hand, which was tightly grabbing Long Yi's clothes, clenched even tighter before loosening up. This process of her tightening and loosening her grip on Long Yi's clothes continued as her body suddenly became stiff. She felt a burning hot thing poking on her lower abdomen, and her perfectly round buttocks had also already fallen into the devil's clutches, which were currently unscrupulously kneading and pinching her buttocks. A peculiar pleasant sensation flooded Wang. She opened her mouth and firmly bit Long Yi's shoulders, and her two little hands practically ripped the clothes off Long Yi. Long Yi nevertheless sped up his attacks. His wolf claws moved towards the sacred place between Wang's legs, then his middle finger squeezed in from between the crack of her buttocks and pressed at her private forbidden area. Ah! Wang exclaimed loudly and suddenly pushed Long Yi away. Her towering breasts rapidly rose and fell. With a face as red as a tomato, she shot a glare at Long Yi. She opened her mouth to say something, but she eventually said nothing, and after stamping her feet on the ground, she disappeared into thin air. Long Yi angrily hit his own head. He was too hasty, but, from her appearance just now, she shouldn't be that angry. Very soon, she will accept me. Long Yi was happily thinking about the barrier between Wang and him was slowly disappearing. At this current moment, his state of mind was excellent. He still had the lingering soft and smooth feeling of Wang's buttocks in his palms. Before, when he had went to Originize while carrying Wang, he didn't have any dirty thought about her at all, even though she was practically helpless in his grasp already. This was because, at that time, he was wholeheartedly trying to find the Ruai Ice Silkworm to cure and remove the curse on Wang. As such, the relationship between him and Wang was very pure before this. On the west side of Lightning God Forbidden Area, opposite to this unique space where Long Yi and others were located, one black and one white troop was resting on the hillside. Only by looking at their tattered armors and exhausted faces, anyone could see that they were in dire straits. At the start, there were more than 2,000 people altogether. However, there were only 300-400 people left currently. One could easily imagine how much danger and difficulty they experienced en route. From the time the Light Church and Dark Church's troops met, they had been cooperating in tacit understanding. Everyone would have thought that this was a ridiculous idea if news of the Light and Dark Church working together were to spread. The problem was that if the two troops didn't cooperate with each other, then perhaps, even these 300-400 measly troops would already have been buried in the Lightning God Forbidden Area. Leng Yuiu and Feng Ling, who were disguised as men, were sitting together chewing the field rations. Till now, they felt as if they were dreaming. Their experiences these past few days were so incredible that they didn't dare to believe they were actually still alive. If our husband was here, then how wonderful that would be. It has been a long time since I last ate the meat he roasted. Also, it has been a long time since. Leng Yuiu's beautiful face became red in the midst of speaking. When they were in situations where their lives were threatened, women would especially miss the person who gave them the greatest sense of security. Also, it has been a long time since I got intimate with my husband. Isn't this the only thought in your mind right now, Yuiu? Don't you know how to feel content? If we really see our husband, don't fight with me, okay? Feng Ling smiled and said, thinking about those days with Long Yi, her eyes also somewhat blurred. But, I don't know whether we can return alive or not. Leng Yuiu sighed, and her gaze suddenly turned towards the Light Church's troops camp and remained on Sibai as she continued talking to Feng Ling. Ling, how about we go to look for Sibai to chat when we rest tonight? In any case, we are also sisters. Fine. Didn't she save us last time? Feng Ling nodded her head and said, as a matter of fact, every time they would encounter danger, Sibai and the two girls would unconsciously approach each other. They had even saved each other on multiple occasions. Late at night, inside the hidden woods at the hillside, three graceful figures were sitting together while conversing affectionately in low voice. They were Sibai, Leng Yuiu and Feng Ling, who had already reverted back to their female appearances. Sibai, did your pure yin body revert back to its original state? Leng Yuiu asked with deep concern. She was the last person to part ways with Long Yi, so it was natural that she knew Sibai's problems. Sibai's expression sunk as she heard the question and she replied while shaking her head. Just suppressed. If I don't have a particular opportunity, I fear my body will never revert back to normal throughout my life. Leng Yuiu and Feng Ling looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Once a person with the pure yin body loses her virginity, then she would lose all her power. No matter who it may be, Sibai or Long Yi, this was a torment for the both of them. Don't worry, our husband will definitely find a way. From the past till now, I still have yet to see something that is able to stump him. Feng Ling consoled Sibai as she tried to assure her that everything would be alright. Sibai nodded her head and looked into the night sky. She faintly said, as long as I can become the wife of our husband, I don't care whether I lose my powers or not. From this single sentence that came out of Sibai's mouth, one could see how deep the feeling of Sibai had for Long Yi. One should know that currently Sibai had already reached the pinnacle of the Archmage realm, and reaching the Master Archmage realm was only a matter of time for her. But for the sake of her love, she could give up all her magic power she had painstakingly cultivated. They couldn't help but admire her. "I finally know why our husband has always been so obsessed with you. A woman like you, if he didn't marry you, then he will definitely meet the wrath of heaven." Leng Yuiu said. Yes, she always knew that Si Bai's position in Long Yi's heart was the highest out of all the women he possessed. Suddenly, the magic elements in the air around them fluctuated violently. Following the fluctuation in magic elements, the spirit barrier laid out by Leng Yuiu broke in an instant. Three women looked at each other in blank dismay, and at that time, a huge silverish-purple light beam soared towards the sky not far away from them. Chapter 354, Lightning God Altar. The three women saw the silverish-purple light beam and their complexion changed in unison. They felt dense lightning element blowing against them head-on. The powerful momentum and pressure the silverish-purple light beam possessed snapped and bent several hundreds of big trees. Could it be that the spirit tablet of the lightning god came into being? Leng Yuiu questioned. After which, they shot a quick glance at each other before disappearing from the spot they were at. The three of them quickly returned to their respective camps. Leng Yuiu and Feng Ling had just returned to their campsite when they saw a dark knight who was carrying a spear run towards them. After he bowed respectfully, he said with excitement, "This subordinate saw the lightning god altar outside the woods. Above that altar, there was a lightning god statue, and in the hands of this statue was the spirit tablet of the lightning god. The eyeball of the lightning god was also on the altar table." Excitement flashed in the eyes of the two women, and the both of them coincidentally turned towards the direction of the light church. Their gaze met Si Bai's as they came to an understanding. Although these two opposing camps had cooperated in tacit understanding en route, however, that was all for survival. In fact, they were two opposing factions, and that was a fact that would never change. Moreover, both of their factions had the same objective. Now that the lightning god altar had appeared, this relationship the two factions had must end. In order to contend for the spirit tablet of the lightning god and the eyeball of the lightning god, they might have to fight to the death. The three women passed down their orders at the same time. Wordlessly, they sent the order to rush towards the lightning god altar outside the woods. Several hundreds of people rushed out from both sides. After only a brief moment, both troops arrived outside the lightning god altar. The altar was more than 10 meters tall and had a circular shape. It had stone steps that emitted silverish purple radiance, and at the periphery of this altar, there were 8 stone pillars which were inscribed with fine and mystical patterns. In the middle of the altar lies an imposing statue wearing a silverish purple armor. The statue was roughly a few meters in height, and presumably, this was the legendary lightning god. He had a huge lightning hammer in his right hand and had a piece of a silverish purple oval-shaped jade tablet in his left hand. All in all, the statue appeared powerful and extraordinary. In front of this lightning god statue, there was an altar table made of an unknown material. Above this table, an infant's fist-sized perfectly round silverish purple bead which emitted a threatening aura was floating silently. Those are the lightning god's spirit tablet and lightning god's eyeball. All troops are to quickly advance and grab them. Do not allow the people from the dark church obtain any of those items. Kejia, who was at the side of Dongfang Kexin, called out loudly. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he rushed towards the altar at top speed. Currently, there was nothing more important to him than obtaining the lightning god's spirit tablet and the lightning god's eyeball. Since the light church had made a move, the dark church also immediately got into action. As if a floodgate was broken, all of them charged into the lightning god altar. The two groups of people who were cooperating in tacit understanding from a few days ago began to ruthlessly attack each other as if they were enemies all along. Si Bai and Leng Yuiu flew to the sky. They had no choice but to pretend to fight. Just like when they had met for the first time in Soaring Dragon City, they appear to be fighting fiercely. But in fact, They left some leeway for each other. All the people who were currently here were survivors who climbed their way out from piles of corpses. There was no need to mention their strength and ferociousness. Both sides slaughtered each other with their eyes red, and there were heavy casualties on both sides. Looking at the 300-400 people who had survived the past few days killing each other off till there were only 100 or so individuals left, Leng Yue and Sibai felt an aching pain in their hearts. However, were there actually anything they could do? At the moment, under the protection of Dongfang Kexen's powerful light magic, Kejia jumped and grabbed the Lightning God Spirit Tablet. Meanwhile, Feng Ling also grabbed the Lightning God's eyeball from the altar. As soon as the two things were grabbed, the silverish-purple radiance coming from the altar instantly disappeared. The entire area was plunged into darkness. The moment the area became dark, everyone that was fighting became dumbfounded in unison. They involuntarily stopped their attacks and stared at the altar. Everyone had surprised and bewildered expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet and rather strange. Leng Yue and Sibai returned to their respective camps, and an unspeakable fear rose in the hearts of these two women. The feeling was so oppressive that it made the two of them nearly vomit. Linger, throw away a Lightning God's eyeball, we are leaving immediately. Leng Yue suddenly turned to Feng Ling and said, as a powerful sense of crisis made her subconsciously make this decision. Feng Ling didn't hesitate. She immediately threw the Lightning God's eyeball towards the Light Church's camp before quickly retreating. At the same time, Sibai also issued the same order, asking Kejia to throw out the Lightning God's spirit table and withdraw. However, after seeing the Lightning God's eyeball being thrown towards their direction by the Dark Church, he hesitated and an idea appeared in his heart. He wanted to monopolize both the Lightning God's Spirit Tablet and Lightning God's Eyeball, so he flew up and caught the Lightning God's Eyeball in his hands. Although Sibai and Leng Yue had issued the correct order, it was already too late. Suddenly, around the periphery of Lightning God altar, a lightning barrier spread out. This lightning barrier was exactly the same as the one Long Yi had met at the end of the narrow gorge. Just thinking about how Long Yi, who was peerless under the heavens in breaking barriers, was unable to break this barrier, how could Sibai, Leng Yue and the others destroy the barrier? At that time, a sudden burst of powerful pressure appeared on the Lightning God altar. The spirit table and eyeball belonging to the Lightning God, which was in the hands of Kejia, emitted a dazzling radiance. Violent lightning magic elements insanely condensed on this Lightning God altar, and after that, silverish purple lightning magic elements condensed around Kejia and shrouded him. Ha ha ha, I am becoming God. Kejia let out an insane laughter. Suddenly, he could feel powerful lightning magic elements rushing into his body, and he felt as though his entire body was brimming with a pleasant sensation. The people in both the Light Church's and Dark Church's camp looked at each other blankly in dismay. Eventually, there was a shout from someone in the crowd, "Snatch his spirit tablet and Lightning God's eyeball." As soon as those words were heard, everyone rushed forwards towards Kejia like a swarm of bees. Now in the periphery, only Leng Yue, Feng Ling, Sibai and Dongfang Kexen were left. On Lightning God altar, lightning magic elements became denser and denser. They became so dense that it appeared as though if one were to reach out their hand, they could touch the condensed lightning magic elements with their fingertips. Suddenly, Kejia, who was complacently laughing wildly, ceased abruptly. With violent lightning magic elements continuously entering his body, his sea of consciousness had already expanded to its limit. Soon after that, he felt a pain as though he was being torn apart. The pain made him scream in terror as he didn't know what was going on anymore. Suddenly, the lightning magic elements gathering around the Lightning God altar condensed. Then the spirit tablet and eyeball of Lightning God in the hands of Kejia suddenly exploded. The silverish purple radiance coming from the Lightning God altar rapidly seethed, resulting in a violent vortex which appeared as if everything that was drawn into it would be twisted into fragments. After a good while, the vortex above the Lightning God altar began to dissipate, and the lightning magic barrier at the edge also disappeared. In an instant, a large amount of lightning magic element dissipated into the sky. After everything calmed down, the gorgeous lightning god altar had already disappeared without a trace. In everyone's sights were green grass which swayed when the wind blew. Chapter 355. My husband, come again tonight. The first light of the early morning shot out from the clouds beyond the horizon. The incandescence illuminated the world, as a cool and refreshing breeze blew across the lands. Now, all the magical beasts they had wiped out yesterday were already missing. Instead, they were replaced by a number of F-ranked magical beasts. Those magical beasts appeared very harmless, but who would have thought that these pitiful, low-ranked magical beasts which could be easily dealt with by beginner magicians and beginner fighters, would be terrifying existences in this space. Long Yi walked out of his tent and saw Wang garbed in a plain white gown quietly sitting under a tree. She was currently immersed in the book she held in her hands. As before, she looked just like a detached fairy that had fallen into this mortal world and gave people a kind of relaxing and joyful visual enjoyment. Long Yi, Barbarian Bull and others loved to see the sight of Wang reading her book, as her tranquil and desolate temperament when reading was enough to dispel any negativity they had. Long Yi walked over and sat beside Wang, as he enjoyed the nice and cool morning breeze while sitting beside such a beauty. Currently, Long Yi felt extremely satisfied in his heart. Suddenly, Long Yi saw that two green-furred rabbits were running towards their direction. Remembering what happened the last time he encountered a green-furred rabbit, Long Yi involuntarily sucked in a cold breath and his nerves instantly strained. As soon as the little three, the fire Kylan and the violent lightning beast who were following behind Long Yi all this while felt the change in Long Yi's behavior, they immediately became alert. Their fur stood erect as they got ready to confront the enemy. The two green-furred rabbits suddenly stopped. Their red eyes were glued onto Long Yi and the three god beasts behind him as they remained a safe distance away from Long Yi and the beasts. Don't be nervous, as long as you don't attack them, they will not take the initiative to attack you. Wang closed her book and said indifferently, after what happened yesterday, regardless of the way Wang spoke or her expression, nothing seemed to have changed. However, a trace of warmth would fill her gaze when she looked at Long Yi occasionally. Long Yi believed the words of Wang without the slightest doubt. He relaxed and used his thoughts to instruct the three god behind him to calm down as well. Sure enough, when they sensed that Long Yi didn't have any ill intention, the two green-furred rabbits began to play again. Unexpectedly, the three god beasts behind Long Yi, which never seemed to be able to stay still, rushed over to the two green-furred rabbits to join in the fun. Long Yi and Wang sat side by side without making a single sound. Although there was silence between them, neither of them minded. Just by sitting quietly beside Wang, Long Yi felt satisfied. After a good while, Wang suddenly stretched out her hands and reached into her lapel, prompting Long Yi's pupils to enlarge, and he stared at Wang's actions without so much as blinking his eyes. She pulled open her lapel and her lustrous and transparent white skin was revealed. Under this early morning sunlight, the sight of Wang's soft and white skin dazzled Long Yi. He involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva and with an evil smile, he said, Wang, I fear this place isn't too suitable. How about we go into the tent? Wang looked up and glared at him with her ice-cold eyes, which made Long Yi feel like a pail of cold water was dumped onto his head all of a sudden. He no longer dared to let his imaginations run wild. Gentle. Why? Wang pulled out a pendant that was hung on her neck with an almost invisible white thread. The pendant was the same one Long Yi given to her in the Ice Palace in the past. Did you give this to me? Wang gently stroked the pendant and the corners of her mouth slightly curled upwards. Of course, this is the token of love I gave to you. After wearing it, you became my woman for life. Long Yi said with a smile. Although he appeared to be joking when saying this, his voice contained a strong possessive desire which made people unable to doubt his words. Wang surprisingly didn't refute him, and looked straight into Long Yi's eyes. Both she and Long Yi was connected by a peculiar telepathic link, which seemed weirdly familiar. As a result, The distance between them slowly narrowed. She had once attempted to struggle free from this seemingly fateful arrangement, but after the conversation she had with Long Yi last night, as well as that unexpected intimate segment, she was relieved she didn't. Regardless of whether it was destiny or fate that brought people together, Wang felt that it was fine to let nature take its course. I think this pendant is not just a token, there is a kind of strange power contained in it. Sometimes, it feels as though it contains hints of water magic elements. I'm quite sure that this pendant played a big role for me to reach my current realm in such a short amount of time. Wang's brows knitted together as she fell into deep thought. Is that so? Let me see. Long Yi had no idea what she was talking about. He had worn this pendant for a long time, but he had never sensed any differences in himself. The only peculiarity he could think of was that the jade-like material seemed to be warm all the time. Long Yi extended his hand and grabbed the pendant which was currently hung on Wang's neck. In the process, his little finger happened to accidentally scrape against her snow-white skin. A hint of redness crept up Wang's face, but the tinge of red didn't last long as she quickly reverted back to her normal cold appearance. With a flat voice, she said, "Don't be too presumptuous, otherwise, I wouldn't mind using the eternal ice spell to turn you into an ice sculpture forever." Accident? It was a pure accident. Well, your charm is too strong. When I tried to reach for the pendant just now, I was nervous and my little finger got slightly out of control, you see. Long Yi said with a smile while using spirit power and internal force to probe this pendant. Wang simply replied him with a snort. How could she believe the lies of a womanizer like this? If a person like him would become nervous due to her charms, where would he get the courage to do the things he did last night? Only after a long while did Wang realize that their current appearance would easily cause a misunderstanding among the rest. She realized that Long Yi's hands were still at her chest, and if other people were to look at them now, they would surely come to the conclusion that Wang and Long Yi were doing things only adults should do. Don't talk nonsense. If you really want to examine this pendant, I'll just remove it so you can take a better look at it. Wang's ears heated up as she felt the heat coming from Long Yi's hand on her exposed neck. Don't bother, it's fine this way. Long Yi replied, and after retracting his lustful ideas, he began to seriously examine the pendant. Injecting his spirit power into it, he truly sensed a gentle fluctuation of water magic elements. The only thing was, the water elements in the pendant was not dense at all. There was no resistance and reaction even when the Long Yi's spirit power entered the pendant. My husband, big sister Wang, what are you two doing? Just as Long Yi was about to let go of the pendant, Nellen Ryuiu's voice sounded out. Nellen Ryuiu had just finished meditating and was currently walking out of her tent. After seeing the ambiguous posture between Long Yi and Wang, she couldn't help but become jealous. Long Yi retracted his big hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I was just studying a little thing with Wang." Wang wasn't embarrassed and neither did she appear shy like other girls. She indifferently put away her pendant inside her lapel and then closed her lapel without a change in her expression. Her calm behavior was something ordinary girls can't compare to. At this time, Barbarian Bull also came out of his tent. Seeing that it was getting crowded, Wang slowly got up and said with indifference, "Since everyone has gotten up, we should set out." Nellen Ryuiu walked over to the right-hand side of Long Yi and she couldn't help but ask, "My husband, just a moment ago, what were you doing with big sister Wang?" "The truth is that we really didn't do anything. Besides, didn't you already permit me to do things with other women?" Long Yi smiled and patted the small of Nellen Ryuiu. Nellen Ryuiu fell into silence after hearing what Long Yi said. "As a matter of fact, last night I came to look for you in your tent, but you were meditating so seriously that I didn't dare to wake you up." Long Yi reached out his hand Nellen Ryuiu's little hands as he softly said. Nellen Ryuiu's eyes lit up and then her disappointment immediately dissipated. A hint of shyness and happiness spread on her face as the edges of her mouth curled upwards. "My husband, how about you come again tonight?" Nellen Ryuiu crept closer to Long Yi and said softly as her beautiful face turned crimson red. Chapter 356, Take an inch without reaching for a yard. Long Yi immediately roared with laughter. He knew that once the maiden heart of a girl was open, they would change and become extremely daring. Although he expected Nilan Ryuayu to become more daring, he never expected Nilan Ryuayu to actually call him over to her tent in the night. This was clearly blatant teasing. Thinking about the desolate, holy and pure image of Nilan Ryuayu, Long Yi's heart was itching to cause some trouble. What kind of man would he call himself if he was able to bear the seduction of such a beautiful woman? The only reason Long Yi hasn't jumped on Nilan Ryuayu yet was that Wang was also here. If she were to really use eternal ice to freeze his little, then that wouldn't be funny. However, at this moment, the lustful intent of Long Yi had already sprouted in his mind. As long as he didn't do that in front of Wang, touching and pinching shouldn't be a big problem. Tonight, wait for me in the tent. Long Yi bent over and whispered in the ear of Nilan Ryuayu while his wolf claws restlessly pinched her pert little. That softness and elastic feeling made him feel so refreshed that his soul nearly flew away. Nilan Ryuayu endured Long Yi's teasing, but she involuntarily trembled and her legs softened and she nearly fell down. As soon as she escaped from Long Yi's clutches, she rolled her eyes at him and ran to Wang's side. She knew that if she didn't seek her big sister Wang's protection now, Long Yi would definitely do something bad to her. Even though she ran away from Long Yi, she was eagerly waiting for the night to arrive. Nilan Ryuayu had never been a hesitant woman. After she had a clear understanding of her heart, she had already made up her mind to break that layer of barrier between her and Long Yi. As long as she gave her body to Long Yi, the agreement would be broken. They packed up their tents and other things, as they got ready to set out. When Long Yi used his thought to call back Little Three, the Fire Kylan and the Violent Lightning Beast, the three of them came running back to him with a large group of E and F-ranked magical beasts in tow. This large group of terrifying E and F-ranked magical beasts were stronger than even high-ranked magical beasts were following the three little god beasts like good little soldiers. After asking the three little beasts what happened, he understood that these three god beasts had subdued the tens of low-level magical beasts behind him as their subordinates. They probably were attracted by the god beast aura they were emitting. As such, these magical beasts eagerly followed the three of them, and they saw the three god beasts as their big brothers. Long Yi rubbed the stubble which was growing on his chin and laughed. With the help of these tens of terrifying and cute magical beasts, it was very unlikely for them to meet any problems throughout their journey. Sure enough, throughout the journey, they were unimpeded. Once in a while, the group would encounter some magical beasts blocking their path, but before they could attack, the brothers of the three god beasts thoroughly got rid of them. The tens of low-leveled magical beasts destroyed the enemies such that even their bones couldn't be found. From the time Long Yi entered the lightning god forbidden area till now, he had never felt this relaxed, as he didn't need to do anything anymore. Thinking about how good his life currently was, Long Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's wonderful to have brothers. Good time flies. The comfortable and refreshing day Long Yi had passed by quickly. When Long Yi's group arrived at the edge of this peach blossom valley-like, beautiful night suddenly fell and plunged the place into complete darkness. On the other side of this space lies a completely different world. Although they had yet to step into that space, they could feel that an evil aura was blowing directly against their faces and all kinds of negative feelings rose in their heart. After reaching the border of this space, the group of low-leveled magical beasts stopped moving forward. After stopping a distance away from the edge of the space, they roared intimately towards the three god beasts behind Long Yi. Only after roaring for a short while did they stop and retreat back to the place they came from. After seeing the group of magical beasts leaving, Long Yi cursed them for not having the code of brothership in his heart. Such a dense evil aura, I guess, there is a dead land inside. Long Yi said. Although the evil aura was dense, it was like a passing breeze to Long Yi, as Long Yi was originally a necromancer as well. For him, this place which possessed such a dense evil aura might actually be a very good place for him to cultivate. However, although Long Yi was feeling comfortable facing the evil aura, Nellen Ryuiu wasn't. This kind of evil aura was something she found very repulsive. After hesitating a few moments, she shuffled closer to Long Yi and said, "My husband, are we entering now? Let's go in tomorrow. Dead chi flourish the most at night, so entering right now may not be the best choice." Wang interrupted, "Well, let's go in tomorrow. Moreover, there is nothing to be afraid of since all the undead creatures inside are nothing but ants in my hands." Long Yi bragged as the group starting pitching their tents for the night. After they finished pitching their tents, the four of them retreated into their respective tents to rest for the night. Nellen Ryuiu, however, shot a quick glance at Long Yi and shyly signaled for him not to forget the promise he made to her in the daytime. Only after reminding Long Yi did Nellen Ryuiu enter her own tent. Naturally, Long Yi wouldn't forget the promise he made with Nellen Ryuiu in the morning. He entered his tent and decided to take action after Wang entered meditation. As long as he was not too excessive, then she wouldn't have any reason to make a big fuss out of it. After waiting for a good while, he assumed that Wang had already entered into a deep meditation. Feeling excited for what he was about to do, Long Yi stood up and quickly walked out of his tent. The moon tonight is very beautiful, isn't that so?" When Long Yi walked out, he was greeted with the ice-cold eyes which belonged to Wang. He groaned inwardly. Why did she appear here at this moment? Why does it appear as though she was guarding the place? Could it be that she knew the agreement between him and Nellen Ryuiu? "There is no moon tonight," Wang indifferently said. Long Yi looked up and sure enough, he saw glittering stars in the vast sky. The only thing was the moon was missing. "How come you are not meditating these 2 days?" Long Yi made a wry smile and asked, "You look as though you were expecting me to be meditating now." "Well, let me tell you this. In the past 2 days, I happen to not be in the mood for meditation. Is that a problem? Did I disappoint you by not meditating at night?" Wang looked at Long Yi as a hint of a sly smile appeared on her face. "Disappointed? Why would I be disappointed?" Long Yi said with a smile, "Wasn't I disturbing a certain someone from having an affair?" Wang shot a glance at Long Yi and said with an indifferent voice, "Having an affair?" Long Yi was startled and looked at Wang with a strange expression. Wang caught the strange expression on Long Yi's face and she couldn't help but think about what she said again. These words "having an affair" coming out from her mouth indirectly implied that she and Long Yi had some kind of special relationship with each other. "How about we go and have an affair?" Long Yi said with a smile. Wang's cheeks started to slowly turn red as she gave him a cold reply. "If you dare to run wild, you will know the consequences you will suffer." "What consequences?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Long Yi smiled and walked over to Wang. Standing beside her, he could smell her faint orchid fragrance. Wang subconsciously avoided the scorching hot gaze of Long Yi, and seeing that Long Yi was so close to her, her heart felt somewhat restless. In her heart, there was an inexplicable unknown feeling, which made her involuntarily recall the enchanting scene which happened just the night before. Long Yi reached out and grabbed the ice-cold little hand of Wang, and in her tender palm, he drew circles with his finger. "Let me go." Wang lowered her voice, but although she was asking Long Yi to let her go, her voice sounded weak and powerless. She wanted to push Long Yi away, but for an unknown reason, she was unable to put her thought into action. Maybe she was actually looking forward to this moment? No, absolutely not. Wang told herself. Long Yi was also considered as Playboy veteran. Seeing the reaction of Wang wasn't too drastic, he approximately guessed her contradicting thoughts. Originally, he intended to go to Nellen Ryuiu's tent to steal a fragrance, but now, it seemed as though he had to put his plans on hold for the time being. His desire for Wang, this cold beauty, was far greater than one he had for Nellen Ryuiu at the moment. As such, Long Yi told himself he had to settle Wang first. "I won't," Long Yi firmly answered, then pulled Wang into his bosom and he hugged her tightly. Smelling Wang's orchid-like body fragrance, Long Yi couldn't help becoming intoxicated. His big hands hugged her slender waist and he kissed her fine and exquisite earlobe. Wang trembled and she tried to struggle free. Maybe she simply didn't have the strength to struggle out of Long Yi's embrace, or maybe she was simply unwilling to leave this warm and familiar bosom that made her feel at ease. Long Yi gently stroked Wang's hair, and this gentleness in the midst of his overbearing behavior made Wang, who was stiff as a board, soften immediately. As one of his hands were busy playing with Wang's hair, the other hand didn't remain idle. Long Yi's other hand began to roam about Wang's lower body. He felt around and reached her soft and perky buttocks. "No. Don't." Wang was powerless to resist, so she just bit her lower lips. Now, her cold, beautiful face had already become sweet and charming, and her indifferent eyes also softened. Long Yi knew that he could completely neglect the "don't" said by girls in such moments. He pulled Wang to one side and kissed all over her face. "Should you anger, my darling?" Long Yi whispered in the ear of Wang while kissing. Wang's heartbeat intensified, and after hearing the intimate words coming from Long Yi, she unexpectedly couldn't control herself any longer. She clearly felt a pleasant tingling sensation on her most private part as her passion was aroused. When Long Yi kissed the corners of her mouth, Wang's body involuntarily trembled. All of a sudden, she reached out her hands and pulled Long Yi's neck, and she took the initiative to plant her lips straight onto Long Yi's exposed mouth. Wang's mind changed into a blank space, and her soul seemed to flutter away. As Long Yi's tongue skillfully ran rampant in her mouth, she felt soft from the bottom of her heart. The big hand of Long Yi kneaded and pinched the buttocks of Wang, feeling that amazing elasticity and softness. The only thing he didn't do was to slide into the place between her legs like yesterday, as he feared that she would run away. No matter how well Long Yi could control his hands, he was unable to control the source of evil down there, let alone just pressing against the lower abdomen of Wang. It entered the space between her legs. Wang immediately woke up with a start, and she wanted to run away. However, Long Yi was hugging her tight against himself, and she didn't manage to get away. And then, Wang again fell into the bewitching trap. Despite knowing Long Yi's source of disaster was making mischief at her most embarrassing place, she nevertheless lacked the strength to resist him. Long Yi waced slightly, and at this moment, his spirit was delighted just because the target was Wang. The charming body of Wang was already limp, and she drowned in a strange wave of pleasure. Now, she clung onto Long Yi as if he was her life-saving straw. Long Yi's hands moved upwards from the waist of Wang and very quickly arrived below her, towering. He tried his luck and moved his hands even further. Seeing that Wang wasn't resisting him anymore, he directly grabbed her perfectly round from above her clothes. Wang couldn't endure it anymore and let out a soft moan which made Long Yi's evil fire burn even stronger. After hearing her, Long Yi was unable to control himself anymore as his hand slowly crept into Wang's clothes lapel and grabbed onto those soft and plump. Long Yi. No. Don't reach for a yard after getting an inch. Wang suddenly woke up and an unknown strength coursed through her body as she firmly held onto Long Yi's hands, which were causing trouble inside her clothes. Long Yi tried a few times, but he saw the firm attitude of Wang, so he gave up and said, "Then, how about I only take an inch without reaching for a yard?" Chapter 357, Hot Passion. Thank you for reading here at fantasybooks.live. If you've enjoyed this chapter, remember to comment below. Enjoy. Wang was startled. Although her charming body was still limp in Long Yi's embrace, she didn't let go of Long Yi's hands. Perhaps she had already accepted Long Yi in her heart, but when she wanted to completely give herself to him, she always felt as if she was lacking something. As such, she stopped Long Yi's invasion at the last moment. You must keep your promise." Wang slowly released her little hand and hugged the back of Long Yi's neck, letting him wreak havoc on her towering breasts. Long Yi took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although he couldn't truly make love with Wang, being able to reach this stage with the usually cold and indifferent Wang, what else was there to be dissatisfied about? Long Yi's wolf claw, which was currently inside the clothes of Wang, kneaded and pinched her. With every move, he felt that soft, smooth and marvelous tactile impression in his hands. Feeling the burning hot feeling and the slight trembling coming from Wang's, Long Yi was enjoying every moment of it. Meanwhile, his other hand moved about on her pert buttocks, and it frequently entered her buttocks crack, synchronizing with the invasion of his little brother. You bastard. Wang hugged Long Yi tighter and tighter. Her pink lips exhaled a scorching hot breath and her willowy waist unconsciously catered to Long Yi's. Although this was not something particularly overwhelming, something on this level of stimulation was already beyond Wang's imagination. Wang softly moaned, which was just like a strong aphrodisiac that thoroughly ignited Long Yi's. Even his soul seemed to be stirred up from her moans. After that, his waist began to grind faster and faster. Ah! Stop! Stop, I want. Ah! Wang suddenly collapsed and made a futile effort to push Long Yi away. However, her actions only seemed to make Long Yi grind even faster. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt lightheaded as hot liquid gushed out of her private parts and her mind instantly went blank. Every other thought in her mind disappeared. The only thing that remained was their coarse panting breaths, and Long Yi's burning hot bosom. Wang, after reaching, lost her capability to respond to her surroundings. Long Yi wasn't much either. When he felt that Wang reached climax, he was so excited that he couldn't help but start gushing out continuously. It had been so long since Long Yi felt such a pleasant sensation. The two people tightly hugged each other, and their heated atmosphere began to slowly cool down. Their hearts, however, were still boiling hot. Now, Wang nestled in the bosom of Long Yi, and even after a long time, she wasn't able to calm down. Humphrey! A cold snort came from behind them. This snort instantly woke the two who were currently intoxicated in each other's embrace. Long Yi glanced from the corner of his eyes and saw a lithe and graceful figure exiting the tent. Other than Nellen Ryuayu, who else could she be? Presumably, this girl waited for her sweetheart for a long time, but seeing as he hadn't arrived at her tent, she was unable to endure it any longer. As such, she shyly decided to go to Long Yi's tent herself to investigate what was really happening. Never in her wildest imaginations would she have thought that as soon as she got out of her tent, she would see Long Yi and Wang intertwined with each other. She was naturally thrown into a vinegar jar. Greater than this matter greatly dissipated Wang's, and after gently pushing away Long Yi, she immediately felt a moist and sticky liquid on her private part. This sticky feeling between her legs was making her uncomfortable. As such, she rolled her eyes at Long Yi and softly said, "You, bad egg, quickly go to Ryuayu. I am returning to my tent." Without waiting for Long Yi's reply, Wang quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Long Yi made a wry smile. After returning to his own tent and taking off his pants, he didn't feel much better. Only after washing up and changing his clothes, Long Yi headed over to Nellen Ryuayu's tent. Completely ignoring the barrier at the entrance of her tent, Long Yi barged in. Nellen Ryuayu was curled up on her big bed and a brocade quilt covered her from head to toe. She obviously knew about Long Yi's arrival, but she remained motionless. She clearly showed him that she didn't want to acknowledge him. Long Yi naturally knew Nellen Ryuayu was throwing a tantrum. He gently walked over and sat on the edge of her bed, gently shaking her as if he was afraid he might scare her. Seeing that she wasn't responding to him, he called out softly, "Ryuayu darling, your husband is here." Even after shaking her a few times, Nellen Ryuayu didn't respond to him and she didn't make a single sound. Feeling helpless, Long Yi stretched his hands out and wanted to tear off the quilt covering her head. However, Nellen Ryuayu grabbed the quilt even tighter and she was unwilling to come out of her quilt cocoon. Long Yi didn't want to force her and neither did he want to use brute force to lift the brocade quilt. Although he didn't manage to get her out of the brocade quilt, he was unwilling to give up so easily. His eyes shone with craftiness and a bad smile appeared on his face. "Well, you can grab it so I can't pull the quilt down from above," But what about from below? Let's see what you used to stop me from lifting this quilt up. Long Yi moved to the end of the bed and lifted the brocade quilt. Immediately, Nellen Ryui's two glittering and translucent little legs were exposed. Those 5 tender toes looked really cute as they slightly curled up into a ball. Catching the legs which Nellen Ryui was trying desperately to tuck into her body, Long Yi used his hands to caress them lovingly. They truly were tender and smooth. "Release me, you big pervert." Nellen Ryui's somewhat obscure voice came from under the quilt. "I am not releasing your legs unless you come out." Long Yi answered with a smile, but his big hands continued to take advantage of her little legs. "No, I'm not coming out, I don't want to see your face." Nellen Ryui cried. "Not coming out? Hey, we'll see how long you can stay in there for." Long Yi grabbed Nellen Ryui's ankles, and his other hand started to tickle her soul. "Ah! Let me go, smelly fellow, scoundrel, haha. Let me go." Nellen Ryui was unable to bear Long Yi's tickling much longer. She violently struggled with her legs, but how could she escape from Long Yi? "Are you coming out? If you don't come out I will continue with what I was just doing." Long Yi laughed and his fingers, as if playing a kin, lightly scraped the sole of Nellen Ryui's feet. One should know that the soul of a human being was one of their most sensitive spots. "Haha. Help ah. Smelly husband. Stop tickling, I will come out." Nellen Ryui was powerless to struggle, so she had no choice but to unwillingly raise the white flag and surrender. Long Yi stopped tickling, but his hand still held on Nellen Ryui's slender legs. Finally, Nellen Ryui lifted up the brocade quilt and sat up, glaring at Long Yi. Her face was as red as a tomato. "Humphrey. Still not releasing my leg, hateful." Nellen Ryui took a deep breath and then angrily scolded Long Yi. Long Yi, however, remained motionless. He gently caressed the soft and smooth jade-like leg of Nellen Ryui and suddenly bending over, he kissed her leg. He didn't stop there, and went for another kiss on her soul. As a saintess that cultivated light magic, Nellen Ryui loved to be clean even to the extent of having a little bit of mysophobia. Her glittering and translucent little legs were not even a little bit smelly. On the contrary, it had a hint of delicate fragrance. Her skin was tender and smooth, and even on the soles of her feet, he couldn't find even a trace of cuticula. When there were people with such beautiful legs around, it was no wonder that there were people with a foot fetish. Nellen Ryui nevertheless exclaimed and her entire body trembled. Even a small kiss from Long Yi on her legs could unexpectedly make her spasm so much. Could it be that her legs were her sensitive spot? Nellen Ryui inhaled a mouthful of air. She had never even imagined that a kiss from Long Yi could actually give her such a strong feeling. She moved over and used her little hands to pry open Long Yi's big hands which were currently holding her legs, before hugging her quilt and furiously turning her body to face away from Long Yi. "Darling, are you still ignoring me?" Long Yi got into the bed and hugged Nellen Ryui's slender waist from behind. "Don't call me darling, how can I assume the position of your darling? Big sister Wang is your beloved one." Nellen Ryui didn't struggle in Long Yi's grasp. However, nothing stopped her from expressing her grievances. "You all are my darlings, don't be jealous. In my heart, you all are my priceless treasures." Long Yi spoke sickening whispers of love to Nellen Ryui. He knew that when girls were jealous, even if they knew that the words spoken were false, their mood would still improve. Naturally, everything that Long Yi said was coming from the bottom of his heart. "You are lying. Big sister Wang is a treasure to you. I'm merely a blade of grass. You obviously don't take me seriously, otherwise, you wouldn't have." Nellen Ryui blushed. She had no objections against Long Yi and Wang having an intimate relationship. After all, Wang and him were already in love with each other. But the problem here was that Long Yi had clearly promised her about the thing they were about to do tonight. In the end, she was the one who ran into Long Yi and Wang, who were getting intimate with each other outside her tent. This naturally made her angry and sad at the same time, giving birth to a knot in her heart. "Silly girl, I naturally remember the agreement I made with you. Only, You have to think about it from another perspective. Your big sister Wang and I have a strange telepathy. In any case, what if she becomes angry? That was why I had to settle things with her first. Otherwise, what would happen if she found out that I came to your tent at night? Long Yi coaxed Nellen Ryu with a calming voice, but his hands were dishonestly wandering about her waist and stomach. Nellen Ryu felt that what Long Yi said was very reasonable and that grievance in her heart also dissipated. Then, feeling the mischievous hands which belonged to Long Yi, her charming body softly collapsed into Long Yi's embrace. Long Yi's wolf claws moved upwards, and grabbing Nellen Ryu's soft meat buns from above her clothes, and his little brother who had just gone through a tough battle with Wang began to bare its fangs and brandish its might again. Nellen Ryu let out a soft moan. After placing her small hands above Long Yi's naughty hands which were still fondling her bosom, she shyly said, "My husband, since you have settled down big sister Wang, then tonight, can we?" "Of course not." Long Yi was also really looking forward to this. Even if Long Yi didn't talk about the fact that Wang could feel him and Nellen Ryu doing that, he suddenly remembered that they were entering the death zone shrouded with evil chi tomorrow morning. Not to mention, Nellen Ryu was a light magician. Tonight, if they were to do the deed, then that might affect her performance tomorrow. Anyway, the lightning god forbidden area wasn't a good place either, so it was better to wait till they found a better time and place before doing anything. Moreover, this would save everyone the trouble of diverting their attention to other unnecessary things. "Why, don't you want me?" Hearing Long Yi's answer, Nellen Ryu asked. Perhaps in the world, all the young girls in deep romantic love would worry about such personal gains and losses. Silly girl, how can that be? Long Yi moved his hand away from her chest and caressed her hair while telling her his concerns. Nellen Ryu realized she was too impulsive due to the love she had for Long Yi. After hearing Long Yi's analysis, she sobered up and understood that this truly wasn't the opportune moment. The sky was already about to brighten, and the death zone ahead of them was sure to be extremely dangerous. Thinking so far, she couldn't help but felt ashamed, and her feelings towards Long Yi became even deeper. Hypothetically speaking, in this world, how many men could think about such things when facing a beauty? Perhaps Long Yi seemed like an extremely lustful and rotten person, and he was always itching to take advantages of others. However, at the critical moment, he was always able to control himself. In the dim light of the night, Nellen Ryu and Long Yi didn't take the step further. They merely hugged, fondled and kissed each other, and then they slept. From the beginning to the end, Nellen Ryu had a happy smile on her face. Time passed without them noticing, and the day once again replaced the night. The death zone had a dense evil chi as before, and the black mist was also seething. Even rays from the sun were unable to enter into this death zone. Within the radius of a kilometer outside the boundary of this death zone, there wasn't a living organism to be seen. It was so quiet that it would make people feel ill at ease. When Long Yi came out from Nellen Ryu's tent, Barbarian Bull just happened to finish training a set of rod technique. Now, his aura was even more solidified. He emitted a domineering air from head to toe, and his bull eyes were shining with deep profoundness. His strength was so rapidly progressing that even Long Yi was surprised. Barbarian Bull's harvest in this trip to the Lightning God Forbidden area was really not small at all. "Boss, you woke up." When this old bull was just training in the evil vanquishing rod technique, I suddenly felt as though this greenstone rule has some peculiarities in it. Seeing as Long Yi finally appeared, Barbarian Bull eagerly ran over and asked, "Strange? What strange?" Long Yi took Greenstone rule from Barbarian Bull and he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed strange. This Greenstone rule is actually rejecting my aura." "Could it be that it is currently rejecting your aura too?" "No, I just feel as if this Greenstone rule suddenly had a life of its own. However, instead of rejecting me, it felt as though Greenstone rule was very friendly towards me." Barbarian Bull scratched his bullhorn and said, "Is that so?" Long Yi frowned and began to ponder. Greenstone rule was basically a divine artifact, and after the battle with the 9 dark demonic flower, Barbarian Bull was able to extract a great amount of power from Greenstone Rule. In any case, divine artifacts certainly have extraordinary aspects. The only issue here was the issue of a divine artifact having a life. Greenstone Rule is different from other divine artifacts. Other divine artifacts are either man-made or left behind by some low-level gods in this Blue Waves continent. However, Greenstone Rule was the weapon used by the legendary first-tier god, the Violent God. The legend says that his god soul is sealed inside it. All of a sudden, a peaceful voice belonging to Wang came from behind both Long Yi and Barbarian Bull, explaining the extraordinariness of Greenstone Rule. Long Yi turned his head and saw that Wang had already arrived behind him without his notice. She still had an indifferent appearance. Only when she looked at Long Yi, a trace of warmth would flash in her eyes. Listening to what Wang said, Long Yi was very interested. Wang came from Lost City, which existed several thousands of years ago, so she definitely knows many behind-the-scenes stories. Now, regarding the existence of gods in this world, Long Yi no longer brushed them aside like he did before. Looking at all sorts of signs and facts, he knew that the gods of this world really exist. Long Yi was earnestly hoping that he could learn more about them. Wang, can you elaborate on what you just said? Long Yi pulled Wang to sit on the grassland and said, according to legend. Wang's eyes blurred as she began to narrate an ancient legend. Chapter 358. Wang began to narrate the legend, but none of them could have thought that one day in this world was a year in the outside world. Although it wasn't so exaggerated, after they had fallen into that unknown narrow gorge, Long Yi and others had sensed that 2-3 days had already passed. Never would they have thought that 2 months had already passed in the outside world. This was exactly opposite to the time when he had fallen into the dark space when he was undertaking the mission of Lost City. From the time Long Yi and his group went missing, many adventurer groups unceasingly entered the Lightning God Forbidden area in a steady stream. All of them were expecting to obtain the legendary Lightning God's Spirit Tablet and the left eyeball of the Lightning God. However, even though hundreds, if not thousands, had already entered the Lightning God Forbidden area, no one had been able to accomplish the mission. Meanwhile, the structure on Blue Waves continent had undergone earth-shaking changes. On 8788 year, 5th day of the 8th month of Blue Waves calendar, Violent Dragon Empire formed an alliance with Nelan Empire and proceeded to wage a violent war against Proud Moon Empire. From both the northwest and southeast direction, the two great empires pincered Proud Moon Empire, initiating the prelude of the war which would involve the entire Blue Waves continent. 8788 year, 15th day of the 8th month of Blue Waves continent, Violent Dragon Empire captured 3 cities which belonged to Proud Moon Empire. On the 20th day of the 8th month, Nelan Empire also captured 3 cities belonging to Proud Moon Empire. The battlefronts slowly shrunk and there were innumerable casualties on all sides. No matter how Proud Moon Empire struggled to deal with the other 2 empires, they were forced to retreat again and again. In the mess that was taking place, the Dark Church, which was colluding with the royal clan of Proud Moon Empire, was still hidden in the shadows. The Dark Church didn't interfere in the war that was going on between Proud Moon Empire and the other 2 empires. As a matter of fact, the reason behind their inaction was due to the Light Church looking on from the sidelines. The Light Church was like a tiger watching its prey from the side, ready to strike as soon as the Dark Church participated in the war. Today was 8788 year, 18th day of the 9th month of Blue Waves calendar. Both the east and south sides of Blue Waves continent were the battlefields. The flag of Violent Dragon Empire had just risen on the city wall, representing the capture of this second-tier city. Inside the city walls, it was a ruin. There was no building that was left standing, and smoke was curling up from the houses which have been burnt to ash. One could well imagine the intensity of this war just by looking at the devastation. Just after the flag was raised, another flag was raised beside it. Both of the flags fluttered in the wind, signaling the successful capture of this city. The other banner was the unique battalion flag belonging to Violet Dragon Legion's Unparalleled Battalion. This city was conquered by 20,000 elites of the Unparalleled Battalion under the leadership of Tyrant Bear. Before Long Yi left, he had commanded that no one had the rights to mobilize the Unparalleled Battalion except for himself. However, he handed over all the matters regarding the battalion to Tyrant Bear in the end and said that if there were any issues, Tyrant Bear could make the decision and control the battalion. Being a war maniac, Tyrant Bear was unable to stay away from the flames of war as soon as the Great War between Proud Moon Empire and the other two empires began. Not to mention that the Unparalleled Battalion had to go through real war to temper themselves. Other than their nerves which got to them at the beginning of the war, the youths in the Unparalleled Battalion who were trained thoroughly, displayed the might of military tactics as well as the cooperation of offense and defense taught by Long Yi. In a short period of time, the mighty name of the Unparalleled Battalion was spread like wildfire throughout the entire Blue Waves continent. Above the city gate, in the midst of a howling gale, a tall figure who was wearing pitch-black battle armor was standing motionless as if a mountain. General Betang, we finished counting the casualties. From our army, 250 men died in action, 86 are severely injured and 658 are lightly injured. As for the enemy troops, 1,100 died, 2,800 become prisoners and 100 people fled without leaving any traces. A youth wearing a battle armor, who seemed to be around 16-17 in age, came over and gave his report of the battle to this mountain-like figure, after offering a military salute. Batangu turned around. This time, she had led 2,000 elites of the Unparalleled Battalion in the attack on this second-tier city. She employed a stratagem to deceive and open the city gates, which led to the successful capture of this city. This youth was the younger brother of Nangong Xiangyan, Long Yi's brother-in-law. Nangong knew he had grown taller and became a lot stronger. Even though he was only 14 years old, he currently looked like a mature handsome youth. The training he had done within the military camp had undoubtedly played a vital role in this. Originally, Lady Nangong had refused to let Nangong Nu participate in the war, but this kid sneaked out of his residence and went through many different battles since then. Moreover, he had beheaded several hundreds of enemy soldiers and officers. Currently, his reputation among the big legions of Violent Dragon Empire was extremely good, and his name had spread far and wide. Very good. Order the pickets to strengthen the patrol. If any soldier violates military discipline, immediately behead them. No questions asked. Also, order the logistic teams to properly work on quelling common people. As for those prisoners, they still have their uses. A hint of a grim smile appeared on the face of Batangu which involuntarily made Nangong Nu shudder. He naturally knew that these prisoners will be used as free labor, and during the next campaign, they will be made into cannon fodder as they were assigned to the front lines to charge headfirst at the enemy. The fame of the Unparalleled Battalion had spread far and wide, but the person with the highest fame within the battalion wasn't Tyrant Bear. Instead, it was the female General Batangu. Her train of thought was already opened wide thanks to Long Yi's guidance, and now, her stratagems were no longer stiff. Adding on to her amazing stratagems, she had an ice-cold attitude just like the god of slaughter who came from the depths of hell. It can be said that the overwhelming majority of the current military success of the Unparalleled Battalion were directly linked to her. My husband, just look at me. I will definitely make your Unparalleled Battalion stand at the very peak of this Blue Waves continent, and you will stand at the peak. You'll be able to look down on the entire continent. The expression of Batangu suddenly softened and a hint of yearning flashed in her eyes. This female general, who was reeking with blood and emitting killing intent just a moment ago, instantly changed into a dainty and delicate girl. Unfortunately, no one was there to see this scene. Inside Lightning God Forbidden Area, Wang was in the process of narrating the legend and everyone were listening attentively. According to Wang, there is a divine world above this mortal world. The gods who were in the divine world stood tall, and were watching over all living creatures in the mortal world. There are 7 main gods in divine world. Individually, they were the light god, dark god, wind god, fire god, lightning god, water god and earth god. Among them, the light god served as the leader of the 7 main gods. All of the gods propagated faith in the human world. But after millions of years, only the light church and the dark church had an inheritance in the human world. Legends have it that the light god and dark god were completely incompatible with each other. As such, the people in the human world who had faith in either of these 2 gods opposed each other. Beneath the 7 main gods, the ranks were subdivided into first-tier god, second-tier god and third-tier god, forming a strict hierarchy among them. The violent god was an outstanding figure among first-tier gods. His actual strength was almost comparable to the strength of the main gods. Later, his divine soul was somehow severed and his divine body changed into nothingness. However, his divine soul was sealed in his weapon, Greenstone Rule. Later, the city lord of Holy City, that is the father of Wang, obtained it, but he was never able to find a way to unseal it. After some time, he tossed it into his treasure house, no longer bothering with it. Beyond everyone's expectations, Barbarian Bull managed to obtain this Greenstone Rule after several thousand years. This Greenstone Rule recognized Barbarian Bull as its master with only a drop of his blood. This method is nothing special, Long Yi said, dripping a drop of blood to be recognized as its master. My father had thought of that method long ago. However, after trying many times, he was still unable to successfully bind this weapon. As for why Barbarian Bull was able to accomplish this in one go, the only explanation was that fate had a part to play in it. Wang shook her head and said, "Big sister Wang, have you seen the gods?" Nellen Ryuayu asked with curiosity. Wang shook her head and answered, "Nope, but in the shrine in our holy city, the statues of all 7 main gods were enshrined and worshipped. It is said that Holy City was built by the light god." Then what exactly happened to Holy City? Was it truly cursed by the dark god? Long Yi asked. I don't know, but there is no doubt that the residents of Holy City had been affected by the dark curse. Wang sighed and intense hatred flashed in her eyes. Long Yi reached out his hand and grabbed Wang's ice-cold hands, gently transmitting his warmth and energy to her. Wang hid the hatred flashing in her eyes, and when she saw Long Yi's concerned gaze, she slowly smiled. Suddenly, the sun and moon became lusterless. When they saw her smile, even Nellen Ryuayu, who was a girl, was stunned by her smile. A smiling big sister Wang is so beautiful, Nellen Ryuayu absent-mindedly said. Although she was also counted as one of the greatest beauty in Blue Wave's continent, her temperament was far from a match for Wang. Even though her looks were a notch above Wang's, the both of them were extremely different in the way they act. Long Yi came back to his senses and with a soft voice, he whispered to Wang, "Wang, from now on, only smile in front of me. Look, even Ryuayu is charmed by your smile." Wang rolled her eyes suddenly, making Long Yi shiver like an intoxicated toad. "We should prepare to enter now, before it becomes dark again and the evil aura grows stronger," Wang reminded the group. As soon as the main issue was mentioned, all 3 people sobered up completely. They were still in a dangerous situation. Moreover, they had the premonition that the further they went, the more danger they would be in. After all the preparation was completed, Nellen Ryuayu used Holy Light Guard magic on herself, Barbarian Bull and Wang. As for Long Yi, he didn't need it. Due to the fact that he was a necromancer, the death chi shouldn't affect him. The group, which consisted of the 4 of them and 3 god beasts, entered the death space ahead of them. Evil and gloomy chi blew right against their faces, which made them shiver involuntarily. Although they came from a place where the sun was blazing, they were unable to see even a glimpse of the giant fireball in the sky. When they looked up at the sky, darkness greeted them. As for the sun, they could vaguely see a round shadow hanging in the middle of the dark sky. "Silver-armored corpse king?" Nellen Ryuayu suddenly exclaimed. In front of them were undead creatures which numbered more than 10 rushing towards them. and they looked just like silver-armored corpse King Long Yi had summoned before. Undead creatures which belonged to different space actually existed here, not to mention that they were only at the edge of this death space. Naturally, even though there were more than 10 silver-armored corpse kings rushing towards them, there was really no threat to the group. Just a few silver-armored corpse kings could easily be dealt with. However, there was another problem. After entering this space, they discovered that the death chi unexpectedly had another property. Not only could the death chi erode humans, it was also able to erode spirit power. Currently, this wasn't a huge problem, but what about in the long run? Who knew how big this death space was? What if they were trapped in here for a long time? No one is to move. As far as possible, try to stop moving. We will rush through this death space without wasting spirit power. Long Yi said to the others. Long Yi sensed that the death chi was able to erode spirit power at a quicker rate than made any movements. Moreover, this death chi was able to ignore any barrier, which made setting up barriers useless. Long Yi summoned the 18 super skeletons as undead creatures were unaffected by the death chi in this place. Moreover, these 18 super skeletons were able to absorb dark power possessed by other undead creatures to increase their own strength. Long Yi looked into the distance and understood that this space was a world of the extra-dimensional corpse kings. Everywhere in front of him, there were copper-armored corpse kings, silver-armored corpse kings, and also even more powerful golden-armored corpse kings. There were innumerable corpse kings, so it was impossible to bypass them all. Maybe they could fly past them, as corpse kings didn't have the ability to fly. Long Yi immediately casted soaring magic as he wanted to try flying past the corpse kings. However, in this death space, Long Yi was only able to fly to an altitude of 10 meters. There was a peculiar power pushing Long Yi down the whole time he was in the air, so he knew that flying past the corpse kings was not possible. Long Yi knew that if silver-armored corpse kings were to spare no effort to jump into the air, they would definitely be able to reach Long Yi in the air. In other words, even if they tried to fly over the corpse kings, the silver-armored corpse kings and golden-armored corpse kings would be able to attack them. Not to mention that Nellen Ryu's float magic wouldn't be able to sustain flight for long periods of time. If they were to consider the death chi all around them, their spirit power would be sapped dry before they could fly across the corpse kings. Without spirit power, it would be even harder for them to cross this place. Long Yi used the 18 super skeletons to open up a path ahead of them, and the 3 god beasts kept an eye on both sides. Long Yi himself would protect Nellen Ryu and the others in the middle while they crossed. He had to admit that the perception of a golden-armored corpse king was extremely frightening. Long Yi and other had just taken 2 steps forward, and 2 golden-armored corpse kings immediately started roaring. In an instant, several hundred copper-armored corpse kings and silver-armored corpse kings rushed towards them and started a violent battle with the 18 super skeletons. Long Tu danced in the air with the death scythe, and after a red light flashed in the air several times, limbs belonging to dozens of copper-armored corpse kings were cut off. When Long Yi was in the Mi Principality's library, he had once let the 18 skeletons battle against 3 silver-armored corpse kings at the same time. At that time, only Long Tu was able to match a silver-armored corpse king in battle. The other 17 skeletons were only able to take on the other 2 silver-armored corpse kings by working together. However, at this point in time, the 18 skeletons had evolved and were far stronger than before. On the extreme Yin Day, they had absorbed the dark power of countless undead creatures, vastly increasing their strength. Moreover, Long Tu had developed its own consciousness already, which greatly boosted the skeleton's attack power. Now, each super skeleton was fighting against several silver-armored corpse kings by themselves, and as for Long Tu, it was fighting against a golden-armored corpse king evenly. The Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast also joined the battlefield. The Fire Kylan's holy fire instantly turned several corpse kings into ashes, and even though Violent Lightning Beast's forbidden magic spell was severely weakened in this place, it was sufficient to deal with these corpse kings. Several hundreds of corpse kings instantly perished under the onslaught of Long Yi's team, but the few golden armored corpse kings in the distance roared again. As soon as they roared, countless corpse kings rushed over from the surrounding area and the savage battle started again. A golden armored corpse king's incomparably hard claw actually pierced through the black bone armor of Long Tu. As soon as the claw pierced through Long Tu, a red light appeared in the pitch-black eye sockets on Long Tu's skull. After the red light flashed in its eye sockets, Long Tu's death scythe slashed the golden armored corpse king's head from the back. Along with a shriek from the golden armored corpse king, a dense black chi came out of its wound. This dense black chi was completely absorbed by Long Tu. In moments, this golden armored corpse king dried up and the claw which pierced through Long Tu fell to the ground with a thud. Just when Long Yi was about to go up to Long Tu to fix its broken bones, he saw a black mist being emitted from Long Tu's broken bones. In the blink of an eye, the bones which were broken restored itself to its original state. Long Tu went through another evolution, which greatly surprised Long Yi. Occasionally, Long Yi would behead a few corpse kings which managed to avoid the 18 super skeletons. However, his gaze was fixed on the nearest golden armored corpse king. After he saw that the golden armored corpse kings were able to order silver armored corpse kings and copper armored corpse kings, he suddenly had a thought. If he were to use extra-dimensional undead summoning magic to summon a golden armored corpse king, would they be able to easily pass through the corpse king's territory? Chapter 359. The more Long Yi thought about it, the more he felt this method was feasible. In this place, there were no less than 10,000 corpse kings, so even if they wanted to kill all of them, their hand would go limp with exhaustion before they were able to. Moreover, in this death space, the longer they stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, the most important matter was to leave this place as quickly as possible. Long Yi no longer hesitated. He directly rushed towards the distant golden armored corpse king, and a wisp of powerful true chi made a slick curve and shot at the back of the golden armored corpse king's head. Since Long Yi was observing the battle between Long Tu and another golden armored corpse king, he was able to determine the weak point of the golden armored corpse kings. Attacking the back of its head seemed to be the best choice. However, this golden armored corpse king's reaction wasn't slow in the least. Seeing a human charging towards it, it immediately counterattacked. Its claw, which was glowing with golden light, advanced towards the chest of Long Yi. After seeing what the claw of a golden armored corpse king could do to Long Tu even with its bone armor, Long Yi instantly dodged to the side in order to avoid the terrifying claw flying at him. The moment he dodged, his true chi attack shot through the back of the golden armored corpse king. Along with a clang, the sound of metal colliding against metal, the golden armored corpse king unexpectedly staggered a few steps. After Long Yi's attack hit, a 2 inches deep wound appeared on the back of the golden armored corpse king. However, for the golden armored corpse king, this small injury was nothing. Long Yi was speechless. If he were to rank this golden armored corpse king according to the ranking of magical beasts, based on its strength alone, it would be classified as an SS-ranked magical beast. Not giving much time for Long Yi to be surprised, the golden armored corpse king quickly turned around and instantly spat out a mouthful of dense green fog towards Long Yi. Changing into a beam of golden light, the golden armored corpse king rushed towards Long Yi, who was in the midst of escaping from the green fog. Long Yi knew that this dense green fog was most probably corpse poison, and he didn't want to test how terrifying the corpse poison of a golden armored corpse king was. Instantly, Long Yi casted a barrier spell to isolate this corpse poison. However, just a moment later, the golden armored corpse king's head smashed into Long Yi's barrier. The barrier rippled violently, and was nearly broken from the impact. Long Yi didn't dare to be careless, so he immediately chanted an obscure incantation as his eyes shone with divine light. Then, his strong power trapped the golden armored corpse king. The golden armored corpse king violently struggled, and several minutes later, its struggle slowly weakened as Long Yi's incantation became even sharper. Finally, The stiff body of the golden armored corpse king trembled. The spirit power seal casted by Long Yi suddenly entered into the space between its eyes, giving rise to a spirit connection between them. As soon as the spirit connection was made, this golden armored corpse king fell under Long Yi's command. Long Yi proudly laughed and used his thoughts to command this golden armored corpse king to make the silver armored corpse kings and copper armored corpse kings in the surrounding area stand still. As soon as the corpse kings stood still, Long Yi commanded the 18 super skeletons to absorb the corpse king's power. In a few moments, the path ahead of the group became unobstructed. Long Yi obtained 2 additional golden armored corpse kings and he nearly made the entire population of corpse kings in the area extinct. Among these 10,000 corpse kings, there were only 20 golden armored corpse kings that were scattered throughout the area. Fortunately for Long Yi and the rest, if the golden armored corpse kings were to stick close to each other, they would really be in trouble. Among these 20 golden armored corpse kings, other than 3 which were controlled by Long Yi, the other 17 were killed by Long Tu. The huge amount of dark magic power possessed by the 17 golden armored corpse kings were completely absorbed by Long Tu. After traveling with 3 golden armored corpse kings protecting them, by the time the shadow-like sun disappeared from the gray sky, the group of 4 had already reached the end of the territory of corpse kings. As soon as the sun disappeared from the sky, the dark mist inside the death space began surging and rolling. Finally, even that little bit of faint light which was illuminating the death space disappeared. The entire world turned into darkness, and even with Long Yi's night vision, he was only able to see the silhouettes ahead of him. Long Yi, should we stay here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow, or do we keep going? Wang asked Long Yi. It was not surprising for her to ask such question. In the nighttime, the death chi inside this death space was several times more powerful compared to the daytime, and this gloomy and cold death chi was gradually nibbling away at their spirit power. Long Yi frowned and asked after thinking for a bit, "Can you guys keep going?" Barbarian Bull brandished the greenstone rule in his hand and bellowed, "Of course I can. Not to mention that I didn't get to fight the corpse kings. Now, my hands and legs are itching to do something. Naturally, I can continue. I have no problem with continuing as well, my husband." Nellen Ryuayu said from the other side of Long Yi, "I have no objection as well. We are about to enter the dense forest in front of us anyway. Who knows if the forest would be illuminated in the morning? What if the dense canopy blocks off all the light? We might as well not waste time and enter now." Wang said, "Since there is no objection, we will carry on with our journey. Anyway, this place is not suited for long periods of habitation. We should leave this place as quickly as possible. If not, we may be in big trouble." Long Yi explained. The 4 people reached a consensus, and began to grope about in the darkness while walking forward. For their safety, they didn't use illumination magic or fireball magic to illuminate their path in fear that fire or light might attract all undead creatures in the forest. Their guess was that the creatures which lived in the deeper areas of the death space were stronger than the corpse kings they met when they just arrived. As such, they decided to be cautious when moving forward. Stepping on dead leaves, they walked a segment of the path. Along the way, Long Yi had a sense of unease in his heart. The 3 god beasts following behind him were restless throughout the journey, which piled on to Long Yi's discomfort. "Long Yi, I have a bad feeling about this place. Don't you feel as though many eyes are staring at us?" Wang whispered to Long Yi. "I have the same feeling as you, and my spirit sense is very chaotic. I am able to sense that this place is desolate and uninhabited, but there are moments when I can feel as though there are living creatures all around us." Long Yi made a wry smile and said he knew that death chi was able to cause all kinds of negative feelings to be induced in people: fear, over-suspicion, bloodthirst, thought of killing. These were just a few negative feelings death chi could induce in people. Nilan Ryuayu gripped Long Yi's hands tightly and squeezed, as she was extremely nervous in her heart. All of a sudden, the fire Kylan which was walking at the side roared. A burst of flames covered its entire body with fire, and it spat Kylan holy fire towards a towering tree beside it. The flames which covered the fire Kylan illuminated the area. Everyone was able to see that the fire Kylan was bound by several thick tree vines. As soon as the Kylan holy fire came into contact with the tree vines were burned to ashes. Looking up, Long Yi managed to catch a glimpse of the tree where the tree vines originated from. Surprisingly, the tree had human-like facial features on its trunk. He also managed to see that when the Kylan holy fire was about to hit it, it actually escaped into the forest, leaving after images in its wake. Nevertheless, it let out a series of painful screams as it was apparently burned by the Kylan holy fire. "What is that monster?" Nalan Ryuayu asked in surprise. "If my guess isn't wrong, then that should be a tree demon. It is a kind of unusual creature which belongs to the undead world from another space. It should have a certain level of wisdom. Seems like we entered into the tree demon's territory." Long Yi answered. After explaining what he just saw to the rest, he no longer hesitated. Casting several fireball magic, Long Yi made a few fireballs float above the group of four. Long Yi wanted to light up the area so they wouldn't be ambushed by the tree demons again, as he suspected that there might be tree demons all around them. In the manual of the extra-dimensional undead summoning magic given to him by Fingling, there was only a rough description of the tree demon. This was because this kind of undead world's creatures which belonged to a different space couldn't be summoned. This made Long Yi sure that this death space was similar to the undead world from another space. If they were to encounter the most terrifying existence from said space, the three-headed demonic dragon, it would be extremely troublesome. Long Yi shook his head. There was still the problem of the tree demons ahead of him. Why was he thinking so far ahead? From out of nowhere, a column of flames burst out from the ground. Several sad and shrill sounds followed the explosion and disappeared in the next moment. No need to fear. It was the tree demon that made a surprise attack on the fire Kylan just a moment ago. Kylan holy fire can not only burn down tangible objects, it can also burn the incorporeal soul. Once something is burned by the Kylan holy fire, it will be extremely difficult to extinguish it. Long Yi assured Nalan Ryuayu as he patted her little hands. Taking precaution from the tree demon's attack, Long Yi began to cut down all the trees around them to clear out a path. He certainly didn't know anything about the abilities of the tree demons, but it was precisely because he didn't know their abilities that he became even more cautious. They were able to advance for roughly 10 li before Long Yi felt as though there were shadows swaying in their surroundings. Currently, they were standing in an empty spot where there was nothing around them. Within the radius of 10 meters, the group was unable to feel any living things except for the other members of their group. However, there were rows of thickly dotted tree demons surrounding them in all directions outside the 10-meter radius. There was a pair of eyes on the tree trunk of every tree demon, and now, they were emitting bewitching red light. "Boss, we are surrounded," Barbarian Bull excitedly said while grabbing his greenstone rule, and he emitted a bloody killing intent. Long Yi rolled his eyes. This bullhead, "We are surrounded," but he is actually so excited. Seems like this bull was a battle maniac deep down to his bones. From the very beginning, Long Yi saw that the tree demon was exterminated by the Kylan holy fire. As such, he guessed that the tree demons feared fire, which was why Long Yi intentionally only allowed the fire Kylan to attack. Although the raging flames jade wasn't used, the attack power of the fire Kylan was still not to be underestimated. It roared loudly and changed into its true form before using the Kylan holy fire. As if flame spears, the Kylan holy fire swept all around, incinerating everything in its path. The blazing heat burned even the air, and the entire space appeared as if it was burning. As for those tree demons, they seemed to have made their preparations. Several dozens of tree demons changed their form, as their big trunk suddenly blew open. Layer after layers of gloomy and cold death chi piled up in front of them, blocking the Kylan holy fire from the fire Kylan. It even bound the fire Kylan, causing it to be unable to get away. After using the life of several dozen tree demons to tie up the fire Kylan, the blood-red eyes of the remaining tree demons shot out a red light. Thousands of lights flocked together, as it charged towards Long Yi's group of 4. At that time, a layer of misty cold chi shrouded everyone. This cold chi was moving about as if it had a life, forming a huge vortex. This, however, was a divine-level defense magic casted by Wang, spinning ice wall. Sounds of explosions resounded, as those blood-red light beams hit on this spinning ice wall. One beam after another was reflected after it hit the wall, and several hundreds of tree demons screamed as they changed into smoke and dissipated. This was far from being enough. The number of tree demons were far beyond the imaginations of Long Yi and the others. Wang would definitely not be able to maintain this spinning ice wall for long. Is this spinning ice wall? Long Yi's eyes shone as he recalled that the necklace which held the spinning ice wall magic was sealed. It was given to him by that mysterious female sword saint when he was at Mi Holy Magic Academy. No need to worry, I'll help hold off these tree demons. Since there is no other way, Wang, prepare your most powerful attack magic spell. Long Yi took out that necklace from inside his space ring and said to Wang, Chapter 360. A lustrous and transparent light circulated around the necklace where spinning ice wall was sealed, and an enormous amount of water magic elements gushed out from it. The second Wang's spinning ice wall disappeared. The spinning ice wall spell sealed in the necklace instantly formed. The new spinning ice wall managed to hold out against the tree demon's attack and defended the group of 4. Wang held on to her ice magic staff and her lotus-like mouth began to rapidly chant an obscure incantation. As she chanted, the ice magic staff began to emit a dazzling blue light, and water magic elements in the atmosphere began to condense at an insane speed. Although this place was a death space and majority of magic elements in the atmosphere were dark magic elements, the other magic elements present in the atmosphere wasn't thin at all. It was definitely possible to cast a divine-ranked magic attack. The only problem was that it might take a long time to prepare the magic spell. The tree demons began to attack in a frenzy after sensing the strong pressure emitted by Wang's spell. At the same time, countless tree vines rushed towards the group and began to encircle the space within the radius of 10 meters around them. The tree demons were attempting to isolate the gathered magic elements in the atmosphere in order to prevent Wang from successfully completing her spell. Since Long Yi's spinning ice wall was a sealed magic when compared to the spinning ice magic casted directly by Wang, it was certainly weaker. After withstanding the attacks from the tree demons for several minutes, Long Yi's spinning ice wall was threatening to collapse at any moment. From behind the spinning ice wall, Long Yi managed to see what the tree demons were doing. Seeing as they were using their tree vines in order to isolate the magic elements in the atmosphere, Long Yi started to become anxious. To cast a divine-ranked attack magic, a massive amount of magic elements were required. Wang's spell didn't seem as though it had gathered enough magic elements to unleash the true power behind the spell yet. As such, Long Yi decided that they had to buy some time in order for Wang to complete her spell. Barbarian Bull, smash these tree vines for me. Long Yi shouted loudly. Barbarian Bull grunted in acknowledgement as his mountain-like body soared in the air. Holding greenstone rule with both his hands, he roared as he smashed it down towards the net of tree vines surrounding them. A domineering air swept out in this narrow and small space as greenstone rule emitted a green radiance when it came into contact with the tree vines. Long Yi and Nellen Ryu were watching Barbarian Bull closely when he smashed greenstone rule against the tree vines. They saw Barbarian Bull scowl like a god of slaughter, and a divine light circulated in his arms. In an instant, the tip of greenstone rule enlarged by 10 times, stirring the air to form a vortex as it smashed down on the tree vines. Bang! The ground trembled and the dense mess of tree vines shook under the impact from greenstone rule. As for Barbarian Bull, as if an artillery shell, he rebounded into the ground after hitting the vines, creating a crater on the ground. Barbarian Bull remained unharmed. The net of tree vines in the sky slowly stopped trembling, then with a caw-caw sound, a hole appeared where Barbarian Bull unceremoniously smashed greenstone rule. With his hole as the center, Cracks started spreading out as the net of tree vines began to collapse. Wang began to chant faster and faster, and her ice magic staff also shone brighter and brighter. As Wang's spell gathered more power, Long Yi's spinning ice wall was shrinking and was beginning to dissipate. Despite the changes to their spell, the attacks from the tree demons were unrelentless as they continued to strike at the spinning ice wall, protecting the group of four. At the most critical moment, Wang suddenly opened her eyes, with a beam of lustrous and transparent light circulating in her pupils. Wang shouted, "Water God Domain!" A blue light shot out of Wang's staff. However, this blue light silently disappeared right after shooting out from Wang's staff, and there seemed to be no change at all. The tree demons finally managed to shatter the spinning ice wall, and their attack ceased as soon as the spinning ice wall was broken. Wang, what kind of magic is this Water God Domain? How come we sense nothing? Long Yi curiously asked Wang as he conveniently wiped the fragrant sweat off the forehead of Wang. Wang's beautiful face became slightly red, but she didn't avoid his hands as she replied him, "Water God Domain is a divine ranked attack domain. As long as I successfully cast it, every single life form within this domain would be under my control." "That's so. Doesn't this mean, if you want to kill me, then you can do so just by turning your hand over?" Long Yi shouted loudly. Wang rolled her eyes and said softly, "Even if I don't have this domain, do you think I cannot kill you?" Long Yi made a wry smile. Indeed, if they truly fought, then he truly wouldn't be able to defeat Wang. After achieving the magic god realm, a person would undergo a transformation. Not to mention the fact that Wang could use space magic, which made it harder for Long Yi to even touch her. "Well, I definitely can't beat you in a fight. However, it's not that easy for you to kill me as well," Long Yi retorted as he was unconvinced that Wang was able to easily kill him. Wang smiled faintly and her gaze looking towards Long Yi became gentle. This idiot. So what if she was stronger than him? Didn't she still suffer losses in his hands? Moreover, Long Yi had a monstrous innate talent. Surpassing her was only a matter of time. Long Yi was able to understand what Wang was thinking from the gentle look in Wang's eyes. In his heart, he was proud of himself as this woman who was stronger than him currently was still conquered by him. "Big sister Wang, then can you kill those tree demons now?" Seeing as Wang and Long Yi were exchanging flirting glances with each other, Ryu was somewhat upset. She decided to quickly interrupt them in case they got too far, and she instantly asked Wang to kill the tree demons in order to distract her. Wang nodded her head, then she waved the ice magic staff she was holding. Along with the flashes of lustrous and transparent light coming from the staff, head-sized hailstones started raining down on this entire space. These hailstones smashed the tree demons into mush as it rained down from above. Shortly afterwards, a cold chi began to rise as it changed the entire world into a world of snow and ice. A gale started soon enough, and all of the tree demons were shivering all over. However, the tree demons' nightmare had just begun. The sky suddenly cracked open, and as if water bursting through a dam, torrents of water crashed down, creating waves more than 10 meters in height. At this moment, Barbarian Bull climbed out of the crater with a still dizzy head. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help crying out loudly with great surprise. After Wang casted the divine ranked magic and ended the battle, what was he supposed to do? Long Yi and Ryu looked at each other, gasping with astonishment. Looking at Wang, who seemed to have no change in her expression after casting this divine ranked spell, they assumed that she was confident that the spell would wipe the tree demons out. Sure enough, when the floodwater arrived 10 meters away from them, it appeared as though it slammed into a cliff. The waves rolled back, but the entire world changed into a vast ocean. In the middle of this newly created ocean, whirlpools formed and began to suck away at the tree demons, blocking their path. "It seems like we will be able to pass through the territory of the tree demons very soon. I wonder what kind of powerful monsters are there in the front?" Ryu muttered. Long Yi was startled. Yes, He was afraid that they would bump into other even more powerful extra-dimensional undead creatures as they continued moving forward. When they actually met the stronger creatures, how much more effort would they need to deal with those creatures? Long Yi thought for a bit, and a light bulb suddenly appeared in his brain. Long Yi then hastily said, "Wash Wang, cancel the magic spell. Leave these tree demons alive." Wash Wang didn't ask why. A light flashed in her hands, and the surging water instantly disappeared without a trace. By the time Wash Wang cancelled the spell, less than half of the tree demons remained. Even if the tree demons lived, they were barely considered alive after being assaulted by a divine-ranked spell. Tree demons had a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, all the tree demons in this tree demon forest were under the leadership of a tree demon king. After considering that the tree demons had the ability to move quickly in this forest, if they were to control the tree demon king, wouldn't they be able to safely cross the death space? If they controlled the tree demon king, they would receive the protection of all the tree demons, and passing through the territory of the other extra-dimensional undead creatures would be as easy as blowing dust. Long Yi thought about this in his heart. In fact, his plan which he crafted in his head just a moment ago wasn't mere fantasy. Although extra-dimensional undead creatures were powerful, only the tiny minority possessed intelligence, not to mention that even if they managed to find undead creatures with a bit of intelligence, these creatures wouldn't have the ability to think logically. After Long Yi expressed these thoughts, the eyes of Wash Wang shone. She clearly thought that this plan was feasible. Inside Wash Wang's domain, she quickly located the tree demon king, who was hidden among numerous tree demons. Unexpectedly, this tree demon king looked just like a tree sapling, completely different from what the group expected. They had imagined that the tree demon king would certainly have more powerful stature compared to ordinary tree demons, but to their surprise, the appearance of the tree demon king was completely opposite of what they were thinking of. The surprising thing was that the tree demon king didn't have any attacking abilities. The one aspect which made it king was that it had an extremely high intelligence, higher than all of the other tree demons. Not only was it able to converse fluently with Wash Wang, its thinking process was extremely developed. Looking at the thought it had when conversing with Wash Wang, being within Wash Wang's water god domain, the tree demon king basically didn't have any choice. It obediently agreed to protect them to pass through the territories of other extra-dimensional undead creatures. The group of four knew that they shouldn't waste time, especially inside this death space. As such, they immediately urged the tree demon king to order the thousands of tree demons to advance forward while protecting them. A hint of hazy shadow appeared in the sea of consciousness of Long Yi and said, "Brave child, your chance has come." Long Yi faltered for a moment when he heard the voice, but he was able to quickly regain his composure. He was irritated to see this old fellow always appearing and disappearing unpredictably within his body. So he said in irritation, "You didn't come out to help when we were in danger. Why on earth are you coming out now?" The shadow laughed and said, "Brave child, do you still not understand? For a person, dangerous situations are opportunities. As long as you resolve the dangers by yourself, you will be able to grow stronger." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders since he already knew this. No longer refuting this shadow, Long Yi asked, "Why did you say that my change is here?" "That tree demon king which you're looking at has a dark spirit crystal soul inside its body. After it outlived its usefulness, kill it and take its dark spirit crystal soul." The shadow laughed and said. A chill went down Long Yi's spine as he shuddered. Using his thoughts, Long Yi voiced his concern. "What use do I have for the dark spirit crystal soul?" After hearing what the shadow said, Long Yi paused for a second after asking his question. In an odd voice, Long Yi carried on with his questioning. "Old bastard, you are truly sinister and ruthless. Currently, aren't you also using me? After I have no use, will I also have the same ending as this tree demon king?" The shadow became silent for a moment and laughed again. "Our relationship consists of us using each other. Moreover, we are considered old friends already. Treating enemies and friends naturally cannot be mentioned in the same breath." Long Yi smiled. Although he didn't believe every word coming from this mysterious shadow, There was one thing Long Yi could be sure of. This mysterious shadow within his body definitely didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Even if the shadow truly used him, that was also not completely inexcusable. After all, the shadow had rescued him quite a few times already. If it was not for this shadow, then he might have already lost his life long ago. Fine, I believe you. Now talk about the uses of that dark spirit crystal soul. Long Yi inquired. Dark spirit crystal soul is something that can be discovered but not sought. Not every tree demon king can give birth to a dark spirit crystal soul. With this soul, not only can you increase your strength, you also improve the intelligence of that skeleton you have. That skeleton that developed its own consciousness. The shadow said. Long Yi couldn't deny that this was indeed a good opportunity. After Long Tu's strength and intelligence increased again, he was curious what kind of transformation Long Tu would undergo. Now, its current strength was already equivalent to SS-ranked magical beasts. If it continued to increase its strength, wouldn't it reach the level of an SSS-ranked magical beast? Moreover, with the increase of its wisdom, perhaps, it might be able to chat with him to divert his attention when he was bored. That's good. I will take this dark spirit crystal soul. The corner of Long Yi's mouth curled up into an especially brilliant smile as he looked at the Tree Demon King, which was currently in the midst of the Tree Demons. Chapter 361, Beauty's Fellatio. Approximately a week later, under the protection of Tree Demons, Long Yi's group quickly passed through the territories guarded by several distinct extra-dimensional undead creatures. Among those undead creatures, there were bone dragons, extra-dimensional eagles and so on. Extra-dimensional undead creatures that were on the upper level of the pyramid could be seen everywhere in this death space. The dangers the group had faced this week couldn't be described in words. Both Long Yi's group of 4 and the Tree Demon King were working extremely hard, to the point where their bodies were trembling. Fortunately for them, these extra-dimensional undead creatures were lacking in wisdom even though they were strong. Besides, Tree demons were a special race within the forest. They didn't suffer many attacks from the other extra-dimensional undead creatures. Although they managed to avoid many battles, they were still exhausted nonetheless. One had to say that Long Yi's group of 4 had impressive luck. If not for the protection of the tree demons, it would be impossible for them to pass through the territories of the other extra-dimensional beasts with their strength alone. Not mentioning the death chi which originated from this death space. Several thousand bone dragons would have killed them several times over when they passed through their territory. It seems like it was better to use their brains to solve the problems instead of using brute force all the time. When the group was passing through the territory of the extra-dimensional eagles, the Tree Demon King refused to move forward. When Wang asked for the reason, the Tree Demon King answered that past the territory of the extra-dimensional eagles was the territory of the three-headed demonic dragon. It was the overlord of the entire extra-dimensional undead world. Not only was the three-headed demonic dragon extremely terrifying, it possessed a very high level of intelligence. Their small tricks might deceive other undead creatures, but if they wished to deceive that three-headed demonic dragon, then that undoubtedly was courting death. Hearing that the territory of the three-headed demonic dragon was in the front, Long Yi suddenly felt bitter in his heart. This death space truly had many first-class undead creatures from the extra-dimensional undead world assembled here. He had seen the description of the three-headed demonic dragon in the manual of extra-dimensional undead summoning magic. Its scales were too thick for swords or spears to pierce through, and it was basically immune to magic. Moreover, its casual death dragon breath was 30% more powerful than a forbidden magic spell. Even more than 10 magic gods or sword gods might not have a favorable outcome confronting this three-headed demonic dragon, not to mention Long Yi's group of 4 and their miserable strength compared to 10 magic gods. Long Yi, seems like this Tree Demon King is speaking the truth. Should we release them now? Wang turned to Long Yi and asked. When Wang asked Long Yi this question, he was merely 2 steps away from this Tree Demon King. Since the Tree Demon King had no attacking power and was refusing to move forward, Long Yi slowly approached the Tree Demon King. Release? Why should we release him? Long Yi smirked as his hand, as fast as lightning, pulled out Tree Demon King from inside the ground. Then he forcibly inserted an already prepared compressed lightning ball inside the tree trunk of this Tree Demon King before throwing it up in the sky. Along with the sound of explosions, lightning flashed. Before the Tree Demon King had the time to let out a scream, it was already blown into pieces. Before long, a diamond-shaped crystal which was emitting dark light was left floating in the sky. Long Yi immediately jumped up to catch the crystal. After the Tree Demon King was killed, the other tree demons didn't dare to stay any longer. All of them dispersed and instantly disappeared without a trace. Long Yi. You. Wang and Nellen Ryuayu stared at Long Yi started, and they were both speechless for a long time. Unlike Wang, Nellen Ryuayu had an expression of utter disappointment in Long Yi. Why on earth are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm cruel by killing the Tree Demon King? Seeing the expression on Nellen Ryuayu's face, Long Yi faintly asked. Could it be that even after several years, Nellen Ryuayu was still naive like before? Long Yi, did you kill Tree Demon King for this black crystal within its body? Wang asked. Long Yi nodded his head and said, yes, I need this crystal. Well, I was only surprised. Since its body had the thing you need, then killing it is also fine. Wang indifferently said. She didn't feel this was inappropriate. Even if a human died in front of her, she wouldn't even frown, let alone when it was a tree demon. Let's rest here for today. Although the three-headed demonic dragon is probably our last hurdle, it's also the most difficult hurdle to cross. Long Yi looked all around and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to pitch his tent where he was standing. Nellen Ryuayu was lost in her thoughts for a long time. After thinking for a long while, she walked over to Long Yi and asked aggrievedly, why on earth are you angry with me? I only thought that we should let the Tree Demon King go since it had helped us out all this while. It also didn't possess the ability to harm us, so why did you kill it? After pitching his tent, Long Yi turned around to face Nellen Ryuayu before explaining himself in a helpless voice. Ryuayu, you have a kind and benevolent heart. It is a good thing. But being kind and benevolent also depends on the situation. Although the Tree Demon King helped us, did it actually have the intention of helping us in the first place? No, it was helping us because its little life was held in our hands. If we didn't manage to subdue, we would all have already become the Tree Demon's fertilizers. Not to mention the fact that I need this dark spirit crystal soul within its body. It had to die no matter what. In this death space, all the things that are beneficial for us, we have to obtain them using fair means or foul. As for everything else that poses a threat to us, no matter how small, must be eliminated. Any element of uncertainty can lead to a fatal disaster. This is the law of survival. If you are able to understand, then that is naturally for the best. Everyone wants their woman to understand them. If you are unable to understand my actions, I'm unable to do anything about it. This is the type of person I am. You should rejoice that you still have a chance to select. Long Yi turned around and entered his tent, leaving behind a dumbfounded Nellen Ryuayu. Now, he was also very depressed in his heart. This girl was too good. She was too soft-hearted. He could tell she was so from that time when she came to Mi Principality to request for Fire Master Archmage Puzaiusi to prevent the war. The problem with this was that this kind of character was not too suitable for survival in turbulent days. However, in times of peace and prosperity, millions upon millions of people would definitely respect and admire such people. Long Yi is right. You are the princess of the Nellen Empire. You should know the concept of the weak are the prey of the strong from experience. Sometimes, blindly being kind-hearted can be called being ignorant. Wang's chilly voice came from the side. Nellen Ryuayu's entire body shook. From the start, Long Yi had already stated that the rules of this world were similar to the laws of the jungle. Didn't the Proud Moon Empire see the Nellen Empire as a weak existence? Wasn't the Proud Moon Empire ready to annex the Nellen Empire because it was too weak? Moreover, killing a tree demon that originally wanted to kill them was basically nothing. Why did she incur disagreement with her husband just because of this? In principle, if two people are unable to see eye to eye, They wouldn't be happy if they were to be married to each other. I think it's best if you two separate as early as possible. Wang also entered her tent after leaving behind such words. You. Nilan Ryuayu suddenly turned around, but she only saw the back view of Wang. After hearing what Wang said, she was about to explode from anger. Wang was clearly sowing discord between her and Long Yi. You want me to leave my husband? I'll definitely not let that happen. Who said that we are unable to see eye to eye? Killing a tree demon is nothing. Nilan Ryuayu muttered before stamping her legs. With an anxious heart, she scurried into Long Yi's tent, hoping she didn't disappoint him. In Wang's tent, a smile blossomed on Wang's face when she heard what Nilan Ryuayu said. Sitting cross-legged, she entered into a deep meditation, not bothering with Nilan Ryuayu any longer. Only God knew what those two were up to after this. Nilan Ryuayu entered Long Yi's tent and saw Long Yi half lying, half sitting on his big bed. He was browsing a book which was emitting a dark aura under the illumination of a magic lamp. My husband, I was wrong, don't get angry, okay? Nilan Ryuayu gently walked over to the bedside of Long Yi and said somewhat nervously. Long Yi slightly moved away the manual of extra-dimensional undead summoning magic he was studying. Then he motioned for her to sit beside him by patting the empty spot beside him. You aren't wrong. It is true that the way we think is different. However, although we don't agree with the other's ideology, this doesn't mean that one of us is right and the other is wrong. You don't need to apologize. Nilan Ryuayu climbed onto the bed, and hugging his arm and half leaning on his bosom, she said, the reason behind my apology is because my ideology is wrong in the situation we were in just now. Especially in this world that lacks peace and security, the way I think is completely wrong and will lead to many problems in the future. Not to mention that I didn't understand the meaning behind your actions. You must have felt heartbroken. Long Yi put away the book and warmly looked at Nilan Ryuayu. He caressed her fragrant shoulder with his hand, which was currently used as an arm pillow by Nilan Ryuayu, before asking, do you truly understand? Nilan Ryuayu's body couldn't help heating up when Long Yi's big hand caressed her, then she took the initiative to kiss Long Yi's lips. The four lips joined and two tongues teased each other without any signs of exhaustion. Moreover, Long Yi's wolf claws had already made a surprise attack on her two jade beaks, kneading and pinching before using all kinds of techniques on them. Nilan Ryuayu trembled and squirmed like a snake as her body reacted to Long Yi's teasing. However, their lips break contact, and as if sucking each other's tongue would make her feel better, Nilan Ryuayu sucked on his tongue as if her life depended on it. My husband, stop. Stop, I want to pee. Nilan Ryuayu spat out Long Yi's tongue as she breathed heavily. Long Yi was dumbfounded. For a split second, Long Yi was unable to respond to Nilan Ryuayu's request. However, a bad smile quickly appeared on his face. Reaching his hands into the space between her legs, he said, want to pee then pee. Your husband will not laugh at you. Nilan Ryuayu had already reached the critical point, and under Long Yi's teasing, her entire body trembled violently. Suddenly pushing up her waist, her tightly clamped legs collapsed. After issuing a long drawn-out scream, a warm current gushed out from her private part on Long Yi's hands. And after a satisfied sigh, Nilan Ryuayu collapsed in Long Yi's embrace, and she felt as if her soul flew out of her body and was fluttering in the sky. Her face was currently pink and she had a charming blush on her cheeks. Long Yi simply peeled off the clothes of Nilan Ryuayu and also shed off all of his clothing. Then two stark naked people hugged each other. Long Yi liked this kind of feeling of nothing separating them. He caressed the smooth back of Nilan Ryuayu, but his lower part however stood erect, wanting to mount and gallop to his heart's content. After a good while, Nilan Ryuayu came back to her senses from her lingering and lowering her head. She saw Long Yi's that angry little brother. She couldn't help but be breathless inwardly. She looked up and saw an expression of suffering on Long Yi's face. She couldn't help but feel heartache when she saw his suffering face. She reached out her little hand, which was covered with a sheen of fragrant sweat, and held Long Yi's burning hot little brother. Biting her lower lip, she said, "My husband, take me, I am still unsatisfied. Long Yi took a deep breath and slapped the Snow White of Nelinryu. He said with a smile, "Little lewd woman, your lust is truly unsatisfied. However, now is the most dangerous time. How can I take your virginity at this moment? Then, what should I do to make you feel better?" Nelinryu gently leaned closer towards Long Yi and asked. Long Yi looked at Nelinryu's cherry-shaped mouth with her red lips with white teeth. He found her little mouth extremely attractive, and an evil thought instantly flashed through his mind. "There is a way, but are you really willing to do it?" Long Yi said while guiding Nelinryu's little hand to move up and down on his. Nelinryu quickly became aware of his actions. "Willing. Whatever it is, I am willing." She was already doing such activities with Long Yi's little brother, so what else was she unwilling to do? Long Yi smirked and began to whisper his instructions to her. "Ah!" Nelinryu was so shocked that her jaw dropped. However, after remembering what Long Yi had just said to her, she quickly clamped her mouth shut. Nelinryu's face became even redder as she had never expected Long Yi to make such a shameless suggestion. "Oh, you're unwilling? Then forget it." Long Yi pretended to be a husband gazing into the distance and said, "No. No, I am willing." Nelinryu said in a flustered manner. Nelinryu took 2 deep breaths before kneeling down in front of Long Yi. Her snow-white buttocks rose into the air as her head began to slowly bend towards Long Yi's little brother. Long Yi moaned comfortably. This kind of treatment was indeed rare for Long Yi. Although Nelinryu wasn't proficient in doing these kinds of things, this unsmooth feeling made him even more excited. Moreover, whenever Long Yi thought of her status as the Light Church's saintess, his bestial blood would seethe with excitement. Just imagine a saintess sucking the thought would drive any man mad. Long Yi used his hands to bundle up Nelinryu's hair into a ponytail, which gave him full view of what she was currently doing with his. Looking clearly at how Nelinryu was taking care of his little brother with her mouth made the visual impact of the deed much more intense. After half an hour, the facial muscles and tongue of Nelinryu became somewhat numb after playing with Long Yi's for so long, and Long Yi began to feel a burst of strong. Shortly afterwards, he began to shoot his straight through her cherry lips. After letting everything out and cleaning themselves, both of them hugged each other as they lied down on the big bed. "Sorry, I wronged you just now." Long Yi felt bad for his previous actions. Nelinryu shook her head in Long Yi's embrace as she said, "Being able to satisfy you made me very happy. Not to mention, that kind of feeling was pretty good," Nelinryu meekly said as she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Long Yi while speaking. Long Yi simply smiled and caressed the jade beauty in his bosom without saying anything else. After a short while, Nelinryu quickly entered into a deep slumber, tired from all the action that took place earlier. Nelinryu slept soundly, but Wang certainly wasn't so well off. Although Long Yi wasn't overwhelmed with pleasure, the feeling he was getting when Nelinryu was playing with his certainly wasn't too far off. Due to the connection between her and Long Yi, that tide-like pleasure sensation passed through her without stopping. When she was finally unable to control herself, she had no choice but to sink her awareness into her sea of consciousness. The moment she did that, a hint of shadow emerged in Long Yi's sea of consciousness. Chapter 362. Three-headed demonic dragon. After quietly wearing his clothing, Long Yi got off the bed. After covering Nelinryu, who was sound asleep, with a quilt, he walked out of the tent. "Old bastard, are you peeping?" Long Yi asked in an angry voice. "GG, even if you let me see, I have no interest in these kinds of stuff. What's so good about 2 piles of shining white flesh? Your skeleton is far more pleasing to the eye." The shadow laughed and said, "You inhumane monster, could it be that you are a Bai?" Long Yi smirked and asked, "What is a Bai?" The shadow couldn't help but ask curiously. Its broken gong-like voice sounded inside Long Yi's mind as the shadow. "Bai is man and man, that." Long Yi explained with a strange expression on his face. It was as if Long Yi had already affirmed that this old fellow came down from Brokeback Mountain. Otherwise, Why would he not have any interest in that matter between men and women? Or maybe he had already grown so old that he couldn't do it anymore. Man and man, also no woman. Stop with your bullshit. Are you even serious about enhancing the strength of your skeleton? The shadow spoke halfway and suddenly changed the direction of the conversation. It was obviously not going to talk to Long Yi about relationships between two men. Of course, I want to enhance the strength of my skeleton, but how am I supposed to do that? Long Yi hastily answered. In order to pass through this death space, they had to get past the three-headed demonic dragon in front of them. Currently, enhancing Long Tu's strength would increase their chances of passing through this death space. Following the Shadow's instructions, Long Yi casted a barrier and isolated himself from the outside world. Only after ensuring that he definitely couldn't be disturbed did Long Yi summon the 18 super skeletons. Among these 18 super skeletons, other than the one holding the death scythe, the remaining 17 are only there to make up the numbers. It would be a good idea to merge the other 17 skeletons with the Dark Spirit Crystal Soul with the one super strong skeleton. The result would definitely be 100 times better without any drawbacks than just giving the Dark Spirit Crystal Soul to the super strong skeleton directly. The Shadow said. Merge these 18 super skeletons into one? Long Yi hesitated for a moment. These 18 super skeletons had accompanied him for a long time. Although only Long Tu had developed its own consciousness, he was still reluctant to part with the other 17. Sensing the thoughts in Long Yi's heart, the Shadow couldn't help but laugh. It began to console Long Yi. In any case, the others don't have their own consciousness anyway. Besides, it's not like they are all going to disappear, they are merely going to merge together and form a single skeleton. Long Yi nodded his head. What the Shadow said was also reasonable. After all, the other 17 skeletons are going to become part of Long Tu's body and not somewhere else. After he thought about this, Long Yi no longer hesitated and agreed to merge the 18 super skeletons together. Now I will teach you the dark condensed magic spell. This magic spell isn't difficult. Relying on your dark magic power, as long as you are not distracted, you will succeed. After the Shadow finished speaking, Long Yi felt as though his brain was swelling up as a stream of information rushed into his mind. As it turns out, this Shadow was unexpectedly using spirit power to directly brand a cultivation technique into his memory. After the transmission finished, the Shadow silently disappeared. Long Yi silently contemplated the magic spell passed on to him by the Shadow. When he opened his eyes, two deep and serene black lights was circulating around him. Long Yi muttered the incantations along with a hand gesture. Then the 17 super skeletons instantly began to revolve around Long Tu. Their speed got faster and faster, and gradually, they couldn't be seen clearly as they spun around Long Tu. Seeing as the time was ripe, Long Yi took out the Dark Spirit Crystal Soul from inside his space ring and tossed it towards the sky. Black Chi instantly rushed towards this Dark Spirit Crystal Soul and the crystal absorbed all of it. This Dark Spirit Crystal Soul stopped right above the head of Long Tu and a faint black mist began to flow out from inside it. This black mist began to revolve around Long Tu and the 17 super skeletons. The black mist gradually became denser and after several minutes, it completely enveloped the 18 super skeletons, forming a huge black vortex in the air. The Dark Spirit Crystal Soul floating in the air began to slowly shrink until it completely disappeared. Long Yi's entire body was also surrounded by a dark mist throughout the process, but he was unaffected by the dark mist as he continuously chanted the obscure incantation the Shadow gave him. Since the start, Long Yi's hands were frequently moving inside the dark mist as he chanted the incantation. Roughly after 4 hours, Long Yi slowed down his chanting speed before stopping altogether. Long Yi looked up and stared at the black vortex without blinking, waiting for the process to end. By this time, the pitch-black sky outside the barrier had already become dusky enough to see things. Looking up, one would be able to see the hazy sun in the sky. As soon as she woke up, Nellen Ryuayu looked around for Long Yi. Seeing as he wasn't in the tent, she immediately put on her clothes and hastily left the tent to look for him. After experiencing that lingering feeling last night, She didn't want to leave Long Yi for even a moment. As soon as she came out of the tent, she saw Wang also coming out of her tent. The two women looked at each other, and their beautiful faces simultaneously reddened, having a guilty conscience. "Where is Long Yi? Still not awake yet?" Wang collected herself and asked with an indifferent voice. As soon as she heard Long Yi's name, Nellen Ryuayu came back to her senses. Looking all around for him, she said, "When I woke up, I didn't see him. I have no idea where he went after." Wang slightly knitted her brows. Using her spirit power to scan the surroundings, she sensed magic fluctuation coming from a barrier spell not too far away from them. Leading the way, Wang brought Nellen Ryuayu to the place where she sensed magic fluctuation to look for Long Yi. Long Yi had set up a dark element barrier. Since this death space was basically overcast, the barrier looked like a shadow on the ground. If they didn't examine the place carefully, they wouldn't have found the barrier Long Yi set up. "He is inside the barrier. He's probably doing something important if he had to set up a barrier. We should just wait outside," Wang said, as a hint of worry flashed in her clear eyes. Inside the barrier, the black vortex was slowing down. The slower the vortex spun, the smaller the vortex became. Finally, the vortex completely stopped and a figure could be seen in the dark mist. Next, this dark mist became thin and a hazy shadow of the thing inside could be seen. The indistinctly visible figure was a head taller than Long Yi and this shadow held a blood scythe. This figure should be Long Tu. After the 17 super skeletons and the dark spirit crystal soul merged with it. When the dark mist completely dispersed, Long Tu became visible, which greatly surprised Long Yi. Long Tu, who had the same height as him previously, was currently a head taller than him. The dark bones which made up its body had changed into a suit of armor which possessed distinct bone lines, and the strangest thing was the 8 coarse bones protruding out of its back. 4 of them were on the left and the remaining 4 were on the right. Even on its formerly bare skull head, there was a helmet made from a piece of thick bone. The only thing that didn't change was the red light flashing in its pitch-black eye sockets. As for the death scythe in Long Tu's hands, it became twice as thick and the veins on the weapon were clearly visible. Moreover, that sharp red curved blade on its end emitted a bewitching halo. Long Yi was sure that this death scythe could cut off the throat of enemies with a light wave. What made Long Yi even more excited was, Long Tu emitted a huge amount of dark aura which was worlds apart before its transformation. If the dark aura it was giving off in the past was a lake, the dark aura it was currently giving out could be compared to the ocean. Seeing Long Tu's transformation, a cold sweat formed on Long Yi's face. If Long Tu were to betray him right now, Long Yi would definitely be unable to stop it. "Boss." A voice was heard in Long Yi's head as Long Tu sent its greeting. "Long Tu, how do you feel now?" Long Yi came back to his senses and asked. The wood was already made into a boat. What could he do by thinking so much? "Feeling? The death chi in this place is very heavy and very comfortable," Long Tu answered. "Long Tu, I am your boss. From now on you should always listen to me. Whatever this boss tells you to do, you should follow. Do you understand that?" Long Yi said to Long Tu while being happy and worried in his heart. "Boss." "Yes." Long Tu will always listen to boss. Whatever boss asks me to, Long Tu will definitely do. Long Tu repeated as if it was mesmerized by Long Yi's voice. Long Yi was startled. Could the consciousness of Long Tu that was just formed be like a blank piece of paper? Then can I condition him to behave the way I want? As he thought about this, Long Yi instilled thoughts which would benefit him into Long Tu's consciousness. The most important thought he instilled was it should listen to his words and follow his commands without any objection. After completing the evolution of Long Tu, Long Yi thought about testing its strength. He waved his hand to remove the barrier and saw Wang, Nellen Ryuayu and Barbarian Bull waiting outside the barrier. "My husband, you finally came out." Nellen Ryuayu happily ran towards Long Yi, but only after she took a few steps, she saw a sudden appearance of a tall and strange skeleton in front of Long Yi. Inside its pitch-black eye sockets, a red light that could seize the soul of people was flashing. "Ah!" Nellen Ryu was startled and subconsciously used holy light magic. A soft light shrouded Long Tu but didn't manage to damage him in the slightest. Without reacting to the holy light magic, its body merely flashed with black light, then that milky white holy light disappeared without a trace. Long Tu, don't be rude. You must remember that these people are the people dearest to me. Treat them like how you would treat me. Do you understand? Long Yi hit Long Tu's head and said. Long Tu nodded its head before walking behind Long Yi by itself. In the meantime, it used its thoughts to explain the matter to Wang and the others, which resulted in them looking at each other in blank dismay. Long Yi, is he truly conscious? No. Does it have a logical thinking ability? Wang asked in surprise. Conscious didn't represent having a logical thinking ability only. At this moment, Long Tu seemed to have logical thinking ability, although that was merely at the level of a 3-year-old child. Yes, I used a magic called Dark Condensed Magic to merge Dark Spirit Crystal Soul and all the remaining 17 super skeletons with Long Tu, creating this current Long Tu. Long Yi said as he was rather proud of himself. But, how could skeleton think logically? Nellen Ryu still didn't dare to believe what she was seeing and questioned Long Yi. Everything is possible. Long Tu, go and use your strongest attack to show us your strength. Long Yi grinned and said, no, this place is too close to the territory of the three-headed demonic dragon, and behind us is the territory of the extra-dimensional eagles. I am sure that the attack of Long Tu will definitely be more powerful than a forbidden magic spell. And if that alarmed both sides, then what should we do? Wang hastily yelled for Long Tu to stop. Long Yi hit his own head and stopped Long Tu. It seems he was too complacent. If Long Tu used its attack that was more powerful than a forbidden magic spell, then it would definitely alarm the three-headed demonic dragon as well as those extra-dimensional eagles not far away from them. At that time, being attacked by enemies from both sides, no matter how powerful Long Tu was, it would be unable to hang on. After discussion, 4 people, 3 beasts and 1 skeleton completely retracted their aura and entered the territory of the three-headed demonic dragon. Not long after entering, 4 of them saw a small valley ahead of them. In the small valley, black plants were thinly scattered and the ground had a thick layer of incomplete limbs and broken bones which made the entire small valley appear even more ghastly. Due to the limitation of their eyesight, Long Yi's group of 4 were unable to see far away. However, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that this was a narrow valley. Perhaps, the three-headed demonic dragon was already aware of their existence as soon as they stepped into its territory. Looking at the reaction of the Tree Demon King, they could guess that this three-headed demonic dragon should possess a terrifying sensing ability. Are we going in? Wang asked. Subconsciously, Long Yi had already become her pillar of support. She was following Long Yi's decisions and had no objections to them. Not to mention Nellen Ryu and Barbarian Bull who had long seen Long Yi as their decision-maker. Do we have a route of retreat? Of course, we are going in. Whether we die or live, we should go all out. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed appearance on his face, but only God knew the anxiousness in his heart. The 4 people nodded their head and slowly entered this hell-like ghastly valley. But even after walking for a good while, they didn't hear the expected roar of the three-headed demonic dragon. Not mentioning the three-headed demonic dragon, they didn't even sense any other life forms other than themselves in the valley. It was as if there were no living creatures in this valley. Although the three-headed demonic dragon didn't appear, the 4 people didn't dare to slacken. Instead of feeling happy that they hadn't seen the three-headed demonic dragon, their nerves became even more taut as they expected the three-headed demonic dragon to appear anytime. Three-headed demonic dragon. Everyone, be careful. At this time, Long Yi suddenly exclaimed. In front of them, he saw a huge shadow stopping their path. Everyone immediately entered a battle-ready state. As for Wang and Nellen Ryu, they began to chant incantations to their magic spells. Stop, stop, something is fishy. Isn't his three-headed demonic dragon not moving? Long Yi waved his hand to stop the rest. Turning his head to look at this city wall-like huge big fellow of this valley, he saw that the three huge heads were lying to one side with all of its 6 eyes shut. "It's resting." A voice resounded in Long Yi's mind. It was Long Tu who came to a conclusion as it looked at the three-headed demonic dragon. "Resting? There really is a god helping us." Long Yi was excited and ardently hoped that they could quietly pass through this death space. "Isn't it sleeping? How about we stealthily pass it?" Nellen Ryuayu softly said. "That's what I was thinking. Let's fly over it." Long Yi said with a smile. Long Yi grabbed Barbarian Bull with his right hand and grabbed Long Tu with his left. In a flash, the group of 4 with a newly added member Long Tu flew into the sky. They simultaneously changed into afterimages as they flew past the three-headed demonic dragon. Merely, when the 4 people flew just above this three-headed demonic dragon, they ran into an invisible air wall and were sent flying back. The second they hit the air wall, the three-headed demonic dragon opened its eyes. Only the middle head was awake. The other 2 heads still had their eyes closed as the middle head stirred and stared at the 5 people above it. Roar. Seeing as someone had actually trespassed its territory when it was absorbing dark energy, the three-headed demonic dragon couldn't help but become furious as it suddenly let out a terrifying roar. This roar was mixed up with a powerful pressure which forced the 4 people to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, the three-headed demonic dragon opened its big mouth, and a death dragon breath shrouded the entire world. This attack with heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating momentum rapidly advanced towards Long Yi and the others. Long Yi instantly used the spinning ice wall sealed in his necklace, and Wang and Nellen Ryuayu also used the defense magic spells sealed in their accessories. Rumble. Every single defensive magic was broken by the death dragon breath. Luckily for them, they managed to barely block the casual death dragon breath from the three-headed demonic dragon. Seeing the result, all 4 of them become pale. One should know that spinning ice wall was a divine ranked defense magic spell. It could reflect any magic below the power of a forbidden magic spell. Not to mention the fact that Wang had also used another divine ranked defense magic sealed in her accessory. As if that wasn't enough, Nellen Ryuayu had used a treasure she had taken from Nellen Wuji's treasury. So many layers of defense were broken by a casual death dragon breath from the three-headed demonic dragon. They were rendered speechless. Moreover, the three-headed demonic dragon had only one awoken head. If the other 2 heads were to wake up, wouldn't committing suicide be a better choice than to face the three-headed demonic dragon? Seeing as Long Yi's group of 4 was unexpectedly able to block its death dragon breath, the three-headed demonic dragon was even more furious. In an instant, it spat out 3 death dragon breaths in succession. The blood and chi of Long Yi churned, and gritting his teeth, he crazily circulated his internal force. Rushing forward, Long Yi looked like a lightning bolt from afar. However, Long Tu was even faster than Long Yi. Leaving behind afterimages, it rushed forward and brandished its death scythe. Then countless red lights and the first dragon breath collided. Rumble. Long Tu was actually able to offset the first death dragon breath, and it brandished its death scythe again to receive the second dragon breath. However, its ability fell short of its wishes. It was pushed straight back. At that time, Long Yi rushed over, and gathering the power of his entire body, he attacked. Under their united effort, they were able to offset the second dragon breath. The third dragon breath was right behind the second, ready to take their lives. Now, the gathered power of Long Yi had already dispersed and his newly gathered power didn't have enough strength. As for Long Tu, even if it were uninjured, it would not be able to contend against the third death dragon breath. "Boss, this old bull will help you." Barbarian Bull madly roared and once again began to feel the insane fighting intent coming from Greenstone Rule. Like before, the tip of Greenstone Rule instantly expanded by 10 times and smashed the third death dragon breath. Rumble. Under the combined power of 3 people, this third dragon breath was also neutralized. Before Long Yi and others could sigh in relief, the pupils in the shadow suddenly enlarged. Shortly afterwards, vomiting a mouthful of blood, they were smashed to the ground, and they felt as if their entire body was breaking apart. Barbarian Bull struggled but lost his consciousness later. Long Yi didn't lose his consciousness, but he didn't even have the strength to move his finger. He felt as though every single skeleton on his body was broken into a million pieces and there was pain all over his muscles. As for Long too, with the support of its death scythe, it stood up, but it clearly didn't have any combat capability now. Seeing what happened to Long Yi and the others, Wang and Nelan Ryuyu began to fire their magic attack with a strong hatred. However, no matter how hard they tried, hatred was unable to cover the gap in strength. The three-headed demonic dragon didn't even dodge their attack. The forbidden magic spell Wang casted only seemed to slightly tickle the three-headed demonic dragon, and it didn't seem to even notice Nelan Ryuyu's spell. Such an abnormal magic resistance destroyed the final bits of confidence of both Nelan Ryuyu and Wang. They no longer attacked and ran towards Long Yi to grab his hands. They looked at one another with tearful eyes. They couldn't be born together with their husband, but they can die together with their husband. This damned three-headed demonic dragon. Long Yi ferociously cursed. Long Yi suddenly sensed that the three god beasts were impatient to get out of the dark dimensional space as he had placed them in there while trying to fly past the three-headed demonic dragon. Long Yi was determined never to let the three of them out, as they would just die quicker when faced with this three-headed demonic dragon. It was better to stay inside, as they might have the chance to live even if Long Yi and the rest died. Wait a minute, dragon? A light suddenly flashed in the mind of Long Yi, and he subconsciously looked towards the dragon-shaped bracelet around his wrist. 1. Brokeback Mountain is a fictional mountain. In Brokeback Mountain short story, where two young men form an intense emotional and sexual attachment. A movie is also made based on this short story, Chapter 363, Summoning Shi-T. Looking at this dragon-shaped bracelet, Long Yi suddenly recalled Shi-T. Rex, Liuzu. He had encountered her in the illusory forest in the past. Long Yi remembered that she had once given him a bracelet where a transmission array was sealed. She had told him to summon her at a critical moment if he required help, and Long Yi had been holding on to this bracelet this whole time. Liuzu was a hybrid born from the cross between a golden holy dragon and a dark demonic dragon. She possessed the physique of both kinds of dragons. However, with the strength she possessed in the past, she was far from being an opponent of this three-headed demonic dragon. Even if her strength was greatly enhanced in these past few years, this three-headed demonic dragon was still far beyond her. Unless her strength had reached the level of an elder of the dragon clan, summoning her might send her to her death. However, Long Yi didn't have the luxury of time currently. He was unable to think of any other way for them to escape from the three-headed demonic dragon. Another wave of attacks was approaching them, and Liuzu was his final hope. Long Yi was hoping that Liuzu might have some magic techniques to deal with this three-headed demonic dragon. Long Yi silently chanted an incantation and injected his spirit power into that dragon-shaped bracelet to activate the transmission array sealed within it. This dragon-shaped bracelet suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, and a dense dragon aura instantly burst out from inside the bracelet. Sensing the mighty dragon aura coming from the bracelet, the three-headed demonic dragon swallowed the death dragon breath it was about to fire at Long Yi's group. Both its eyes stared directly at the bracelet on Long Yi's hand as it was fixated on the dragon aura coming from it. Specks of golden light trickled down to the ground, forming a strange magic array. With a flash of light, a tall figure appeared in the magic array. "Big sister, wait for me." When Nelan Ryuyu and Wang were in a daze, a childlike immature voice resounded. Before long, a round, meatball-like figure appeared beside the tall figure. The golden light dispersed and the magic array also disappeared. The facial features of the two figures could finally be seen clearly as everyone stared at the two who just appeared. The tall figure belonged to a young girl, who was only a few inches shorter than Long Yi. She was wearing a black skin-tight armor with golden stripes in the middle, with two large bouncy breasts, pert buttocks and a slender waist. She had the figure of a she-devil, with a porcelain, doll-like face and her hair tied up into hair buns. She stood with her back straight and looked at the surroundings around her. Anyone could see the detached pride and arrogance she had as she stood in the middle of the magic array. Although this wasn't the temperament she had deliberately assumed, but it was the kind of inborn pride and aloofness she had developed over the years unconsciously. If she wasn't Shi Rex Liu Zhu, then who else could she be? Father, what happened? As for the appearance of Big Head, he still looked the same as before, with a ball-shaped body covered in a layer of dense tentacles. Looking around with its very small eyes, it saw a half-dead Long Yi lying on the ground and it quickly rolled over to him. Seeing Big Head's strange appearance and how it addressed Long Yi, Nelin Ryu and Wang were petrified on the spot. Why was a ball calling Long Yi father? Big Head, my obedient child, don't rub on me so forcefully, it hurts. Your father's body is currently broken everywhere. Now that Long Yi could only move his mouth, he was only able to scold Big Head as Big Head rubbed on his body. However, due to the pain when Big Head touched him, Long Yi hissed in agony as he berated Big Head. At this moment, Liu Zhu and the three-headed demonic dragon were looking at each other in confusion. Staring at Liu Zhu, the three-headed demonic dragon was unexpectedly lost in thought and didn't consider attacking this Shi-Rex. After a long time, Liu Zhu came back to reality and walked over to Long Yi. She extended her right hand, which was covered with fine scales, and patted Long Yi's chest. A scorching hot dragon Shi instantly circulated around Long Yi's body for a total of 2 laps before returning to her own body. As soon as the scorching hot dragon Shi left his body, Long Yi instantly felt as though the pain was gone. Although his body was still aching after Liu Zhu's treatment, he was at least able to move around now. Long Yi managed to sit up with Wang supporting him, and he was able to smell the special fragrance coming from Liu Zhu's body. After staring at Liu Zhu in a daze for a few seconds, Long Yi patted Big Head's head and opened his mouth to talk to Liu Zhu with a smile. Liu Zhu, I didn't see you for a few years and you have gotten even more beautiful. The only response he got from Liu Zhu was a cold snort as she turned her head to look at Wang and Nelin Ryu. With a cold voice, Liu Zhu said, you might not be able to preserve your life, but your glib tongue is something that will never change. I didn't see you for a few years and the number of women at your side became even more. Long Yi smirked as he heard what Liu Zhu said, but he wasn't able to keep up his smirk for too long as his mouth started twitching as his injuries acted up again. Staring at Barbarian Bull, Long Yi said, help me examine this brother of mine too. Oh, and the big fellow behind you, help me deal with it. Liu Zhu didn't speak and used her dragon chi to help Barbarian Bull regain consciousness. After helping Barbarian Bull, she said, I am not his opponent, but I feel as though we have a bit of relation with each other. Long Yi nodded his head and said, I guessed as much. You two exchanged amorous glances at each other for such a long time without attacking. Anyone could see that there was something between you two. Liu Zhu glared at Long Yi and the nails on her right hand suddenly became long and sharp. Without a word, she stabbed Long Yi's thighs. Long Yi hissed in pain and hastily changed the subject of the talk. Well, I can be wrong, but since you and this three-headed demonic dragon have something going on, how about you talk to him and ask if we can pass through this space? However, Long Yi's pupils enlarged as he looked past Liu Zhu. Behind Liu Zhu, the three-headed demonic dragon was spitting out a mouthful of death dragon breath towards the group who were currently messing around with each other. Of course, Liu Zhu was able to sense the huge pressure coming from the death dragon breath. In an instant, she spun around and her little hands changed into large dragon claws. A black light shot out from her palms as she countered the death dragon breath shot out by the three-headed demonic dragon. Seeing Liu Zhu's transformation and how easily she countered its death dragon breath, the three-headed demonic dragon began emitting a strange noise with a strange rhythm from its mouth. The dark magic elements in the entire space slowly started to fluctuate as the sounds coming from the three-headed demonic dragon's mouth became louder. Draconic magic, FCK, it really wants our lives. Long Yi showed the whites of his eyes. The dragon breath was only the most basic attack of the dragon clan. Its might was nothing compared to the dragon clan's draconic magic and powerful physical attack abilities. A single demonic dragon tail whip from this three-headed demonic dragon would leave both Long Yi and Barbarian Bull half dead. Liu Zhu soared into the air and along with a radiance of black and gold light, Her pretty figure suddenly changed into a dragon which measured several tens of meters in length. In the middle of every black scale on her body, there was a trace of a golden vein. Even in dragon form, Liu Zhu appeared extremely beautiful. Liu Zhu also opened her mouth and began the chanted dragonic magic of her own. Instantly, the wind rose and clouds scudded as dense dark magic elements crazily condensed. The complexion of Long Yi became pale as he thought, what would happen if the two dragonic magic were to collide? My husband, that girl from just now. Is she really from the legendary dragon clan? Nellen Ryuayu still didn't dare to believe what she had seen. She should be. She is a She-T-Rex. Long Yi made a wry smile and said, currently, the draconic magic which the three-headed demonic dragon was casting finally took shape, and black-colored mighty waves advanced towards Liu Zhu with earth-shaking momentum. As for Liu Zhu, she formed two small mountain-sized big light balls. A golden and black light ball formed and charged towards the attack coming from the three-headed demonic dragon. They advanced forward with world-destroying momentum to welcome those mighty waves. Boom! Earth-shaking explosion sounds resounded. Liu Zhu's huge dragon body was sent flying 100 meters back. The black and golden radiance spread towards all directions, which naturally engulfed Long Yi's group of four. Nellen Ryuayu and Wang immediately casted their defensive magic, even though deep down in their hearts they knew that their defensive magic would be unable to block the shockwaves coming from the blast. However, as the group was about to be struck by the shockwaves, Big Head, who was beside Long Yi, opened its big mouth. The black and gold radiance was sucked into Big Head's mouth as if it was iron meeting a magnet. Without wasting anything, every single part of the shockwave was sucked into Big Head's mouth. Truly delicious. In the end, Big Head burped, showing a pleased expression. Chapter 364, Devouring Dragon Physique. Long Yi's group of four were stunned. Although Long Yi had already known about Big Head's tendency to eat everything and anything, he would have never thought that Big Head would be able to swallow magic attacks, not to mention magic attacks as powerful as the ones it just ate. Big Head even treated it as though it was some kind of delicacy. In this world, what else was there that it couldn't eat? It truly was a freak that would appear only once in hundreds of millions of years. Devouring Dragon Physique. It's actually the Devouring Dragon Physique. The three-headed demonic dragon was so shocked that it let out an excited shout in human's language. Its voice was aged and hoarse. Now, its eyes were staring at already the shrunken Big Head as though it was looking at a priceless treasure. Devouring Dragon Physique? What is that? Long Yi curiously thought, looking at the appearance of this three-headed demonic dragon. Devouring Dragon Physique should be a rare physique of Dragon Clan. At this time, Liu Zhu, who was sent flying, flew back again and changed back into her humanoid form from her dragon form. Standing up, Liu Zhu returned to Long Yi's side as she stared at the three-headed demonic dragon. She knew that this three-headed demonic dragon had in fact gone easy on her, otherwise she wouldn't have such an easy time fighting against it. Since the three-headed demonic dragon didn't have any desire to take her life, she didn't need to change into her dragon form. Honestly speaking, she preferred her human form. Brave girl, although you have the bloodline of the Golden Holy Dragon, you are also the descendant of the Dark Demonic Dragon. I will not make things difficult for you. The aged voice of the three-headed demonic dragon resounded as its eyes remained on Big Head. Many thanks, Senior. I wonder whether or not Senior also belongs to the Dark Demonic Dragon clan? Now, a respectful expression appeared on the beautiful face of the proud and aloof Liu Zhu. The gaze of three-headed demonic dragon shifted to Liu Zhu from Big Head, then it sighed. Yes, the Dark Demonic Dragon clan exists in this world because of me. Ah! Not only was Liu Zhu stunned, even Long Yi's group of four also felt dizzy. Based on what the three-headed demonic dragon said, would he be the first ancestor of the Dark Demonic Dragon clan? The proud and aloof Liu Zhu was greatly shocked, but she quickly stabilized her state of mind. She was unable to believe the words of this three-headed demonic dragon. Besides, the information passed down from the ancestors didn't mention that their first ancestor had 3 heads. What evidence do you have to prove that you are our Dark Demonic Dragon clan's first ancestor? Liu Zu coldly asked. The three-headed demonic dragon laughed in its hoarse voice. However, one could hear the helplessness in his voice as it laughed. Then, its middle dragon head's large dragon eyes suddenly shot out a divine light. At the same time, Liu Zu felt as though her sea of consciousness changed into a black space as an explosion happened in it. Suddenly, a hint of deep and serene dark light lit up in her sea of consciousness, which changed into a strange pattern. Demonic Dragon Seal. Liu Zu exclaimed. Demonic Dragon Seal was the mark of the Dark Demonic Dragon clan's patriarch. It could arouse the resonance of spirit among all descendants of the Dark Demonic Dragons. Now, she no longer had any doubts, and she respectfully said to this three-headed demonic dragon, Liu Zu greets old patriarch. The three-headed demonic dragon nodded its head, and its gaze once again shifted to Big Head, which was currently beside Long Yi. I have never thought that a being with a devouring dragon physique would actually appear in my dark demonic dragon clan. I am truly fortunate, ha ha ha. This is probably the will of heaven. Liu Zu was startled and said, my little brother's appearance was different from us since birth. What is this devouring dragon physique you are speaking of? Devouring dragon physique, just as its name implies, is the dragon physique that has the ability to devour. It can devour all creations under the heaven to increase its own strength. When someone with the devouring dragon physique grows up, even first-tier gods will also be a little jealous of them. The only issue is that the dragon in possession of the devouring dragon physique requires an extremely long time to mature. An ordinary dragon becomes an adult and can change into a human form after 2,000 years. However, dragons with the devouring dragon physique require 20,000 years to do so. Moreover, before they become adults, their devouring abilities are limited. Devouring too much magic power and exceeding its limit can cause it to explode and die. 2 magic gods of this world are enough to accomplish this. The three-headed demonic dragon sighed and said, there's me, and I won't let anyone harm my little brother. Liu Zu firmly said. She had never thought that the growth period of her younger brother was unexpectedly so long. If she were to leave Big Head alone, by the time it reached adulthood, Big Head would have already become a pile of dry bones. Are you sure? You two are the descendants of the Dark Demonic Dragon and Golden Holy Dragon. I fear that neither of your clans will tolerate your existence, especially the Golden Holy Dragons. Those narrow-minded fellows will never let you two off, not to mention your strength. With your strength, you are far from being the opponent of those old fellows. How are you going to protect your little brother from them? The three-headed demonic dragon clearly knew the consequences of this kind of matter, so he said with slight sarcasm, I will never let anything happen to my little brother unless I die. Liu Zu gnashed her teeth and said, she hated the Golden Holy Dragons to the bone. Every day, she would have thoughts of avenging her parents, but she knew with her current strength, it was impossible. However, now she was told that her younger brother unexpectedly had the devouring dragon physique that could match first-tier gods. If he were to reach adulthood, then wouldn't she be able to take her revenge? However, there were some problems with her plan to take revenge using Big Head's power. In 20,000 years, wouldn't those old dragons who persecuted her parents be dead already? Who was she going to take her revenge on? Could it be that she had to look for the descendants of the old dragons to take her revenge? Liu Zu thought for a bit and gritted her teeth. Yes, it was the custom for a son to pay his father's debts. Since the Golden Holy Dragons were the ones who caused her family to suffer, sooner or later, the Golden Holy Dragon's bloodline would be taken back, and those Golden Holy Dragons would be the enemies of their family till death. Long Yi felt much better after being given some time to recover. He stared at the three-headed demonic dragon pensively, and laughter escaped from his mouth as he looked at it. Old dragon, although the things you are saying are true, but tell us honestly, don't you have a hidden objective by telling us all this? The three-headed demonic dragon looked at this human and thought to itself that the craftiness of the human race indeed deserves its reputation. In such a short time, he was able to see through his thoughts. I have a way that can let your younger brother reach adulthood within 1,000 years. The three-headed demonic dragon's gaze moved to Liu Zu again as he made a statement which shocked all of them. The face of Liu Zhu showed a pleasantly surprised expression, but that expression disappeared immediately. With a hint of alertness, she said, "If that is truly the case, then Liu Zhu naturally can't thank you enough, but is there any condition?" The three-headed demonic dragon laughed and said, "Under the heavens, there is no such thing as a free lunch. However, my condition is really not considered too extreme. My condition is for your younger brother to inherit my legacy." "Ah! This." Liu Zhu was overwhelmed with happiness. How was this a condition? This was obviously an excellent opportunity for Big Head. "First, listen to me till the end. Inheriting my legacy refers to inheriting my former duties too. I used to be a demonic dragon under the Dark God. So after your younger brother inherits my legacy, he'll also replace me to guard the Dark God throughout his life." The three-headed demonic dragon unexpectedly threw out a piece of information which shocked Long Yi and the others. No one had ever imagined that this three-headed demonic dragon who dominated the entire undead world was actually the magic pet of the Dark God. The three-headed demonic dragon ignored everyone's shocked reaction as he continued to speak. "In the beginning, among the royal golden holy dragons of the Dragon Clan, there were two subdivisions. All of them believed in the Light God. Eventually, the Light God thought to fuse those two subdivisions and appoint a Dragon King to control all of the dragons. However, she sided with the leader of the other subdivision's Golden Holy Dragon. That damned fellow held the favor of the Light God and plotted against me in the Dragon King convention, and the worst part of it was that the Light God feigned ignorance, ignoring the fact that it was an unfair selection. Originally, I didn't object when he was appointed as the Dragon King, but he persistently tried to wipe out my branch. Desperate to save my clan mates, I led them to seek refuge under the Dark God. The Dark God bestowed upon us dark magic powers and accepted me as his magic pet, which led to the formation of the Dark Demonic Dragon Clan. The Dark God's kindness, I will never be able to pay him back for what he did, even if I used several lives to repay him. After that, we had many open strifes and veiled struggles with Light God, until the three-headed demonic dragon's voice abruptly stopped after speaking this much, puzzling Long Yi and others who were listening carefully. The group listened in anticipation as they were awed by the event which the three-headed demonic dragon had been through. When Long Yi looked up, he saw the three-headed demonic dragon was stunned with its mouth wide open as it looked at him. After a long time, it closed its mouth and regained its composure before calmly resuming its story, "Until the world-destroying war. At that time, I died in battle and fell into this undead world of different space. 60 to 70% of my soul was sucked out, but luckily, the remaining part of my soul didn't disperse. As such, I assumed the appearance of a half-dead and half-alive three-headed dragon." World-destroying war? It sounded like a plot of a sci-fi movie. Long Yi thought in a startled fashion, and suddenly he realized that a shadow had already appeared at an unknown time in his sea of consciousness. "Old man, do you know that world-destroying war?" Long Yi used his thoughts to ask. "I don't know." The shadow replied, and after pausing for a bit, he continued. "Remember when this three-headed demonic dragon said that it was the magic pet of the Dark God? Isn't that dark magic jade and that half-black half-white tiger also connected with the Dark God?" Yes, Long Yi had always believed that the tiger cub, Little Three, had some connection with the magic pet of the Dark God. Otherwise, why would it produce such a huge reaction when it interacted with the dark magic jade? Long Yi pondered and carefully recalled the words of this three-headed demonic dragon. When Long Yi was thinking about the part where it said that 60 to 70% of its soul was extracted, Long Yi's heart shook as he instantly thought of an extremely shocking possibility. Finally, after considering for a long time, Liu Zhu agreed to the condition set by the three-headed demonic dragon. The three-headed demonic dragon was overjoyed and concentrated all its spirit power to envelop Big Head, which was standing beside Long Yi at the moment. Now, a strange pattern was being branded in its sea of consciousness. The appearance of that strange pattern was similar to that demonic dragon seal. As soon as the pattern was fully branded, Big Head would become the next generation magic pet of the Dark God, and there was nothing anyone can do about it. Just when the three-headed demonic dragon wanted to use a special technique to completely integrate its dark dragon power into Big Head, Long Yi stopped him with a shout, "Wait a moment." This sudden shout attracted the gaze of everyone. In front of everyone, Long Yi suddenly took out the dark magic jade that was emitting dark radiance from inside his space ring. He also summoned the tiger cub Little 3 before asking, "Since you call yourself the magic pet of Dark God, then do you recognize them?" The three-headed demonic dragon was startled for a second as he stared at Little 3 and the dark magic jade. However, his expression changed into one of wild joy and a respectful expression the next moment. After that, it bowed towards the dark magic jade floating in the air. "FCK, I am such a blockhead. If I had known this earlier, then I would have taken out the dark magic jade from the very beginning. Wouldn't we be able to avoid all the troubles then?" Long Yi hit himself on the head. However, everything was up to fate to decide. If he had taken out the dark magic jade from the very beginning, then would he have summoned Shi Ti, Rex Liuzu and his son Big Head? Would he have been able to learn so many things about the Dragon Clan? Moreover, Big Head also wouldn't have obtained this good luck to shorten its very long growth period and become the next generation magic pet of the Dark God. Chapter 365. The Inheritance of Demonic Dragon. The three-headed demonic dragon was lost in its thoughts and glistening teardrops unexpectedly appeared in its large eyes. It was clearly extremely attached to the Dark God. With a sudden roar from Little 3, Long Yi was able to hear the sadness and confusion in its voice. What exactly was Little 3 thinking? The three-headed demonic dragon raised its head and looked towards Little 3 as many expressions flashed in its large eyes. There was happiness, sadness and also excitement in his gaze. Opening its mouth, the three-headed demonic dragon's voice was quivering as it said, "Favored by the blessing of the Dark God. Ha ha ha. The heavens haven't forgotten about this old dragon. Just before I return to the dust I can finally become complete again." However, when Long Yi heard those words, an explosion occurred in his brain. Could it be that his guess was indeed true? Little 3 actually possessed the extracted soul of this three-headed demonic dragon? However, Long Yi was unable to think deeper about this matter as the three-headed demonic dragon had already made its move. All of its spirit power concentrated on the body of Big Head. Opening its big dragon mouth, a black ball which was twice as big as a human's head flew out from the mouth of the three-headed demonic dragon and shot towards Big Head. Seeing the black ball flying towards him, Big Head was unfazed. Opening its mouth wide, Big Head swallowed the big black ball like it was nothing. Being pleased with itself, Big Head showed a contented expression after swallowing the black ball. However, he wasn't able to keep up his contented expression for long as within 3 seconds, Big Head's expression changed. The contented expression on its face disappeared as it changed into an expression of extreme pain. Big Head instantly dropped onto the floor and started rolling about in pain while howling in agony. "Father! Father, save me. I feel very uncomfortable." Big Head wailed endlessly in its immature voice. Everyone was able to feel its pain as Big Head rolled on the ground while shedding tears. Even Barbarian Bull and others were unable to bear looking at Big Head in so much pain, much less Liu Zhu. She wanted to open her mouth to question the three-headed demonic dragon, but she was afraid of disturbing him during the process of inheritance. In the end, Liu Zhu kept quiet as her eyes shifted between the three-headed demonic dragon and Big Head. "Rest assured, he's fine." The three-headed demonic dragon sighed in relief and his dragon eyes instantly dimmed by a lot. Big Head was still in pain. The tentacles all over his body suddenly stood erect before wilting. It was clearly in the process of experiencing extreme pain from the inheritance it was accepting. When a hint of black chi oozed out from Big Head's entire body, the three-headed demonic dragon looked towards the dark magic jade still floating in the air with a respectful gaze. "Master, this demonic dragon is leaving," roared the three-headed demonic dragon. As soon as it was finished speaking, a shadow emerged from inside the body of the three-headed demonic dragon. This shadow sunk into Big Head's body as quick as lightning and disappeared from everyone's sight. As for the three-headed demonic dragon, its head however weakly drooped and its dragon eyes closed slowly, dying all of a sudden. Roar. A roar came out of Big Head's mouth, and unexpectedly, it sounded like a true dragon roar coming from an adult dragon. Long Yi frowned and muttered, "Possessing? What is this old fellow doing? He won't be playing games with us, will he?" Long Yi was a little worried at this moment. He remembered that he was also one who possessed a body. Long Yi remembered that his current body was obtained through possession, and he swallowed the soul of the original body before he managed to fully take control of the body. The three-headed demonic dragon will not use a similar trick, will he? Long Yi suppressed the worry in his heart and decided to take a look at how Big Head was doing before anything else. Big Head roared in pain, and a sharp light suddenly flashed violently in its eyes. Then, opening its mouth, its target was unexpectedly the tiger cub, Little Three. Little Three retreated in alarm, and both its eyes turned to look at Long Yi. It was as if Little Three was begging Long Yi to save him from Big Head. Long Yi continuously used his thoughts to reassure and calm down the agitated Little Three, but his eyes were continuously staring at Big Head, who was emitting a powerful dragon might. Long Yi was sure that the three-headed demonic dragon had possessed Big Head and was currently using its body. Suddenly, the dark magic jade in the sky slightly shook, and the panicked Little Three slowly calmed down. As soon as Big Head calmed down, its body started twisting strangely. "Ah, Little Three's skin is loosening. How is this possible?" Nellen Ryuayu screamed, and her little hands covered her mouth as she leaned closer to Long Yi. Now, Tiger Cub Little Three had tightly closed its eyes, and its half-black body indistinctly fluctuated as if its black fur was rippling back and forth. Suddenly, Big Head released an even stronger aura as Little Three's body trembled even more violently. In an instant, Little Three's black fur unexpectedly began to slowly separate from the body of Little Three as if the skin was being peeled off. After the black fur was removed from Little Three's body, the skin underneath was the same as the white fur on the other side of Little Three's body. Whoosh! The black section of Little Three was completely stripped off and sucked into Big Head's stomach. After the black fur on its body disappeared, Little Three became a snow-white cub. Even the originally black iris also changed into exactly the same color as the other iris. Now, its body no longer had any dark aura, only a dense light aura. Little Three seemed very exhausted and used its thought to express its wish to return back into the dark dimension space to rest. Long Yi naturally sent it back into the dark dimension without any delay. As soon as Little Three disappeared into the dark dimension, Big Head's body shook for an instant and became still. The next moment, a faint phantom of the three-headed demonic dragon appeared in the sky as it appeared to be slowly disappearing. "Finally, I am free. The exit is in the front. You all can leave as you please. As for my body, you can handle it as you wish." An aged voice came from all directions and reverberated in the air. Soon afterward, the phantom in the sky slowly dissipated and finally disappeared without a trace. Long Yi, Barbarian Bull and others looked at each other and finally sighed in relief. Never would they have thought that their journey would end like this. Liu Zu squatted in front of the currently sound asleep Big Head, and a trace of tenderness appeared on her proud and aloof face. She reached out her hands to pet Big Head's head, but she saw something strange as she looked at Big Head. A black light unexpectedly sprang out from Big Head, which repelled Liu Zu's hand. "Don't touch him now. He might be integrating with the inheritance of the three-headed demonic dragon," Long Yi said. "Then how long should we wait?" Liu Zu worriedly asked. In the entire world, other than Big Head, Liu Zu didn't care about anyone else. "I don't know. Wait for him to wake up on his own." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said. Staring at the huge corpse of the three-headed demonic dragon not far away, Long Yi thought carefully about what to do with it. He didn't know how long this three-headed demonic dragon had lived, but every part of the body was a treasure. Dragon horn, dragon skin, dragon tendons, dragon blood, no matter which part it was, everything was a priceless treasure. "My husband, why are you smiling to yourself like this? Are you thinking about doing something bad again?" Seeing the expression of Long Yi, Nellen Ryuayu asked with a smile. Since there was no life-threatening danger at this moment, Her mood naturally was very pleasant. "Didn't that old dragon say that we could deal with his corpse as we please?" This kind of selfless contribution truly moved me. "If we didn't do as he said, wouldn't we be letting him down?" Long Yi shook his head and sighed. Liu Zhu stared at Long Yi as her pupil shot bolts of electricity at him. Opening her pretty little mouth, she said proudly, "I will not tolerate someone infringing the dignity of our dragon clan. I will not let you blaspheme his remains. He is my dark demonic dragon clan's first ancestor. I will not let you touch him." "I say, Liu Zhu, just now, didn't you hear him saying that we can deal with his body as we please?" The dragon had already passed on, and since its remains can benefit all of us, why shouldn't we make use of it? Isn't this also considered a continuation of life for the three-headed demonic dragon? Long Yi said. "What do you think if I chopped you into 8 pieces after you died?" Liu Zhu ferociously asked. Long Yi was dumbfounded and couldn't help laughing. "Why will I care about what happens after I die? Besides, if my body is useful to you after my death, then I don't mind you chopping me into pieces." When Long Yi was talking, he had an amused expression as he explained to Liu Zhu about his views on her cutting him up after he died. However, he became serious when he talked about how he would allow others to use his corpse if it were really useful to them. Staring straight in Liu Zhu's eyes, Long Yi convinced her with his serious expression. Liu Zhu was dumbfounded, then she turned her head away and no longer refuted. However, she didn't understand why she was unwilling to look Long Yi in the eye even though she did nothing wrong. The corner of Long Yi's mouth curled up and a complacent smile appeared on his face. "Humphrey, although you are Rex, compared to me, you are still an inexperienced brat." Long Yi thought to himself as he was pleased with himself for convincing Liu Zhu to let him do as he wished. "Barbarian bull, why on earth are you in a daze? Start working." Long Yi patted the shoulder of Barbarian Bull and began walking towards that huge corpse of the three-headed demonic dragon. The entire body of this three-headed demonic dragon had a powerful dark magic power fluctuation, but what Long Yi wanted the most was nothing more than 6 dragon horns on the 3 dragon heads of the three-headed demonic dragon. The reason Long Yi desired the dragon horns that much was because the horns were the part of the dragon which contains the largest amount of the dragon's magic power. Long Yi never had a suitable weapon for himself, so if he could make a weapon out of these dragon horns, that would be ideal. However, the true problem was finding someone who was able to forge weapons out of dragon horns. Not to mention that the horns were from the three-headed demonic dragon. Where was Long Yi supposed to find someone who could use such high-tiered materials to forge a weapon? Was the dwarf clan capable of doing so? He had never heard of the dwarf clan forging any divine weapon in the past few years. "Do you wish to refine a weapon out of these dragon horns of the three-headed demonic dragon?" At an unknown time, Wang had already arrived at the side of Long Yi and asked softly, Even though the materials I have gathered are top-tier materials, I can't seem to think of a person capable enough to forge weapons out of them." Long Yi wasn't surprised to see Wang being able to guess his thoughts. After all, they possessed an intriguing telepathy. "What if I say I can help you?" A sly smile appeared on her face while looking at Long Yi. Long Yi had never seen this kind of expression on Wang's face before, and looking at Wang now, Long Yi's soul flew thousands of li away from his body as he was blown away by her exceptional beauty. After being infatuated for several seconds, Long Yi came back to his senses and laughed hollowly. "Your smile is too beautiful." "Haha. In the future, I don't think you need to use any magic power to take down your enemies anymore. Just your smile is enough to cause the enemies to lay down their weapons and surrender to you. You're truly a beauty capable of causing calamities and the fall of kingdoms." "I will not smile for other people to see. Didn't you tell me to only smile in front of you?" A trace of tenderness flashed in the eyes of Wang, and her dense hidden feelings wrapped around Long Yi. Long Yi was pleasantly surprised, and under his impulse, he snatched Wang's little hands as Wang held on tightly onto his. Now, a sweet atmosphere appeared around these two people, arousing the jealousy of Nellen Ryu Ayu. She ran over and deliberately made an uproar. destroying the sweet atmosphere around these two people. By the way, Xuanger, weren't you talking about helping me forge a weapon just a moment ago? Could it be that you are also capable of forging items? Long Yi grabbed Wang's little hands with one of his hands while he used the other hand to hold on to Nell and Ryu's hand. Doing so, Long Yi left no one out and both of his women would be satisfied. I have studied a little, but if you want to refine these dragon horns of the three-headed demonic dragon, then we must first return to Holy City. I need the help of some artifacts there. Wang replied. Long Yi nodded his head and didn't ask whether or not those artifacts could be found in the current lost city. He simply believed in Wang. As long as she said that the artifacts exist, they definitely exist. At that time, he suddenly recalled the shadow within his body. That old fellow had asked him to return to the dark space of Lost City as soon as possible, so he said, "After we come out of this lightning god-forbidden area, I will accompany you to Lost City." The beautiful eyes of Wang blurred as she recalled her once beautiful picturesque hometown. However, after several thousands of years, her hometown was already a pile of rubble under the erosion of time. Chapter 366, Younger brother changed into younger sister. Long Yi and Barbarian Bull spent a great deal of strength and finally stripped all the useful things from the corpse of the three-headed demonic dragon with great difficulty. They obtained 6 demonic dragon horns, a 100-meter-long dragon hide, and 1 demonic dragon tendon. As for dragon blood, they didn't obtain even a drop of it. The blood vessels and flesh of this three-headed demonic dragon had already withered a long time ago. The three-headed demonic dragon's corpse was incomparably stiff, which resembled a demonic dragon zombie. Just from the things he obtained from the three-headed demonic dragon, Long Yi felt as though the life-threatening dangers they had faced throughout the journey were worth it, let alone these dragon horns and dragon tendon that contained a great amount of dark magic power. Just a small piece of this 100-meter-long dragon's hide already had the worth of several cities. As dragon's hide had an amazing defensive power, everyone was fighting for armor made out of dragon's hide in order to protect themselves. Although it was the hide of a dead dragon, the physical and magical defense of this dragon's hide was still amazing. Just to peel off the hide from the three-headed demonic dragon, Long Yi had to spend all of his internal force to saw the hide off little by little. Even Long Yi had to use up all of his internal force in order to obtain the hide of the three-headed demonic dragon. One could imagine how strong the hide of the dragon was. Long Yi and Barbarian Bull didn't have time to rest for 2 days straight, which resulted in them being dead tired. However, after calculating their earnings from the three-headed demonic dragon's corpse, they felt like their exhaustion disappeared. However, after they finished looting the corpse of the three-headed demonic dragon, both of them stopped working and started to regain their strength by taking a long rest. Although they had already passed the most difficult hurdle of this death space, it was still unpredictable what would happen next in this death space. What if there were even greater dangers waiting for them up ahead? Long Yi naturally didn't lower his guard as they continued their journey. When Long Yi and Barbarian Bull were resting, Big Head, who had slept soundly for 2 days, woke up. His appearance didn't seem to have any changes except now, he emitted a faint dragon's might. "Little brother, you woke up, do you feel uncomfortable?" Liu Zhu, who had continuously stood beside Big Head as a guard, immediately asked. Seeing that Big Head was finally awake, Liu Zhu couldn't help but ask with concern. Big Head twisted its meatball-like body left and right before saying, "I'm fine, big sister. But I was really in pain just now." Liu Zhu reached out her hand and caressed Big Head as she said, "Well, now that you are fine, let's go back." Big Head looked towards Long Yi, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, as he said, "No, big sister, I miss my father. I want to accompany him." Liu Zhu coldly snorted and became jealous of Long Yi without any reason. Her younger brother seemed to have spent merely more than 10 days with Long Yi and the others, but he saw himself as Long Yi's son and even started comparing Liu Zhu and its parents with Long Yi. In these past several years, her younger brother ceaselessly mentioned Long Yi. Her ears already had callous hearing his name, making her jealous as well as angry. "Then you stay here to accompany him," Big sister will return alone," Liu Zhu said with dissatisfaction. "Big sister?" Big Head hesitantly looked at Liu Zhu and suddenly said, "Then Big Sister can return first. I will return after accompanying father for a few days. Is that okay?" Liu Zhu was startled. Her rage erupted all of a sudden as she fumed while glaring at Big Head. She knocked the head of Big Head and said bitterly, "Do you still see me as your big sister? If you don't return with me, then you don't have to come back anymore." "Big sister?" Big Head glanced at the currently furious Liu Zhu as he felt wronged. He didn't understand why his big sister, who usually complied with his wishes, behaved like this today. As Wang overheard the conversation between Liu Zhu and Big Head, she couldn't help but say, "Now Long Yi is still resting. Wait for him to wake up first before leaving." "Since we have to wait for him to wake up, why don't I wake him up now?" Liu Zhu gnashed her teeth as she glared at Long Yi, who was currently resting. After about 7 hours, Long Yi, who had finished resting, woke up from his meditation. He stood up and stretched his body as he felt extremely refreshed. "What, you want to return?" Long Yi asked loudly. As soon as he woke up, Big Head rushed over to his side and complained about Liu Zhu wanting to leave this place. "My task is already complete, so I should naturally return," Liu Zhu coldly said. If she were to let Big Head stay beside Long Yi any longer, she was afraid her younger brother wouldn't be the magic pet of the Dark God any longer. Instead, Big Head would turn into Long Yi's magic pet. "Who said your task is already complete? Didn't you only say that I can summon you to help me? You didn't seem to say anything about a time limit." "Now, I am still in the Lightning God forbidden area, and there are dangers everywhere. How can you ditch me now? Don't you understand the saying to not pull up your pants while you are still defecating?" Long Yi smirked and said. Liu Zhu was filled with rage. It was fine for Long Yi to twist his words to scam her, but it was another thing to use such disgusting analogies to achieve his aim. Her fingers instantly changed into a dragon claw as it reached towards Long Yi's neck. She executed her throat-locking dragon claw as she wanted Long Yi to pay for speaking such disgusting words to her. Puff! The throat-locking dragon claw Liu Zhu used hit the air as she failed to touch Long Yi. With an indifferent expression, Wang retracted the blue water's screen she had casted. Fine. I was wrong. Everything I said was bullshit, alright? I don't know what is in the front, so I am badly in need of your help." Long Yi smiled and apologized. Liu Zhu snorted and begrudgingly accepted Long Yi's apology. She really couldn't leave behind Big Head and return alone even if this kid takes a cheap advantage of her. Since everything was settled, everyone was unwilling to stay in this goddamned place for an extra second. In these 10 days they had stayed in this death space. The death chi had already eroded a great amount of their spirit power. This left the group feeling uneasy as they were unable to gather their spirit power to protect themselves in times of need. The 4 people and 2 dragons readied themselves and walked towards the exit. Not long after they started walking, they encountered a death chi barrier which was even stronger than the lightning barrier in the narrow gorge they were in not too long ago. Could it be that they had to spend several additional days to get rid of this barrier? Long Yi thought to himself. Before he was able to say anything, Big Head walked to the front of the group and spat a mouthful of black dragon breath at the barrier. This barrier shook, and as if flowers in a mirror, the barrier vanished. "FCK, my son is indeed the most awesome existence in the world." Long Yi picked up Big Head and kissed him. Big Head twisted its body in happiness as it laughed in a childlike immature voice. While laughing, the chubby body of Big Head trembled. Long Yi was startled and he thought that Big Head had choked while laughing. Hastily patting on Big Head's back, Long Yi tried to make sure that Big Head was fine. But this patting gave rise to a problem. Big Head's balloon-like body suddenly blew up with a bang and dark fog spread everywhere, dumbfounding everyone present. Liu Zhu was so startled that her eyes were wide open and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. However, the fog quickly retreated and the scene in front of everyone made their eyeballs pop out of their sockets. Big Head had disappeared. Now in the hand of Long Yi, there was a miniature little dragon that was approximately 50 centimeters in length. This little dragon was also rather confused. Twisting left and right, It asked in its immature voice, "Father, what is happening to me?" Before Long Yi could answer, Liu Zhu immediately grabbed Big Head from Long Yi. After flipping Big Head around and examining it for a long time, she said in a trembling voice, "Finally, you changed back into our Dragon Clan form." Liu Zhu paused and suddenly screamed as she stuttered, "How? How is this possible? How can my younger brother change? Change into a younger sister?" Chapter 367, Very Big, Very White. The scream of Liu Zhu greatly startled Long Yi's group of four and they looked at the currently panicking Liu Zhu. But when they heard what she said next, each and every one of them looked at each other with a blank expression. "Younger brother changed into younger sister? Is it possible that my son is actually my daughter? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Long Yi was so surprised that he had his mouth wide open as he asked, "I definitely didn't see wrongly. Of course, I wasn't expecting my younger brother to turn into my younger sister all of a sudden." Liu Zhu came back to her senses as she mumbled, "How did you determine Big Head's gender? Let me take a look myself." Long Yi said, "You damned pervert, get far away from me and my little sister." Liu Zhu pushed Long Yi away and pressed Big Head into her bosom in case Long Yi tried to take advantage of Big Head. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and asked doubtfully, "Well, it's fine if we didn't know Big Head's gender, but you are Big Head's older sister. You actually didn't know your younger sibling's gender. How are you going to explain this to us?" Liu Zhu's beautiful face became slightly red as she explained, "How would I know? When mother gave birth to her, she was already like that. We were unable to tell its gender, but Dad said that Big Head was my younger brother. That is why I always treated Big Head as my younger brother." Roaring with laughter, Long Yi was unable to hold himself back any longer. As it turned out, no one was able to give an accurate judgment on Big Head's gender. They had assumed that Big Head was a male dragon all along. "This is indeed too much. Big sister, let me go. I am going to be smothered to death." At this time, Big Head struggled its head free from the towering breasts of Liu Zhu. With a gloomy look, Big Head stared at Liu Zhu as though it was wronged. Long Yi touched his nose, seeing as Big Head happened to be caught between the two towering soft meat buns on Liu Zhu's chest. The scene where Big Head struggled to get out of Liu Zhu's meat buns looked extremely funny and made Long Yi laugh out loud involuntarily. Liu Zhu stared at Long Yi, who was currently laughing his head off, as she coldly snorted before loosening her arms to let Big Head out. Big Head took the chance when Liu Zhu loosened her grip to jump into Long Yi's bosom. Turning around, Big Head stared at Liu Zhu before saying, "Big sister's hug isn't as comfortable as father's hug. Big sister's soft chest nearly suffocated me." Puchy. Not only did the statement cause Long Yi to start laughing even louder, even Nellen Ryu and Wash Wang burst into laughter as they covered their mouth with their hands as giggles escaped their mouth. As for the insensitive barbarian bull, he was confused as he didn't understand why Boss and the sisters-in-law were laughing. The beautiful face of Liu Zhu reddened and her chest rose and fell rapidly. It seemed like a volcano was about to erupt. Upon seeing this, Long Yi hurriedly stopped laughing. This Shi Rex's strength wasn't a joke. He stroked Big Head's back as he looked lovingly at Big Head, who was enjoying Long Yi's company. Looking at Big Head, who had its eyes closed while hugging him, Long Yi said, "Now the name Big Head doesn't suit you at all. Seems like we really need to change our name." Liu Zhu, what did you used to call your little sister in the past? She has a dragon clan's name. It's very long and hard to pronounce. You definitely won't be able to remember it. As for a name in the language spoken by the members of the Blue Waves continent, she doesn't have any. Liu Zhu answered. How about calling her Nanan? One, it's pleasant to the ears and it also sounds cordial. Nellen Ryuayu said. What Nanan? See how plump she is. Let's call her Peng Naiu. 2. That name Naiur, my obedient daughter, don't you think that is a good name? Long Yi patted the little fat dragon's head. Good, good, Naiur is pleasant to hear. Little Peng Naiu answered in her immature voice, and everyone roared with laughter. It seemed like little Peng Naiu had a different taste from the rest, just like Peng Naiu's father. Long Yi, did you guys hear that? Niur said that the name Peng Niu is pleasant to hear. I hereby declare that my daughter's official name is Peng Niu, that name Niur. Long Yi laughed complacently. As for Liu Zhu, she was unwilling to let Long Yi change Big Head's name to Peng Niu, as the name Peng Niu was indeed a very poor choice of a name. However, Long Yi didn't give her a single chance to protest as he decided on the name for his daughter instantly. He simply walked out of this death space in large strides and the rest of the group also followed him out. As soon as Long Yi stepped out of the death space, he felt the gloomy scenery before his eyes change. From the originally gloomy scenery in the death space, Long Yi had walked into a place with silverish purple mist. In front of him, there was only silverish purple mist. No matter which direction Long Yi was looking in, there was no other color to be seen. He felt that there were no other magic elements in the atmosphere other than terrifying amounts of lightning magic elements in this space. If he were to stay in this place and cultivate lightning magic, his cultivation realm would break through layers after layers like a rocket. As soon as he stepped into this area, Long Yi vaguely felt as though this was the final checkpoint in the Lightning God Forbidden area. Ah! So numbing. Nellen Ryuayu exclaimed and hastily used her light magic to isolate herself from this place. The moment she stepped into this place, she felt a subtle electric current running through her entire body which made her feel like her body was numb all over. This should be the so-called Lightning God space. Lightning magic elements are all materialized here. Wang sighed softly. In this Lightning God space, other than lightning magicians and warriors, even if one was a water magic god like Wang, they wouldn't be able to harness magic power from the surroundings. If they were to encounter any dangerous situations in this place, instead of being able to help Long Yi, she would become a burden which dragged him down. Long Yi looked all around. Due to the thin silverish purple mist shrouding the area, visibility was extremely low as they were only able to see several meters ahead of themselves. However, other than the mist, there seemed to be nothing else and this place seemed to be deserted. Everyone, don't wander off. Let's all proceed ahead and take a look at what exactly is in this Lightning God space. Long Yi said. He had no other option than to proceed with caution as he had no idea what was going to happen when they went deeper into this Lightning God space. Long Yi walked in the front. The feeling of the silverish purple mist touching his face made him feel extremely comfortable and intimate as he had a great affinity with lightning magic elements. They walked in this Lightning God space for a long time but there basically didn't seem to be any changes. However, Long Yi's attention was placed on the peculiar sensation he was feeling on his cheeks as they continued moving forward. Yes, there was life in all the creatures in the world. Of course, magic elements were no exception as they had a life of their own. When Long Yi had a lightning baptism when he first entered the Lightning God Forbidden area, he had a deep impression of the lightning magic elements around him. As Long Yi walked further into the Lightning God space, he unwittingly closed his eyes as he allowed his instincts to take over. By now, the silverish purple mist which was surrounding him had already changed into many noisy silverish purple magic elemental spirits which danced around him. They happily surrounded him and sang their praises, expressing their affection towards him. Long Yi unconsciously smiled and his thoughts danced in the air, playing with these cute magic elemental spirits. This gave him an extremely pleasant sensation as he kept walking forward. Even after walking for so long, there seems to be no change in the environment. Long Yi, could it be that we are going in the wrong direction? Wang looked left and right as she couldn't help but ask Long Yi whether or not they were lost. However, Long Yi kept the same pace as he walked forward, as though he didn't hear her question at all. My husband. Ah. My husband, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Nellen Ryuayu felt like something was wrong with Long Yi and she instantly overtook him. Take a look at how Long Yi was doing. She saw that Long Yi had closed his eyes and had a smile on his face. Moreover, under the illumination of the silverish purple radiance, he appeared very weird, as if he was possessed. Hearing Nellen Ryuayu's scream, Wang, Liu Zhu and Barbarian Bull rushed to the front. However, the cause of the commotion, Long Yi, was unaware and continued to walk deeper into the lightning god's space. Boss, wake up. Barbarian Bull stood right in front of Long Yi to stop him. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. When Long Yi took another step in Barbarian Bull's direction, Barbarian Bull stepped to one side involuntarily to allow Long Yi to pass. When everyone saw that Barbarian Bull was unable to stop Long Yi, they looked at each other with a blank expression on their faces. They were both shocked and helpless as they didn't know what to do next. I think we should not disturb Long Yi right now. I think he seemed to have entered into a deep level into his sea of consciousness, so just watching him from the side is enough. Wang thought for a bit and said, she feared that if they forcibly woke Long Yi in the state he was in currently, Long Yi might suffer some unexpected damages. As such, Long Yi kept on walking with the rest of the group closely following behind him, waiting for him to wake up on his own. Long Yi's conscience was still happily communicating with these lightning magic elemental spirits, and he felt as though he wasn't able to stop. Little brother, save me. Suddenly, a sad call resounded in the ears of Long Yi which shook his entire consciousness. This voice, how come it was so familiar? This voice seems to belong to big sister Yu Hongnian. But what could have happened to her? Could it be that she met an accident in this lightning god-forbidden area? A wave of worry instantly hit Long Yi and he tried his hardest to think about what might have happened to Yu Hongnian. At this moment, the consciousness of Long Yi exploded and his senses extended infinitely. Passing through one different space after another, it finally landed in a small desolate valley, and what Long Yi saw made him extremely angry. The skin-tight fiery red leather armor of Yu Hongnian was already torn to pieces beyond recognition, revealing her spotlessly white skin all over. To make matters worse, a robust and tall man was in the process of crazily tearing her clothes as if he had already lost his ability to think. Yi Qinglai, sober up, you cannot do this to me. Yu Hongnian bit her red lip and her face was filled with grief and indignation as she already had no strength to struggle. I am very sober, I really am very sober. Hongnian, I've loved you for so many years, and now that we are trapped here and we don't know whether we can return alive or not, I must obtain you before dying. Even if I cannot obtain your heart, I must obtain your body. The eyes of Yi Qinglai were red and just like a wild beast. He said hysterically. Tearing the leather armor covering the chest of Yu Hongnian, her similarly fiery red silk underwear became visible. Her jade mountains were threatening to burst out from the rest of the cloth which was holding them together. But, her deep cleavage alone had already made Yi Qinglai insane, so he grabbed the strap of her underwear and was seconds away from tearing it off her body. Little brother, save me. Yu Hongnian closed her eyes and a teardrop slid down from the corner of her eyes. At that moment, she recalled Long Yi's handsome face with his signature bad smile. She greatly wished that he would descend from the sky like a god and save her from this monster before her. Long Yi, who was currently looking at this scene with his sense, was about to explode with rage. Yi Qinglai, this beast. All along he had thought this Yi Qinglai was a good person. However, never would he have thought that this Yi Qinglai was such a despicable bastard. Long Yi truly wanted lightning to strike him to death. Strike him dead, strike him dead. Long Yi gnashed his teeth and imagined divine lightning falling from the heavens, striking and killing this beast which was trying to defile his big sister. Crackle, boom. A silverish purple lightning that was as thick as a human's arm suddenly descended from the heavens and happened to strike Yi Qinglai, who was about to pull the underwear off Yu Hongnian. The body of Yi Qinglai suddenly stiffened and lightning elements circulated through his body as he fell backward. However, when Yi Qinglai fell, he didn't release the underwear which was in his hands. With a loud tearing sound, Yu Hongnian's fiery red underwear was torn off by the dead Yi Qinglai. A pair of very full and round, Snow White was suddenly revealed and two pink pearls shivered in the wind. Wow, very big, very white. Long Yi couldn't help but think to himself. 1. Nanan, little darling or sweetie, term of endearment for a child or baby. 2. Peng Niu, plump, fat girl. Chapter 368. Lightning God Temple. Yi Hongniang had already given up all hope. She thought that she would be unable to preserve her innocence today, but to her surprise, a divine lightning descended from the heaven. This divine lightning not only saved her, it passed judgment on the beast which was about to ravage her. She opened her eyes and looked all around, but she was unable to find her savior. Could it be that the lightning descended naturally? Could it be that the heavens were actually looking out for her? Very big, very white. Just when Yu Hongniang was thinking about what just happened, a familiar voice suddenly resounded in her ears. It was actually Long Yi's voice. Could it be that he was the one who saved her? Long Yi drooled while looking at those snow-white jade peaks. They truly were the best of the world, simply not inferior to Leng Yui's. Speaking of Leng Yui, Long Yi wondered where she was now. Just as Long Yi was deep in his thoughts, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. A huge silverish-purple palace appeared in front of his eyes. Above this palace, 3 characters which were written in the language of the Blue Waves continent: Lightning God Temple. This Lightning God Temple had a majestic atmosphere, and it was filled with exquisite carvings. In the center of the hall, there was an altar. Above the altar stood a statue which was wearing a silverish-purple lightning god armor. This statue held the lightning god hammer in one hand and the lightning god spirit tablet with his other hand. Next to that statue, there was an altar table made up of a peculiar material. Above this altar table, a silverish-purple pearl was floating. This feeling and this scenery were unexpectedly exactly the same as the lightning god altar seen before by Sibai and others. The only difference was, Sibai and others had seen this altar of the lightning god temple in the wilderness. Suddenly, the entire body of Long Yi trembled and he exclaimed, "Yuiu, Sibi, Lingwer, Kexen. How can it be?" He saw that among the 8 stone pillars standing around the periphery of the altar, 4 stone pillars had 4 young girls tied onto them using lightning god chains. The heads of 4 girls were tilted to one side, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This moment, inside lightning god space, Wang and others were very nervous while staring at Long Yi's continuously changing expression. One moment, he was angry, and in the next moment, he was. However, that was not all. In the next moment, he became nervous and sad. Despite his changing expressions, he didn't stop walking. Lightning God Temple. Suddenly, Long Yi's steps slowed down and uttered 3 words as he gnashed his teeth. All of them looked at each other in blank dismay. However, out of their expectations, Long Yi stopped walking and opened his eyes. His original black pupils that could cause people to palpitate had changed into silverish purple ones. Along with his vertical eyebrows which were vertical due to his frown, he looked like he was the lightning god who descended to earth. After that, the silverish purple mist in the front suddenly rolled up and dissipated. When the mist finally dissipated, a huge palace with a majestic atmosphere appeared. Long Yi became calm again and his silverish purple pupils also changed back to its original color. When he looked around him after coming back to his senses, he was met with deeply concerned gazes from his teammates. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't look at me like this. I'm fine. Let's go and have a stroll around this lightning god temple. I'd like to see what abilities this lightning god has to actually dare to touch this young master's women." "Are you nervous? Why are you talking nonsense?" Liu Zhu looked at Long Yi with a strange expression on her face. Just a moment ago, she felt that something was wrong with him, but now, he seemed to have gotten worse. Long Yi was too lazy to reason with her. His current focus was completely placed on the lightning god temple. He wanted to know whether Sibai and others were really kidnapped or not, and more than anything, he wanted to see for himself if the figures were real or not. Long Yi quickly advanced forward and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the big door of the lightning god temple. Observing this lightning god temple from such a close distance, he could clearly feel the magnificence and imposing momentum of this lightning god temple. At this moment, Barbarian Bull, Liu Zhu and others also arrived and were greatly shocked as they sized up this lightning god temple. Long Yi moved closer as he wanted to enter the temple. However, Wang stopped him and said, "Don't be so anxious to enter. Who knows what kind of dangers lie inside?" "Nope, regardless of the dangers, I must enter." Sibai, Yu and others are still inside. I can't leave them alone when they are in danger. Long Yi firmly said. After thinking for a bit, he continued, as for all of you, do not come in. This space only has lightning magic elements, so it's very dangerous for all of you to enter. How is it possible for you to know who is inside the temple? Could it be that you were just dreaming a while ago? Liu Zhu was unconvinced as she thought that Long Yi was dreaming while walking just now. If I said there are people inside, then there are definitely people inside the temple. Do you dare to bet with me? Long Yi looked at Liu Zhu while grinning. What's the bet? Liu Zhu hurriedly said. She had no shortage of gold, silvers, pearls and jewels. However, it was well known that all dragons were misers. Liu Zhu was no exception. If you lose, then how about you kiss me? Long Yi smirked and said. Liu Zhu's pretty face instantly turned cold, and after seeing the confident expression on Long Yi's face, she became somewhat hesitant. Although he didn't bet treasures, her kiss was much more valuable than any treasures in her possession. If you don't want to bet, then forget it. I have no time to waste with you. The rest of you be obedient and stay here. I'll enter the temple on my own. As soon as Long Yi was done speaking, he wanted to rush inside. Who said I am not betting? If you lose, then promise me one thing. Liu Zhu suddenly said. Long Yi paused in his steps and turned to face Liu Zhu. Putting on a smirk on his face, he said, the bet is on. When he spoke his last word, he turned and walked into the temple. Little Peng Nai, who was hanging on his chest all along, however, was blocked by an invisible power. She fell to the ground as she miserably yelled, Father, it really hurts. Long Yi was startled. He turned around and wanted to pick Peng Nai up, but a burst of invisible power came from the entrance of this lightning god temple that pushed him back inside. With a creak, the door unexpectedly closed. Everyone outside was shocked as they watched the doors close. All of them wanted to rush in after Long Yi, but all of them were pushed away by a huge invisible power which was emitted by the doors. Even little Peng Naiu's dragon breath was useless. The door finally closed completely, and they heard the vague voice of Long Yi telling them not to worry and to wait for him. Long Yi composed himself and turned around. He saw a perfectly straight path paved with purple jade stone in front of him. On both sides of this path stood rows of mighty guardian statues. Their facial features appeared as if they were carved from the same mold, eyes radiating a dense killing intent. Finally, at the end of the path, Long Yi was able to see the main hall of the Lightning God Temple. This place will not resemble the dark spaces passage at the bottom of the cold pond, will it? Long Yi muttered, thinking about the time he nearly lost his life when the statues came to life in that passage. Long Yi involuntarily shivered. After thinking for a bit, he summoned the violent lightning beast and Long Tu from inside his dark dimension space. With the two of them present, he felt safer. Moreover, within this lightning god space, the violent lightning beast could use more than 100% of its strength. The violent lightning beast was excited and thrilled as soon as it came out. The dense lightning magic elements in the atmosphere made it feel extremely comfortable. As for Long Tu, who was holding the death scythe, it quietly stood behind Long Yi. The only reason he was able to exist in this world was because of Long Yi, and he would never leave Long Yi's side as long as it lived. Long Yi beckoned, and with the violent lightning beast and Long Tu, he strode towards the end of this path paved with purple jade stone. Chapter 369. When Long Yi took a step forward, the guardian statues didn't come back to life like he had thought. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even if he were to use his toes to think, he would be able to figure out that those guardians were definitely not to be trifled with. Nothing unusual happened as Long Yi walked down the path. Soon, Long Yi, who was leading Long Tu and the violent lightning beast, arrived at the entrance of the lightning god main hall. Looking all around the hall, the entire body of Long Yi involuntarily shook and he rushed in. The scene inside was unexpectedly exactly the same as the scene he had seen using his sense. Leng Yuiu, Si Bai, Ling'er and Dongfang Kexen were separately tied to 4 stone pillars which were full of mysterious carvings. Moreover, the lightning god chains binding them had silverish purple electric sparks cracking on them. Yuiu, Buyer, wake up! Long Yi rushed into the lightning god altar and patted the cheeks of Lang Yui and Si Bai who were nearest to him. Unfortunately, they didn't respond to Long Yi no matter how he tried to wake them. Langwer, Kexen, what happened to all of you? Long Yi leapt to the other two pillars as he anxiously called out. He desperately wanted to tear off the lightning god chains that were tying them up, but how could it be so easy to break off lightning god chains? No matter how hard he tried, the lightning god chains refused to budge as they held the four girls tightly against the pillars. Long Yi's gaze shifted towards the lightning god statues standing above the altar. Staring at the lightning god spirit tablet in the statue's hands without blinking his eyes, Long Yi thought that if he possessed the lightning god spirit tablet, he would be able to wake the girls up. As soon as the thought of waking them up crossed his mind, he instantly leapt into action. Long Yi changed into a flicker of light as he rushed towards the lightning god statue. Reaching out his hands, he aimed for the lightning god spirit tablet which was flashing with silverish purple radiance. Crackle! The entire body of Long Yi trembled as the purple light flashed. Long Yi was sent flying backwards by an immensely strong power and he fell to the bottom of the altar with a bang. Long Yi was struck dumb with amazement. His lightning-absorbing physique was unexpectedly unable to withstand the lightning around the lightning god spirit tablet. However, he was also lucky to have peculiar interaction with lightning magic elemental spirits. Otherwise, if he only relied on the quality of his physical body when he just entered the lightning god forbidden area, even if he managed to escape death, he would have become a cripple. The feeling of gradually disappeared, but Long Yi saw that the spirit tablet in the hand of the lightning god statue seemed to be giving rise to silverish purple halos. These halos were produced in succession and they slowly expanded, spreading to every corner of this main hall. Long Yi felt uneasy in his heart as he kept a close watch on his surroundings. He was trying hard to suppress his trembling heart as he watched the halos fill the main hall. From the time he had arrived in this world, he had never felt so uneasy and fearful. Even in the death space, when he was confronting the three-headed demonic dragon, he didn't feel like this. This was a kind of pressure that came from the soul. Moreover, the air in the temple seemed still as there was not even the slightest breeze. Is this the divine power? Compared to the pressure from the light god which Long Yi had experienced before, this was too powerful. Long Yi was comparing the pressure he faced against the light god and the lightning god in his heart, but his tough and tensile temperament didn't allow him to succumb to the pressure. So what if God himself came down? No one can make him lower his noble head. No matter what he had to face, he will not yield. Long Yi gnashed his teeth and straightened his back as his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. If the lightning god wanted to fight, Long Yi would gladly give it the fight it wanted. A man dies with his penis pointing towards the sky. 1. Long Tu stood behind Long Yi as if it was Long Yi's shadow. Although it was facing immense pressure, it was as arrogant and Long Yi and was unwilling to bow down towards the pressure. Red lights glimmered in its pitch-black eye sockets as it stared directly at the lightning god statue on the altar. As for the violent lightning beast, it was a magical beast with inborn veneration for the lightning god. However, due to its blood connection with Long Yi, it was also affected by Long Yi's disposition. Its instinct was telling it to prostrate in front of the lightning god statue. However, due to the feeling of rebellion it was getting from Long Yi, it struggled incessantly. "FCKU, you coward!" Long Yi suddenly cursed loudly, and withstanding this pressure, he jumped up with a huge sword in his hand. He used his magic ki to chop his sword towards the statue of the lightning god who was standing on the altar without holding back. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The lightning god statue was motionless as if a mountain. As for Long Yi, he was sent flying back again. The huge sword in his hand broke into countless pieces, but the armor of this lightning god statue didn't even have a scratch on it. The blood and chi within Long Yi's body were churning and his complexion became pale. The gap between a god and a human truly was so big that it appeared as if they were separated by a natural moat. Not to mention Long Yi wasn't even fighting against the real lightning god now, it was merely its statue. Kaka, Kaka, Several sounds came from the four corners of the main hall. Long Yi's eyebrows shot up and his heart suddenly trembled. The feeling of extreme danger shot past him and he felt a chill down his spine which made his entire body turn cold. The reaction of violent lightning beast was even more violent. It suddenly enlarged, bent forward, and with all of its fur standing on its end, it issued a low roar. Kaka, kaka. The sounds of armors slowly approached Long Yi from the four corners of the main hall. The heart of Long Yi sunk, and his pupils suddenly shrunk into the size of needle points. He was able to see four figures measuring more than 3 meters tall walking from the four corners of the hall. These guardians wore thick and heavy, domineering silverish-purple armor and advanced slowly towards Long Yi. They held lightning spears which were more than 6 meters long and the spear looked even more fearsome when lightning occasionally flashed along its shaft. They were different from the statues on both sides of the path outside. They were real living people. The four powerful guardians with ominous look stood 15 meters away from Long Yi, blocking all the retreat routes of Long Yi. Long Yi's previous thoughts were wrong. The pressure he felt just now was not emitted by this lightning god statue, rather it was the pressure emitted by these four guardians. If just the guardians had such terrifying strength, Long Yi didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the real lightning god was. "Who are you?" Long Yi coldly asked without any expression. His expression didn't even change when he asked the four guardians who they were. The guardian at the front left knocked the ground with his lightning spear, and as if lightning, his gaze looked towards Long Yi. His metallic voice resounded, "We are the four main guardians under the command of the lightning god. We are responsible for guarding the lightning god temple and we kill all the ants that scurry into this temple." "Ants? Hee. What if I say I don't want to die?" The legs of Long Yi was slightly trembling. It was not because of fear, but rather the pressure of these four main guardians suddenly strengthened as if they wanted to force him into kneeling. But how was Long Yi willing to kneel according to others' wishes? He would rather die standing. In the past he was like this. His attitude didn't change after he lived for so long and it sure as hell won't change in the future. Long Yi would never kneel to anyone unwillingly. There is only one way to do this. Kill us and not only can you come and go as you please, everything within the lightning god temple will be yours. The voice of this guardian still didn't have even a trace of emotion, but Long Yi noticed a trace of sadness that unintentionally flashed past its eyes in an instant. "Lightning god. He is already dead," Long Yi suddenly said, which caused these guardians to become absent-minded for a moment. In this brief moment, Long Yi, Long Tu, and the violent lightning beast attacked simultaneously. Long Yi shoot true chi towards the eyes of this guardian. At this critical moment, he used all of his strength. As such, the might of his true chi was so powerful that it was able to destroy even a small mountain. As for Long Tu, its death scythe changed into blood light as it chopped towards the space between the eyes of this guardian. The violent lightning beast didn't remain idle as it unleashed a forbidden magic spell on the guardian. 1. Man dies with his penis pointing toward the sky. Literal translation of comma. As for the meaning, it is very shameful for a man or warrior to die facing the ground, which is running away, so it's the other way around. Chapter 370. Fierce Battle. Spirit Tablets. Unusual transformation. The eyes of this lightning god guardian flashed with purple light and a mocking smile surfaced on his face. Clearly, he didn't attach any importance to this kind of attack. Ding! The lightning spear in the hand of this lightning god guardian quickly swayed twice. Long Yi's true chi attack and the surprise attack of Long Tu at the space between his eyes instantly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. As for the lightning forbidden magic spell cast by the violent lightning beast, instead of doing damage to the lightning god guardian, it seemed to tickle it instead. The corner of Long Yi's mouth twitched and he spat out a word while gnashing his teeth. Abnormal. Abnormal. Indeed, if Long Yi, Long Tu and the violent lightning beast were to join hands, they could traverse the Blue Waves continent unhindered. With the exception of some advanced God Realm mold monsters, practically no one would be able to obstruct their way. However, when they were facing this lightning god guardian, They were like a child facing an adult. They were far from being its match. "Take another one of my attack." Long Yi shouted loudly as he condensed all the internal force in his body into his 10 fingertips. After gathering enough internal force, he shot 10 true chi beams straight towards the face of this lightning god guardian. "No need to waste your energy. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant." The lightning god guardian wasn't the slightest bit fazed by the attack from Long Yi. Although the 10 true chi beams Long Yi shot were completely silent when making a surprise attack, he was still able to sense the subtle fluctuation of chi coming from the beams. Spreading open his big palms, he grabbed the 10 beams of concealed true chi. Lightly squeezing his hand, the 10 true chi beams suddenly vanished like smoke and dispersed like clouds. Long Yi's dejected expression changed all of a sudden, and a complacent grin appeared on his face. When the lightning god guardian finally noticed the abnormality with the beams of true chi he caught, he suddenly felt pain in his right eye. Moreover, a burst of tingling pain began to spread out from his head, and his entire body became limp. Kaka, with a sound of something breaking, the lightning god guardian who was wearing a thick heavy armor unexpectedly fell to its knees with a look of disbelief on its face. Taking advantage of this moment when a gap appeared in the encirclement as well as the instant when the other 3 lightning god guardians were dumbfounded, Long Yi rushed out of the encirclement. However, instead of going to fight the other lightning god guardians, Long Yi's target was the lightning god spirit tablet in the hand of the lightning god statue standing on the altar. The moment Long Yi's big hands grabbed the lightning god spirit tablet, a whistling sound resounded beside his ears. The next moment, a sharp and violent energy blade pierced through him from behind. Long Yi immediately fell down weakly as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Long Yi turned his head with great difficulty and saw that 2 lightning god guardians were staring at him with a gaze full of tyrannical chi. This made his heart turn cold. As for the other lightning god guardian, it was standing behind the lightning god guardian which Long Yi had just managed to defeat, and their bodies were glimmering with a frightening silverish purple light. "FCK, still didn't die. Life can truly be hard," Long Yi muttered in his heart. Out of Long Yi's expectations, he wasn't able to get rid of a single one of the lightning god guardian before dying. This was truly a failure. Of course, with Long Yi's current strength, he was truly unable to compare to the lightning god guardian who was speaking just a moment ago. However, he still took advantage of the situation and used a sneak attack on the lightning god guardian who was underestimating him. He had truly made it appear as if he had tried his best when he used the true chi beam at the very beginning, as he wanted to make the lightning god guardian think that he was nothing more than an ant in its eyes. Long Yi wanted to make the lightning god guardian think that his attacks would not be able to harm it in the slightest, but in fact, this was an ant in disguise. Real ants weren't as crafty as Long Yi. In his second move, Long Yi hit a killing move as he shot a hidden silver needle which was as fine as an ox's fur at the same time as the 10 true chi beams. His true chi beams were silent en route when attacking, but the lightning god guardian sensed them. Of course, this was within Long Yi's expectations. But that silver needle under the cover of the 10 true chi beams was his true killer move. When that lightning god guardian extended its hand to easily block 10 true chi beams, the silver needle as fine as an ox hair behind them managed to pass through the crack of its fingers. The needle proceeded on to pierce through the guardian's right eye and penetrated its brain, cutting off the cranial nerves in the guardian's brain. Logically speaking, once the cranial nerves of an ordinary person were cut, no matter how strong that person was, they would surely die without a doubt. But these lightning god guardians were clearly not things which could be compared to an ordinary person. Seeing that one of their members suffered an injury, the other 2 lightning god guardians went berserk. Crackle, the lightning spears of 2 lightning god guardians, as if lightning, stabbed towards Long Yi the primary offender. As Long Yi was already powerless at this moment, he could only wait for death. Clank, a shadow appeared in front of Long Yi all of a sudden. It was none other than Long Tu, who had just developed its own consciousness. The chest and stomach sections of its bone armor were pierced through by those lightning spears. creating two bowl-sized holes. Cracks started to spread out from these holes, which affected the entire bone armor on Long Tu's body. Unfortunately, Long Tu's surprise attack didn't affect either of the two lightning god guardians as they stood their ground. Rumble. The two lightning god guardians retracted their lightning spears and Long Tu fell at the side of Long Yi. Long Tu, are you okay? Seeing Long Tu protecting him while disregarding its body, Long Yi was greatly moved. Boss, I'm fine. Red lights flashed in the pitch-black eye sockets of Long Tu, then with the support of its death scythe, it got up. Fortunately, it wasn't able to feel pain. Otherwise, with the wound given to him by the two lightning god guardians, it definitely wouldn't be able to reply Long Yi and stand up in such a manner. Long Tu stood in front of Long Yi once again. In Long Tu's just-formed consciousness, Long Yi was its boss, Long Yi was its creator. It must not let its boss receive injuries even if it had to disappear. Rumble, a powerful pressure that could cause people to vomit blood spread out, and with a flash of lightning, Long Tu was sent flying once again. Its left hand broke into pieces and its right leg wasn't much better off. It shattered into pieces after the explosion of lightning. Now, from its skull to its foot, there wasn't a place on Long Tu that was in good condition. Kaka. Long Tu stood up once again. It used its only remaining right hand to persistently hold up its death scythe and used its only remaining left leg to jump in front of Long Yi. Long Tu. Long Yi opened his mouth and his entire body slightly quivered as his right hand tightly grabbed that lightning god spirit tablet covered in his blood. Now, his heart was full of grief and heartache. He was unable to endure it any longer and could no longer watch Long Tu suffering such torment before his eyes. What was even more unbearable for Long Yi was that Long Tu was getting up again and again, using its body to defend Long Yi from the attacks from the two lightning god guardians. Apostrophe. Once again, Long Tu made a perfect arc in the air and heavily fell on the ground. This time, his left leg was also completely shattered. Only half of its skull remained hanging on its neckbone, but the red light in its pitch-black eye sockets didn't dim in the slightest as it struggled to stand up. However, after being battered by the two lightning god guardians again and again, it was losing its ability to even stand up. The spirit connection between Long Yi and it began to slowly weaken. Never thought, Long Yi will also have such a day. Long Yi smiled sadly as his teeth made cracking sounds. His star-like eyes looked at the four women who were still bound to the stone pillars of this altar. All of them were very important to him. Among them, 3 were his wives, and the remaining one was his hopelessly muddled cousin. Roar! Roar! The violent lightning beast furiously roared. Feeling the strong sadness in the Long Yi's heart, it was angered. Ignoring the innate fear it felt from the innermost part of its heart, the violent lightning beast began to attack the lightning god guardians. But for an unknown reason, these lightning god guardians unexpectedly didn't harm this violent lightning beast. They merely sent it flying to the side of Long Yi over and over again. During the fight between the violent lightning beast and the lightning god guardians, lightning magic elements of this place seethed as forbidden magic spells were continuously fired at those lightning god guardians. Moreover, violent lightning and electric net shrouded this entire lightning god main hall. Go. Eat that. Long Yi suddenly used his thought to instruct the violent lightning beast to eat the eyeball of the lightning god. The violent lightning beast hesitated for 1/3 of a second before changing into a purple light. It rushed to the table of the altar where the eyeball of the lightning god was floating and opened its mouth, swallowing the eyeball into its belly. A silverish purple light burst out from the violent lightning beast. Then it roared as it faced the heavens. The entire lightning god temple shook under its roar and its figure continuously swelled as if it was a balloon. At an unknown time, the very first lightning god guardian that was injured by Long Yi had already stood up. Now, he was staring at violent lightning beast with keen, sparkling eyes and its expression was changing unpredictably. Long Yi felt as if his soul was fluttering and the scenery before his eyes began to sway. Am I dying? Long Yi thought in his heart. However, He didn't notice the change in the lightning god spirit tablet in his hands. The blood above it strangely turned into flowing red lines. The blood continuously swirled on the lightning god spirit tablet, and countless lightning magic elemental spirits danced lightly and gracefully around him. Long Yi smiled, and the corner of his mouth, which was covered in blood, rose up, forming a perfect arc. Suddenly, the lightning chains which bounded the four girls to the stone pillars disappeared instantly. The four girls slowly slid down and opened their beautiful eyes at practically the same time. They blinked their eyes in confusion, as they were apparently still somewhat muddle-headed. The surging lightning elements in the atmosphere quickly shocked the girls into waking up. "My husband!" Fengling, Sibai and Leng Yuiu simultaneously screamed sadly as they rushed towards Long Yi, who was on the verge of death. Cousin Dongfeng Kexin also rushed towards Long Yi. Before the four girls were able to reach Long Yi, a powerful aura isolated Long Yi, preventing any of the girls from touching him. Currently, the violent lightning beast had already gone berserk. With lightning crackling around its huge body, it charged into the four lightning god guardians. Now, its momentum and speed were completely different from before. Two lightning god guardians stepped forward to fight with the violent lightning beast under the altar. The current violent lightning beast that couldn't withstand even a single blow just a moment ago could fight on par with two lightning god guardians at the same time. As for the remaining two lightning god guardians, they advanced towards Long Yi, who was lying on the altar. Among the two guardians which advanced towards Long Yi, one was the lightning god guardian which was talking to Long Yi at the start. Although they didn't know what had happened, Sibai and others already guessed that these terrifying lightning god guardians who didn't seem to be human were the one that injured Long Yi. Sibai immediately flew over to the front of Long Yi and spread her arms open. In this lightning god main hall, Sibai, as a light magician, wasn't able to cast any spells at all. Despite her inability to do anything to the two lightning god guardians who were advancing towards Long Yi, she didn't hesitate to stand in front of Long Yi. Now, there were stubbornness, tenderness and a bit of sadness in her beautiful eyes. If necessary, she will not hesitate to self-detonate to protect her husband. In the next moment, Fengling, Leng Yuiu and Dongfeng Kexin simultaneously stood at the side of Sibai. Their looks were no different from Sibai as they stared at the two lightning god guardians. Long Yi slightly trembled, and the lightning god spirit tablet with his blood circulating on it began to float in the air. At the same time, countless lightning magic elemental spirits began to enter the body of Long Yi. Now, his entire body was already covered with a layer of silverish purple radiance. Chapter 371, Divine Position, Snatching Spirit Tablet. The two lightning god guardians stopped where they were, and the viciousness on their face instantly disappeared. With a change in their expressions, they used a revering gaze to watch the lightning god spirit tablet which was floating in the air. At the same time, the battle between the violent lightning beast and the other two lightning god guardians also stopped. The three of them simultaneously looked towards the altar. Now, the body of the violent lightning beast was practically the same as Long Yi, surrounded by silverish purple radiance. Moreover, the radiance around the two of them was still changing non-stop. It was as though the silverish purple radiance around either of them were reacting to the radiance on the other, as they pulsated in rhythm with each other. Suddenly, the air in this entire hall condensed, and within a second, a substantial amount of lightning magic elements crazily gushed into Long Yi's body. Moreover, the lightning god spirit tablet floating above Long Yi's head emitted silverish purple light, where the trace of blood continuously shuttled back and forth across the tablet. Ah! Long Yi screamed in pain, and the silverish purple radiance around his body fluctuated violently. "My husband, he is in great pain. What should we do?" Leng Yuiu panicked and grabbed the hands of the equally nervous Sibai and Fengling as she cried out. "Yuiu, don't be nervous. Our husband will be fine." Sibai also tightened her grip around Leng Yuiu's hand as she comforted her. Although she was telling Leng Yuiu not to be nervous, her own voice was trembling. At this moment, Long Yi's body suddenly floated up from the ground. The moment he left the ground, Lightning magic elements flew all around the hall in disorder. Cousin. Dongfang Kexin, who was standing to the side, mumbled as she stared at Long Yi, who was currently floating in midair. Her tears fell like rain as she saw the pain Long Yi was in. Suddenly, she raised her head and after shouting a single word, "Cousin," she rushed towards Long Yi as if she lose all senses. Crackle! Dongfang Kexin was electrocuted and was sent flying back, only to be caught by Sibai. Big sister Sibai, I don't want anything to happen to cousin. I definitely don't want anything bad to happen to him. Dongfang Kexin said with her eyes full of tears. Seeing the continuously twitching Long Yi, who was frequently letting out groans of pain in the sky, she felt as if a knife was piercing her heart. Her possessive desire might be incomparably strong, she might be very selfish, and her feelings towards Long Yi might be somewhat twisted and paranoid. However, her heart was purer than true gold. She really didn't want anything bad to happen to Long Yi. Nothing will happen to him. We must believe in him. Sibai was just as worried for Long Yi as Dongfang Kexin, but she was much calmer and handling the situation with much more maturity than Dongfang Kexin. Suddenly, Long Yi issued a heaven-shaking roar. A silverish purple radiance started to spread out, with Long Yi in the center. In addition to the violent lightning beast, the 4 lightning god guardians, as well as the 4 women, they were all pushed out of this altar. The more surprising thing was that the mysterious patterns on the 8 pillars surrounding the altar began to move and circulate as if they were alive. After forming mysterious magic rune seals, they flew towards Long Yi, who was currently floating above the altar. Kaka. The 4 lightning god guardians knelt down to the ground in unison with devout and revere written all over their face the moment the runes entered Long Yi's body. As for Long Yi, who was floating above the altar, he was still twitching endlessly. However, the pain he felt was slowly reducing and his consciousness was clearer than ever. Despite all that had happened, Long Yi wanted to sink into a perpetual deep sleep more than anything. This kind of feeling of wanting to sleep but having an extremely clear consciousness was honestly painful to bear. Moreover, his sea of consciousness was on the verge of exploding due to the influx of the insane amount of lightning magic elements that just entered his body. As for the lightning magic core that was circulating non-stop was saturated long ago. Compared to before, it was currently several times bigger in size. However, lightning magic elements were pouring into his sea of consciousness without any signs of stopping. Little fellows, don't come in anymore. I am about to explode, Long Yi muttered towards the lightning magic elemental spirits surrounding him. He didn't know how much longer he will be able to endure with the excessive amount of lightning magic elements pouring into him. Although the lightning magic elemental spirits still expressed trust and attachment to him, they still continued to ceaselessly assault his fragile sea of consciousness. The other magic elements in his sea of consciousness were already suppressed by the huge amount of lightning magic elements pouring in. They basically didn't have any power to resist the lightning magic elements which were still pouring in. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, 3 colors of light flew out of Long Yi's body. Red, black, and white. These were the 3 color of light flying out of Long Yi's body. They were actually the Raging Flames Jade, Dark Magic Jade and Light Magic Jade respectively. These 3 spirit tablets encircled the Lightning God Spirit Tablet, and they slowly rotated around it. The 4 of them seemed to attract and repel each other at the same time. At practically the same time, 4 different colored lights from the 4 spirit tablets shot into the space between Long Yi's eyebrows, with the 4 lights suddenly entering Long Yi's sea of consciousness that was already on the verge of exploding. Long Yi felt so much pain that he wanted to die. However, his consciousness was so clear that he didn't have the qualifications to even faint, not to mention dying, so he could only endure this inhumane torment on his spirit by the 4 items. Suddenly, Long Yi's sea of consciousness exploded with a loud bang. That magic core which was formed by lightning magic elements unexpectedly exploded and formed a vortex at the center of his sea of consciousness, sucking in all the lightning magic elements in his sea of consciousness as if it was a black hole. As for fire magic elements, light magic elements and dark magic elements, they were also forming their own vortexes. However, They were like fireflies compared to the moon when they were placed in comparison with the lightning magic element vortex. As for the cyan, blue and yellow magic elements which corresponded to the wind, water, and earth magic elements respectively, they silently stayed at the edge of Long Yi's sea of consciousness. When Long Yi finally inspected his sea of consciousness after everything that had happened, he realized that his sea of consciousness had undergone a huge expansion. It was more than double the size, and the pain that he felt decreased to a level which he could tolerate. What in the world was going on? Long Yi was puzzled in his heart. However, when he sighed in relief and rejoiced that he was able to hold on to his little life, the lightning god spirit tablet floating above his head suddenly entered into his sea of consciousness and quietly floated above the silverish-purple vortex. At the same time, Long Yi felt a warm current which slowly integrated into his Outianju's internal force that was circulating all over his body. It was transforming Long Yi's already very sturdy physique into something stronger, and Long Yi felt a comfortable feeling as he slowly fell into a deep sleep. At an unknown time, the Fire Kylan and the Tiger Cub, Little 3, was released from the dark dimension space Long Yi possessed. They were staring at the spirit tablets floating above Long Yi without even blinking their eyes. Suddenly, the mysterious patterns of the 8 stone pillars stopped circulating. From the top of the pillars, 8 divine lights formed and shot towards the lightning god statue standing above the altar. This lightning god statue trembled and suddenly disappeared, as it was reduced to a pile of powder. The powder slowly dissipated in the air, but the statue's silverish-purple suit of armor, which was full of mysterious lines, remained intact above the altar. The suit of armor could be subdivided into a few parts. From the top to the bottom, the pieces were lightning god helmet, lightning god breastplate, lightning god arm armor, lightning god shin guard, and lightning god battle boots. Moreover, there was the purple gold lightning god hammer which stood majestically beside all the armor pieces. At this time, the 4 lightning god guardians kneeling below the altar disappeared without a trace along with the lightning god statue. The 8 stone pillars also reverted back to normal, and the silverish-purple radiance around Long Yi also dissipated. Now, he was stark naked. His chest, back and arms had mysterious patterns which were exactly the same as the mysterious patterns on the stone pillars. The patterns on Long Yi's body shone with golden light which made him look extremely mysterious. Seeing as everything was returning to normal, Sibai and the others simultaneously leaped onto the altar. Without a hint of shyness, they ran towards the stark naked and unconscious Long Yi. Suddenly, Dongfang Kexan and Feng Long, who were running simultaneously, slowed down and their beautiful face distorted. By the time they slowed down, Sibai and Leng Yui had already pounced onto Long Yi. However, just as their little hands were just about to touch Long Yi, the dark magic jade and light magic jade floating above Long Yi's head trembled. A dark black light shot from the dark magic jade entered the space between the eyebrows of Leng Yui, and at the same time, a milky white light shot from the holy light jade entered the space between the eyebrows of Sibai. The moment the light entered the space between the eyebrows of both girls, they collapsed on top of Long Yi. Soon after that, those 2 spirit tablets and the fire god's spirit tablet fell down, as if they lost all their powers. Suddenly, white light flashed in the eyes of Dongfang Kexan, and leaving behind after images, she stretched her hands to grab both the holy light jade and the dark magic jade. At the same time, a green light burst out from within the body of Fengling. Dongfang Kexan managed to grab onto the light spirit tablet, but the dark spirit tablet was swept away by that green light. Snorting coldly, she disappeared from the lightning god temple. At the same that green light which swept away the dark spirit tablet also disappeared. 2 clear teardrops rolled down from Feng Ling's eyes and she collapsed powerlessly on the ground. Her body slightly trembled as she covered the pit of her stomach, as she vomited a mouthful of blood. Soon after that, she fell unconsciousness, but there was still mumbling coming from her mouth. If one were to listen carefully to what she was saying, one could hear she was continuously muttering, Why? Light Church's Light God Hall, A light god statue with 8 pairs of wings stood majestically in the center. Light Pope Charles was sitting cross-legged at the foot of this light god statue with his eyes closed tightly as he muttered an obscure incantation. In front of him, there was a magic array that emitted a milky white radiance. This magic array luxuriously used several hundred A-ranked magic cores of light magical beasts, as well as other high-quality light attributed ores to supply the energy required for the magic array to function. Suddenly, this magic array flashed with violent radiance and an unconscious Dongfang Kexen who was holding the light spirit tablet appeared at the center of this magic array. Charles opened his glittering eyes and without even wiping the beads of sweat off his forehead, he grabbed the light spirit tablet that was being tightly held in the little hands of Dongfang Kexen. He suddenly laughed wildly as his eyes flashed with crazed looks which made this light pope who was regarded as a god among common people appear like a lunatic. Not long after, Charles's laughter slowly stopped and gently caressing the light spirit tablet in his hand, he looked towards Dongfang Kexen who was currently lying on the magic array. With a hint of tenderness, he squatted down and softly said, "My daughter, you will forget everything that happened in the Lightning God Temple, and you will become the daughter of a true god." In the secret altar of the Dark Church located in the Proud Moon Empire, a tall man shrouded in black robes was similarly laughing wildly. He was holding the dark spirit tablet in his hand and a small green birdie stood on his shoulder. This small green birdie was precisely the emerald magic bird that was sealed within the high-ranking members of Dark Church. Above the altar of Lightning God Hall, a hint of dark mist emerged from the palm of Long Yi which gradually took the form of the shadow. However, the Fire Kylan and Tiger Cub who were guarding Long Yi beside him appeared as if they didn't even sense the presence of this shadow. The head outline of the shadow turned as he looked towards the lightning god armors on the altar. The shadow gave a strange laugh as it contained a hint of unconcealable sense of loneliness. Not long after, the shadow stopped his ear-piercing laughter. It looked towards Long Yi on the ground and muttered, "Brave child. The lightning god actually chose to pass his divine position to you. The only problem with that was, he didn't expect you to possess 3 other spirit tablets with you as well. Now, what kind of monster will you become as a result? Is this the beginning of your fortune, or the beginning of your misfortune? There are also those 2 idiots who snatched the spirit tablets. This is getting more and more interesting." While laughing, the shadow slowly entered into Long Yi's body. Chapter 372, Divine World's Hope. This was a tediously long dream. In the boundless silverish-purple world, there was a solitary particle. It was a tiny speck of dust in this endless world. It drifted around the space, as though it was seeking something, day in day out, year in year out. After an unknown number of years had gone by, this small speck of dust slowly grew up. It experienced countless pains and struggles, and finally grew to become big and powerful. Long Yi was witnessing everything that was happening to this speck of dust as if a bystander for endless years. In the end, Long Yi was surprised to see that that speck of dust unexpectedly grew to have its own appearance. Unexpectedly, the two began to overlap. Is this Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzi? Everything seemed inconceivable. For a moment, Long Yi forgot about the Blue Waves continent and even his last world. Rumble. On a certain day, at a certain time, a powerful silverish-purple light suddenly appeared in this dreamland-like world. A giant wearing silverish-purple battle armor and holding a purple-gold hammer appeared in front of Long Yi. "Who are you?" Long Yi asked, somewhat perplexed. "They call me the Lightning God." The giant looked terrifying, but his gaze was very gentle as he looked at Long Yi. "Lightning God?" Long Yi muttered a few times and his mind throbbed as if he heard those 2 words somewhere before. A thunderous laughter echoed as the Lightning God gave a booming chuckle. He reached out his big hand and covered Long Yi's head. The moment his hand touched Long Yi's head, the memories Long Yi had which were covered in dust in the passage of time rushed out, as if tidewater out of confinement, filling his head again. One scene after another flashed in his mind, as scenes from both Long Yi's past and present life appeared in his head. After a long time, Long Yi finally opened his eyes. His former quick-wittedness and craftiness once again reappeared in his eyes as he took a quick glance about. He stared at the giant figure of the lightning god and asked, "I got my memories back, but where am I now?" It appears as though an extremely long time had passed since I lost consciousness. The lightning god laughed and said, "Now, you are in my life domain. In fact, you haven't been unconscious for long. Everything you experience here is merely you fusing with the experience of the divine heart. Fortunately, you arrived in my lightning god temple before I completely faded from existence." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I don't get what just happened, but as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I care about is whether this fusing with the divine heart is beneficial to me." The lightning god was dumbfounded. After starting at Long Yi with a blank expression for a moment, he laughed heartily before saying, "Good, very good, worthy of being the successor chosen by me. Of course there are benefits for you. However, where there are benefits, there will also be disadvantages. The real question here is, what do you think about being my successor?" "Successor? Do you mean I will become the next lightning god?" Long Yi frowned and asked. Perhaps there are other people who would be ecstatic to hear about being the lightning god's successor, but not Long Yi. He wanted to reach further, not just become the successor of some god. The lightning god awkwardly smiled and replied, "I cannot say for certain. It should have been like that. But something unexpected happened during the inheritance. I didn't know you actually had 3 other spirit tablets with you. Well, because of this unexpected situation, you currently possess the divine power of 4 main gods in your body. All the creations under the heaven have mutual enhancement and inhibition towards the 5 elements. So such a gathering might give rise to some unknown side effects." Long Yi thought for a bit and sent his thoughts into his sea of consciousness. The moment he saw the state of his sea of consciousness, he almost passed out. There were 4 different sized vortexes, and the remaining wind, earth and water magic elements were squeezed at the very edge of his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness was in a mess. "Then, am I a god now?" Long Yi asked. That was the true question bugging him since he underwent the lightning god inheritance. If he were to really become a god, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the entire continent? He would be completely unstoppable. "You are still too far away, but when you attain your godhead and properly wear on the lightning god battle armor, you'll be able to become a god," the lightning god said with a smile. "Then, can I wear a few pieces now?" Long Yi asked with expectation. "You? Haha, the current you can't even wear a single piece of the lightning god battle armor." The lightning god shrugged his shoulders imitating Long Yi. "Then I have another question. How much stronger have I grown? How much stronger am I considered compared to my previous self?" Long Yi asked once again. Even if he didn't become a main god of the divine world, he should have reached the magic god realm of this mortal world without any problems, right? Stronger. A little stronger. The gaze of the lightning god flashed as he replied Long Yi. "A little? How much is that a little?" Long Yi gnashed his teeth and asked. "Looking at it from the perspective of this world, you have reached the peak level of a master archmage in the lightning element. As for the light, dark, and fire elements, you reached the peak archmage level. As for the others, you have made a little improvement to some extent. For example, yours is greatly stronger than before," the lightning god replied. Long Yi's expression suddenly collapsed and said gloomily, "It seems your inheritance is not particularly strong. I didn't even reach the magic god realm." The lightning god took 2 large steps forward. Even though Long Yi was tall, he could only reach the lightning god's waistline, so when they stood side by side, Long Yi looked like a child standing beside an adult. After stepping forward, the lightning god sincerely said, "In this world, no one can reach the sky in a single bound. Even if one were to reach the sky in a single bound, without a stable foundation, they will suffer in the end and drop from the sky. My inheritance is only to create a foundation for you to become a god. Whether you will succeed or not, that ultimately relies on only you. Moreover, you really have great comprehension. In this world, other than gods, only you can communicate with magic elemental spirits, And this happens to be the key to becoming a god. Long Yi nodded his head to show agreement to what the lightning god was saying. Originally he thought that he was definitely going to die. However, instead of dying, he actually obtained the inheritance of the lightning god. Although his strength had yet to reach the god realm, at least he benefited from this near-death experience. As such, Long Yi felt that he should be at least contented with what he obtained. I don't have much time. Now I will brand divine ranked lightning magic spells in your mind. Study them yourself. How far you will reach will completely depend on yourself. The lightning god said. He shot a beam of silverish purple light into Long Yi's mind. The moment the silverish purple beam entered his mind, Long Yi instantly managed to sense the information the lightning god gave him. They were the lightning god's meditating technique and a series of divine ranked lightning attack and defense magic spells. For the time being, Long Yi didn't have any interest in those divine ranked attack and defense magic spells. In any case, his current strength was still too far from being strong enough to use them. However, the lightning god's meditation technique caught his attention. While absorbing magic elements, he was unexpectedly able to strengthen his physical strength using this technique. The lightning god was the only main god among the 7 main gods that had a powerful physical attack ability. Now, Long Yi was eager to try this cultivation technique. Well, my task here is complete. Look out for yourself. With 4 kinds of different divine power within your body, I don't know what kind of transformation you will undergo. I hope you will have a great fortune. The lightning god's giant body started fading away as soon as he left his blessing for Long Yi. This irresponsible lightning god left Long Yi to deal with his own problems of having different divine power in his body after leaving behind a few words, completely stunning Long Yi. Long Yi was startled and anxiously said, "Wait a minute. Where are you going? You still have yet to tell me what exactly happened in the divine world. Also, what exactly happened to the 7 main gods? I came from a speck of dust in the universe, and now, I'm changing back into the speck of dust." As for what happened in the divine world, that is not something you need to worry about currently. There will be a chance for you to find out about those things later on. I hope you will become the hope of our divine world. The lightning god completely disappeared after speaking his final sentence. Long Yi felt as though he was struck by lightning after hearing what the lightning god said. He knew that the lightning god had completely disappeared in this world, and a sadness welled up within his heart without any reason. What exactly happened in the divine world? Despite his worries and questions, Long Yi decided to live his life his own way. He was never a savior. Not in the past, not now, and he would never be one in the future. As such, he decided not to worry about such matters. "FCK, you still haven't told me how to leave this god-forsaken place." Long Yi suddenly roared, and with darkness appearing in front of his eyes, he lost his consciousness. In the center of the lightning god hall's round altar, a stark naked Long Yi lied on his back. Sibai and Leng Yui were unconscious above him. Not far away, Feng Ling, who had a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, was also unconscious. Currently, only the 3 god beasts were clear-headed. Now, Tiger Cub Little 3 had a body full of white fur without a trace of other colors on its body, and it had an unusually dense light aura surrounding it. The 3 god beasts, Little 3, the Fire Kylan, and the violent lightning beast had already regained consciousness and were licking Long Yi's arm. After shrinking, the violent lightning beast still resembled a cute puppy, but its size and aura were completely different from before. If the violent lightning beast only had a trace of god beast aura when it accepted the lightning baptism when they entered the lightning god forbidden area, the current violent lightning beast had completely turned into a true god beast. The violent lightning beast could finally stand side by side with the Fire Kylan and Little 3, who were also true god beasts. Long Yi's body suddenly twitched and he let out a groan from his mouth. Regaining consciousness, Long Yi slowly opened his eyes. The roof of the lightning god temple reflected in his eyes, and after clearing his head, he began to feel the changes to his body. Long Yi turned his stiff neck and used his hand to prop himself up. After feeling something pressing down on his body, Long Yi realized that Leng Yui and Sibai were leaning on his body. Next, he heard the joyful cries of 3 god beasts. Long Yi rubbed the heads of 3 god beasts and carefully checked the aura of Lang Yui and Si Bai. He found there were no problems with them and they seemed to be much better compared to before. He gently lifted the heads of the 2 women and placed them on the floor before getting up. He instantly took out a set of clothing and changed into them. If anyone were to ask Long Yi what was the thing he used the most, it was definitely clothing. As such, Long Yi always had a large reserve of clothes inside his space ring in case his clothes got torn while fighting. Long Yi slightly turned his head and saw Feng Ling, who had a trace of blood flowing down her mouth, lying on the ground. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm before rushing towards her, as he prayed that she was all right. He immediately checked her pulse and discovered that Feng Ling's vitality was seriously injured, and her veins resembled a knot. She remained unconscious on the floor as Long Yi tried to find a solution to save her. Long Yi used his true qi to stabilize the vitality of Feng Ling, and he discovered that his true qi had unexpectedly transformed. Compared to before he received the inheritance of the lightning god, his true qi became much stronger now, and was much more effective. Long Yi thought for a bit. Before taking out the big bed from his space ring, he gently placed the currently unconscious Feng Ling onto the bed as he was afraid that lying on the floor would be detrimental to her health. Her facial features had already reverted back to her true facial features, and her light blue hair, as if silk, scattered on the pillow. However, for some unknown reason, she had a frown on her beautiful face with a dense sadness hidden behind the frown. He gently caressed Feng Ling inside. Turning around, he gently held Lang Yui and placed her on the bed as well, before moving towards Si Bai in order to help her up as well. Si Bai was lying down and her long hair had completely covered her face. Long Yi's hand embraced Si Bai's jade neck as he helped her to sit upright, as her long and lustrous hair slowly slid to one side, exposing her face. Just as Long Yi was about to pick Si Bai off the floor, his eyes suddenly enlarged, and he violently trembled. When he looked at Si Bai, he was stunned speechless. Chapter 373, Lightning God Forbidden Area Vanished. Beauty transcending the mortal world. Other than these 4 words, Long Yi couldn't think of any other words to describe Si Bai's beauty. Long Yi blankly stared at this devastatingly beautiful face without makeup and thought involuntarily, is this Si Bai? That saint is Si Bai with an angel's face on the right and devil's face on the left? Now, he only saw an exquisite and beautiful face without a single blemish, and just like a washed and starched, clear, cloudless sky. Her face was so pure and fresh that it could anyone intoxicated. Her fine jade nose, pink lips, blackened eyebrows and that faint body fragrance similar to the fragrance of a musk deer, everything was in a perfect harmony, bringing out the best in each other. With such a perfect combination of the flawless features on her face, it made Si Bai seem like a goddess. That blood-red birthmark on the left side of her beautiful face had completely disappeared as if it never existed in the first place, and it was replaced by smooth and tender jade-like skin. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Long Yi reached out his hands to caress Si Bai's face. The only thing he felt was the fine and smooth tactile sensation on the tip of his finger. That birthmark that bothered both Si Bai and him for a long time had truly disappeared. Hereafter, she will no longer have a knot in her heart because of this reason. Currently, if anyone was to compare Si Bai to Long Linger and his sister, Wuan, Si Bai wouldn't lose out in terms of looks. She was in no way inferior to them, and she was even pretty enough to make women under the heaven go mad with jealousy. After caressing her face for a good while, Long Yi reluctantly moved his hand away. Now, his heart was full of satisfaction as he carried Si Bai in his arms and laid her onto the big bed. After placing Si Bai down on the bed, he remembered seeing his cousin Kexan just before he passed out. However, she was nowhere to be seen. He looked all around the Lightning God Temple, but there was not even a trace of her. As such, Long Yi could only give up looking for her as he returned back to the altar. Looking around the altar, his gaze landed on the broken skeleton which was lying at the edge of the altar. The moment he laid his eyes on the skeleton, Long Yi felt a stinging pain in his heart. He sat next to Long Tu and used restoration magic as he tried to reassemble Long Tu's skeleton. However, Long Tu received too much damage and had too many injuries. There was simply no way to restore Long Tu back to its normal state. Long Tu, I'm sorry, Long Yi muttered, recalling how Long Tu had repeatedly stood in front of him to defend him from the Lightning God Guardian's attacks. He felt sour and astringent in his heart. Long Yi stared at the pile of skeleton blankly for some time. Long Yi didn't notice, but when he was staring at Long Tu's destroyed body, that faint shadow had appeared inside his sea of consciousness. The shadow looked all around, sizing up Long Yi's sea of consciousness. When it saw the new state of Long Yi's sea of consciousness, it began to laugh strangely before talking to itself. Wonderful, wonderful. If he obtained the power of the remaining 3 spirit tablets as well, then that would be perfect. Even I don't know how powerful he will become after fusing all 7 divine powers. Kek. I'm truly looking forward to it. The appearance of the shadow in Long Yi's sea of consciousness would naturally be unable to escape his senses. He looked at Long Tu for a little while before using his thoughts to ask, "Old fellow, can Long Tu be saved? Since this skeleton is broken to such a degree, it is useless even if you use dark condensed magic." What a pity. A skeleton that managed to develop a consciousness. This is something hard to encounter even once in 10,000 years. The shadow shook its head in regret and said, "Is there really no other way?" Long Yi was unwilling to give up. Long Yi was adamant about saving Long Tu. The shadow pondered for a little while before suggesting, "It's not like there is no way. The dark spirit crystal soul this skeleton had fused with has yet to be completely destroyed. However, if things remain as it is, the dark spirit crystal soul will be destroyed as time goes by. You just need to repair its body using those 6 demonic dragon horns you obtained from that 3-headed demonic dragon." "No problem. Aren't they just 6 dragon horns?" Long Yi agreed without any hesitation. He had once thought of using these 6 demonic dragon horns to forge himself a powerful weapon. But as soon as he heard that the 6 demonic dragon horns were able to save Long Tu from being completely destroyed, he instantly gave up on forging a weapon. In any case, he still had the Lightning God armor and weapon. Although he couldn't use them yet, he would definitely be able to use them in the future. Since that is the case, I will help you once. However, you must return to Lost City's dark space as soon as possible. The shadow mentioned the dark space once again. "Don't be fussy. I have not forgotten the matter I promised you." Long Yi grinned and said. However, in his heart, he was making lots of guesses on why the shadow wanted him to go to that dark space so badly. This shadow knew the existence of that dark space, but how did he know it? Could it be? Long Yi shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Next, Long Yi threw Long Tu's broken down skeleton and 6 demonic dragon horns into his dark dimension space as he began the restoration of Long Tu's body while listening to the instruction of that shadow. Big sister Wang, can you sense our husband? Nell and Ryu anxiously looked towards Wang. They had been waiting here for a very long time, but they were unable to spot any movements at all. Wang shook her head and said nothing. But her complexion was much better compared to before. Not long ago, her heart suddenly shrunk. She thought that she had heard a painful groan coming from Long Yi in her head. However, the most terrifying matter to her wasn't Long Yi's groan, it was that the connection between her and Long Yi broke off all of a sudden, which made her feel absolutely terrified. At that time, her heart completely collapsed as she knew that Long Yi had definitely run into danger. After sensing that the connection between the two of them were lost, she felt extremely stressed and her nerves were taut. Only after feeling that the connection between herself and Long Yi had been re-established, Wang relaxed. Not far away, Liu Zhu, who was wearing her skin-tight scale armor, stood with her hands folded in front of her chest. Peng Niu was dozing off as she was wrapped around Liu Zhu's shoulders. As for Barbarian Bull, he was sitting near the door, repeatedly wiping his greenstone rule. After a good while, little Peng Niu yawned and woke up from her sleep. "Niu, let's go back with your big sister. I don't know when that fellow will come out. Liu Zhu patted the little head of Peng Niu and said. Liu Zhu didn't know when, but she had also begun to address her sister as Niuer. No, I want to wait for my father to come out. Niuer didn't agree with her sister and earnestly looked at the door of the lightning god temple. Liu Zhu coldly snorted and stood there, jealous. In her heart, she had already cursed Long Yi thousands, if not 10,000s of times. Her only family member was unexpectedly closer to him than herself, so how could she feel good about it? At this time, the silverish-purple mist in the entire lightning god space suddenly changed into purple light. With a flash, the purple light sped into the lightning god temple. The moment the purple light entered the temple, the door of the lightning god temple, which was originally sealed, slowly opened with a creak. Finally, Long Yi appeared in front of Wang and others, surrounded by a silverish-purple radiance. He still had his signature bad smile on his face and his black hair was flowing off the top of his head. Even though Long Yi looked the same to them, they felt as though he had been separated from them for a very long time. "Boss, you finally came out. Are you alright?" Barbarian Bull, who was sitting beside the door, sprang to his feet the moment Long Yi appeared. His bull eyes were full of excitement and a faint glow was also visible. Long Yi patted the shoulder of Barbarian Bull and said with a smile, "What kind of person do you think I, your boss, am? This trifling lightning god temple can be regarded as a fart in front of me," Long Yi boasted. Long Yi had no idea what the lightning god would have thought if he heard these words. In fact, the lightning god might regret passing on the lightning god inheritance to Long Yi. Barbarian Bull continuously nodded his head. He had already divinized Long Yi in his heart, and he subconsciously felt that there was nothing in this world Long Yi was incapable of. "My husband." Nellen Ryuayu dashed over, bringing the sweet fragrance of a young woman with her, and rushed into his bosom. She didn't care if there were anyone watching them. The only thing she knew was that Long Yi came out of the lightning god temple safely. Long Yi stroked the back of Nellen Ryuayu as he looked towards Wang. Even without exchanging words, they knew what the other was thinking. "Big sister Ryuayu, aren't you done yet? Father has yet to hug me." Niuer's immature voice resounded in everyone's ears. She had already endured for a long time, but now, Niuer was no longer able to keep quiet after seeing that Long Yi was safe. Nellen Ryuayu awkwardly left Long Yi's embrace as she stared at Niuer. In the blink of an eye, Niuer was hanging on Long Yi's neck with her face in his chest. She rubbed her small head against his chest as she refused to let go of Long Yi. "Yeah. You all." Nellen Ryuayu retreated and exclaimed. She suddenly saw three women behind Long Yi. Naturally, they were Si Bai, Leng Yuiu, and Feng Ling. However, she didn't manage to recognize a single one of them. As a matter of fact, Si Bai and her were saintesses of the Light Church, and they had seen each other before. However, every time they met, Si Bai was wearing a hood, which didn't allow Nellen Ryuayu to see her face. As such, even though another one of the Light Church's saintess was standing in front of her, she was unable to recognize her. Not to mention that Si Bai had changed into an outstanding beauty. Even though Si Bai was wearing a priestess robe, no one dared to confirm her identity as she looked really different from before. Long Yi moved sideways and allowed everyone to look at the three women who were standing behind him. "Wang, you came back, my husband, why didn't you tell me?" Leng Yuiu was pleasantly surprised to see Wang and she immediately rushed over to her. Wang was startled and she looked towards Long Yi for help. Her memories were still lost and she wasn't able to recognize who was Leng Yuiu. Long Yi walked over with a wry smile and explained the situation. After that, he introduced both Feng Ling and Si Bai to everyone. However, for an unknown reason, Feng Ling was in low spirits ever since she woke up. She hugged Long Yi and had cried bitterly for a long time. After learning that the beautiful woman wearing a priestess robe was actually Si Bai, Nellen Ryuayu didn't dare to believe her eyes. Who didn't know that Saintess Si Bai of the Proud Moon Empire had a large blood-red birthmark on the left side of her cheek? However, when she looked at Si Bai currently, both the left and right side of her face was spotlessly white, without any blemish, which made her face seem like the most beautiful jade in this world. If she were to honestly compare herself with Sibai who was standing in front of her, she had to admit that Sibai was indeed prettier than herself. Even Sibai was unwilling to believe that the birthmark on her face had disappeared. As such, it was not surprising that other people were shocked when they looked at her. When she woke up on the soft bed Long Yi had taken out, she saw Long Yi staring at her with a warm smile from the bedside. At that time, she felt that the world was beautiful like never before, being able to keep her life and see her beloved in front of her as soon as she woke up. She was incomparably satisfied. However, she was shocked when Long Yi took out a magic mirror and showed her the changes to her face. Seeing the delicate and goddess-like appearance reflected on the magic mirror, Sibai trembled and raised her little hands to touch her face, unable to believe what she was seeing. At that moment, she wept. She practically thought that she was dreaming and didn't even dare to blink her eyes, fearing that everything would disappear like a soap bubble as soon as she blinked. Suddenly, the entire lightning god space began to rumble and fluctuate. Then the huge lightning god temple began to fade and dissipate, and waves after waves of space distortion appeared in front of them. It was not only the lightning god space. This situation appeared in the entire lightning god forbidden area. The scenery inside began to vanish into thin air, and everyone inside the lightning god forbidden area felt like their heads were spinning. The entrance of the lightning god forbidden area also undergone a huge change the moment the lightning god temple disappeared. The boulder where the 4 words, lightning god forbidden area written in large words suddenly disintegrated, changing into powder. After the boulder disappeared, a silverish-purple mist emerged from the entrance of the lightning god forbidden area and blocked the already dim light coming from the hazy moon. Fortunately, this mist slowly dissipated quickly and everything settled down in a short period of time. All the people stationed in front of the lightning god forbidden area were stunned. The entrance of the lightning god forbidden area disappeared, and rows of towering trees grew out from the ground. Now, this place was covered densely with leafy shade and was full of overgrown bushes with brambles. Wasn't this just a pristine forest now? Someone has definitely completed the mission of the lightning god forbidden area. Someone realized what had happened and quickly shouted. As a result, they competed to notify others, and some adventurers groups began to rush into the pristine forest in the front. All of them were blind with greed and wanted to snatch the spoils of war from the troops what had completed the mission. Chapter 374, Recorded Facts in Blue Waves. The trees were dark green, shaded by foliage, and a faint smell of plants surrounded this place. Moreover, birds cheerfully sang among the trees as their chirps filled the air. Coupled with the gurgling sound of spring water, it was music to the ears. Currently, Long Yi, who had left the lightning god temple, was taking a deep breath with an intoxicated expression on his face. The familiar sight of greenery and the fragrance of nature relaxed Long Yi's mind and body. After being in the lightning god forbidden area for so long, Long Yi had almost forgotten the feeling of being surrounded by natural greenery again. Well, we are finally out of that damned lightning god forbidden area. It has already been quite a few days since I last smelled meat. My mouth seemed to have already forgotten the taste of eating meat. Long Yi looked pleased with himself as he said, "Yes, yes, father, I want to eat roasted meat. I want lots and lots of meat." As soon as Naiur heard Long Yi mention the word meat, her eyes shone and she immediately began to drool. "If you want to eat roasted meat, then go get the materials," Long Yi quickly instructed Naiur as he patted her head lovingly. Naiur immediately entered the forest to catch their meal along with the violent lightning beast, Fire Kylan and Little Three. While the 4 of them went to catch beasts for Long Yi to cook, Long Yi led everyone over to the side of a water source not too far away from them. Long Yi led everyone to the edge of a cliff which seemed to be made up by huge rocks stacked on top of each other as they got ready to cook their first meal after leaving the lightning god forbidden area. On that cliff, there were many holes and seams from which clear spring water flowed down. A curtain of mist formed whenever a gust of wind blew onto the cascading water, which created a refreshing breeze when it blew onto the faces of Long Yi and the rest. This gave them a nice and cool feeling and revitalized the group who just came out of the lightning god forbidden area. Wow, this place is truly beautiful. If we can live here for a long period of time, how nice would that be? Nellen Ryuayu exclaimed with admiration. She, who was accustomed to the sight of the vigorous and vast sea, felt at home when she saw the pretty sight of this refreshing body of water. If you want to live in a place for a long time, then go to the Elven Forest. The scenery in the Elven Forest is much more beautiful than this place. Long Yi laughed. Whenever Long Yi thought of the Elven Forest, he couldn't help thinking about that fairyland-like scenery and his cute elf princess Lucia. Of course, there was also someone else he thought of other than his cute Lucia. It was the sexy elf queen. Those perfectly round and plump buttocks truly were the best under the heavens. Pervert, you're always letting your imagination run wild. Looking at Long Yi's infatuated expression, Wang immediately knew that he was thinking about some other woman again. A sense of disgust rose in her heart as she imagined Long Yi thinking about other women. Long Yi came back to his senses, looked around. Seeing all the other women around him were staring at him with disdain in their eyes and killing intent slowly leaking out of them, he laughed hollowly and changed the subject of conversation. What are you all planning to do next? Naturally, go back. After Naiur finish eating, I am taking her back with me to the illusory forest. Luyuzu happily expressed her plans of leaving. Long Yi frowned and said, how about roaming around the Blue Waves continent with us? Aren't you bored of staying in the illusory forest every day? Luyuzu shook her head, raising pretty face with a proud and aloof expression on it. She lowered her voice and said, although that Dragon Clan elder let us go for the moment, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't meet other members of the Dragon Clan. Naiur has yet to grow up and my strength is also not enough to protect her. There's no way I can take the risk of roaming around under these circumstances. What if we accidentally run into a member of the Dragon Clan? Long Yi was startled and nodded his head. That is also true. The Dragon Clan has a special way to track your aura. Not to mention that I'm currently not in possession of the Light God Spirit Tablet. This is indeed a risk we can't take. After he woke up, Long Yi discovered that both the Light Spirit Tablet and Dark Spirit Tablet were missing. As Long Yi thought about why he wasn't able to see Dongfang Kexen and Feng Ling after he woke up, adding on to Feng Ling's strange behavior, he managed to connect the dots. Long Yi was able to roughly guess what happened to the two tablets. But after considering Feng Ling's feelings, he didn't take the initiative to mention what happened to the two tablets. Long Yi, I want to return to the Moxie clan. I haven't returned for a very long time. Si Bai warmly looked at Long Yi with a yearning look in her eyes as she said, My husband, Ling'er and I have to return to the Dark Church. You should go with Si Bai. Leng Yui leaned on Long Yi and said, as for Nellen Ryu and Barbarian Bull, they will follow Long Yi wherever he goes. Long Yi thought for a bit. In any case, if he wanted to accompany Wang to Lost City, it would be better to enter the Huangming Plain from the entrance of Proud Moon Empire's northern part. If he entered the Huangming Plain from the northern part of Proud Moon Empire, he would be able to accompany Si Bai, Leng Yui, and Ling'er. There was a chance he would be able to go to the Hengchuan Mountains and Mi Principality to take a look at Long'er and Wuan on the way as well. Fine, I will go to Proud Moon Empire together with you all. However, I wonder what is the current situation of Blue Waves continent, Long Yi said with a smile. He still didn't know that it had already been more than half a year outside and the flame of wars had already spread throughout the entire Blue Waves continent. On the year 8788, 22nd day of the 12th month, it had already been more than 5 months since Long Yi had entered the Lightning God Forbidden area. Troops belonging to the Violet Dragon Empire and the Nellen Empire were pressing on their attack on the Proud Moon Empire every passing day. Since the attack started, Proud Moon Empire had lost several cities and several thousand li of their territory. During this time, 8 principalities and several tens of small kingdoms that were attached to the Proud Moon Empire dispatched troops to assist the Proud Moon Empire in the war. However, All the principalities and small kingdoms attached to the other two empires had also sent their troops to participate in this war. At this stage, in Blue Wave's continent, other than the Hengjuan Mountains as well as other remote areas, the flames of war had already swept through the entire Blue Wave's continent. Countless cities were turned into ruins, countless common people became destitute and homeless, and in an extremely short period of half a year, Blue Wave's continent lost many young warriors and soldiers. Of course, the casualties in the war didn't only involve soldiers. Several million innocent people were also massacred by the armies of the empires. Although the main battlefields were concentrated in the Proud Moon Empire, as well as border principalities and kingdoms, cities which were destroyed and changed to ruins were not limited to those places. The border villages and cities of both the Violet Dragon Empire and the Nelan Empire were frequently massacred and plundered by the light cavalry of the Proud Moon Empire. Proud Moon Empire, who was already forced into a hopeless situation, was unusually united from the top to the bottom. They changed their city defense strategy and began to launch attacks on both the Nelan Empire and Violent Dragon Empire. Fueled by the rage of being invaded by the other two empires, the Proud Moon Empire's troops left a mountain of corpses in their wake. They adopted the fierce extermination strategy. They didn't confront the troops of the other two empires. Instead, they especially attacked and killed unarmed common people regardless of gender and age. This kind of guerrilla warfare made both the Nelan and Violent Dragon Empire extremely stressed. Their actions served to add oil to the already burning fire as the troops of the other two empires intensified their attacks. The sad news of the death of their beloved ones coming from the rear stimulated the ferocious nature of the soldiers from both empires. Every time they captured a city from the Proud Moon Empire, the troops would massacre every single person in the city, down to the last dog. The actions of the armies were making the entire Blue Wave's continent insane as the violence escalated time after time. Currently, the reputation of the Violet Dragon Empire's unparalleled battalion was already like the sun at high noon. Their name alone could terrify the troops of the Proud Moon Empire. At the same time, the unparalleled battalion was deeply respected by the troops of either army. As unparalleled battalion had an ironclad military discipline, they were the only troop to adopt appeasing means after capturing a city. They would never harm the lives of the innocent people inside the city, but against their enemies of the other empire, they would carry out a bloody slaughter, completely opposite of how they treated the innocent. The vice battalion commander of unparalleled battalion, Tyrant Bear, has slaughtered more than 10,000 enemy soldiers in the short span of 5 months. Everyone gave him the title, Violent Bear Slaughter God. As for Betang Yu, due to her intelligence and cold-blooded means, she gained the title of Hell Angel. At this moment, in the city lord mansion of a captured city, Betang Yu was looking at the military map hanging on the wall. From time to time, she would make gestures with her little hand and there would be a complex expression on her face, signaling that she was deep in thought. General Betang, Violent Dragon Legion's vice commander, Zemintian, sends the military report. Nangongnu, who was wearing a suit of armor, entered the room and made a report. The flames of war had already made this wimpy kid of former days change into a real soldier. Now, his back was straightened. He had sharp eyes, and killing intent oozed out of every pore of his body. Let me take a look. Betang Yu's eyebrows rose and she took the sealed magic bamboo tube from Nangongnu. Regarding the governing of the unparalleled battalion, Tyrant Bear had already given full authority to Betang Yu. She was allowed to do anything she wished and she was able to command anyone she wanted. This clearly exhibits the position of Betang Yu in the unparalleled battalion. After quickly reading through the contents of the report, Betang Yu sneered and exerted some force in her dainty hands. The report turned into fine powder in her hands as her eyes radiated killing intent. With a cold voice, she said, "Vice Commander asked us, the unparalleled battalion, to make a detour and carry out a sneak attack on Jing'an City. Humphrey, does he think I still don't know what he's thinking?" Although Jing'an is merely a second-tier city, there are several military camps stationed around that city. If the sneak attack failed, Then we will fall into a situation where we will be besieged from all sides. At that time, if Vice Commander came slightly late to the rescue, then we, the unparalleled battalion, will be unable to escape and will definitely be wiped out. General Betang, then what should we do? Nangong Nu asked. Tell a messenger to deliver this oral message. Tell the Vice Commander that the unparalleled battalion have just finished sieging a city, and the troops are tired and need to rest. As such, he should request another battalion to siege Jing'an City. Betang Yu sneered and said, although the unparalleled battalion was inside the organizational system of the violent Dragon Legion, the unparalleled battalion was an absolute independent battalion. Long Yi had once said that even if Emperor Longzhan issued an order, they don't need to give a damn about it. Nangong Nu received the order and left. After seeing that Nangong Nu had left to relay her order, Betang Yu turned to look at the military map on the wall again. Now, the unparalleled battalion was just like a sharp knife that was piercing through the proud Moon Empire. As for the other big legions, they had fanned out to the wings, with the unparalleled battalion in the center. We cannot penetrate further, in case someone stabs us from the back. That would be troublesome. Looking at the military map, Betang Yu muttered. The unparalleled battalion was her sweetheart's, so she must manage it carefully. If she were to make a mess out of the battalion her sweetheart created, she would be embarrassed to look at him. Betang Yu sat on a high-backed chair. Suddenly, Long Yi's face with a bad smile when he was in her bedchamber appeared. In the next moment, Long Yi's grim handsome face when he was in the military camp appeared in front of her eyes. She was completely infatuated with him. It can be said that Long Yi was the military soul of the unparalleled battalion. Every single one of his actions and moves, the way he spoke, these were the things which made all the officers and men of the unparalleled battalion feel united together. Late at night, Long Yi with his half-closed eyes leaned against a big tree outside his tent. He had turned a deaf ear to the fight which was ongoing far away. Because of the disappearance of the lightning god forbidden area, everyone knew that someone had completed the mission. As such, groups of greedy adventurer groups began to search high and low for the lucky groups that survived, leading to continuous clashes. Long Yi wasn't interested in these things. In any case, as long as they didn't provoke him, he was too lazy to care about the life or death of others. Tonight, whose tent should I go to? Yui's? Wang's? Long Yi's heart was burning. He thought about that devilish figure of Leng Yuiu, before changing his thoughts to Wang's supple and smooth skin. Looking at all the options before him, Long Yi was unable to come to a decision. Long Yi dared to guarantee that no one would reject him regardless of whichever tent he entered. Just the thought of this made his mind wander with thoughts of sleeping together with everyone at the same time. Just when Long Yi was cracking his head, a lonely and slender back view reflected in the eyes of Long Yi. Her long light blue hair was fluttering in the night wind. She was none other than Fengling. She flew to the top of a big tree and sat at the top of that tree, facing the wind. Chapter 375, Fulfilling the Wedding Night. Long Yi looked up and facing each other, he was able to feel the faint grief coming from Fengling. She appeared just like a piece of a fallen leaf which might be blown away by the slightest wind at any moment. It is already so late at night, did you come to enjoy the beautiful full moon? Long Yi's gaze quietly rose to the sky and he stood behind Fengling with a warm smile on his face. Fengling directed her gaze upwards, but she was only able to see a crescent moon in the night sky. Moreover, it was covered with a layer of cloud at this moment, making it look gloomy and lusterless. She softly sighed and bit her lower lip as she softly asked, "Why aren't you asking what happened to me?" "Because I know you will tell me on your own." Long Yi still had a smile plastered on his face. However, his eyes flashed with tenderness as he was watching Fengling. Fengling felt warm inside when she heard what Long Yi said to her, and her eyes moistened as tears threatened to gush out. She fought back the tears again and again. However, she broke down in the end as she plunged into Long Yi's bosom and bawled her eyes out, releasing all her pent-up emotions. Long Yi didn't say a word as he simply placed his hand on Fengling's back, patting her back, allowing her to vent her grief to her heart's content. After a good while, Fengling slowly stopped crying, and tightly hugging Long Yi's waist, she leaned on him in silence. Simply being beside Long Yi made her feel at ease. "My husband, actually, the dark spirit tablet is missing because of me." Feng Ling finally gathered her courage and opened her mouth. "Mm." Long Yi softly responded without any change in his expression. Feng Ling's head, who was burrowed in Long Yi's chest, looked up as she stared into his eyes. To her surprise, Long Yi had a faint smile on his face, and he showed that he had no intentions of blaming her for anything that happened. "That time, I really didn't know." Feng Ling became a bit calmer and began to narrate what actually happened back then. In the beginning, Long Yi still maintained his carefree expression and still felt at ease when he heard what Feng Ling said, but when he heard the Dark Pope made an emerald magic bird sealed within her body forcibly break out of her body and sweep away the Dark Spirit tablet, the corner of his mouth twitched a little. As a matter of fact, the reason why Feng Ling was dazed in the first place was because the Dark Pope, whom she respected the most, used such a ruthless move on her. However, Long Yi was confused. Even if that was the case, Feng Ling shouldn't have such a big reaction unless she had a very deep feeling towards the Dark Pope. Long Yi held on to Feng Ling and sat beside her on the top of the big tree. In his heart, he came to a conclusion about the relationship between Feng Ling and the Dark Pope. The identity of Feng Ling in the Dark Church had always been very mysterious. Not even Lang Yue knew her status. Could it be that Feng Ling is the daughter of the Dark Pope? However, according to Lang Yue, the Dark Pope didn't have any other children other than a single son. Long Yi was curious, but since Feng Ling didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. He believed that she would absolutely tell him everything when she was ready. Since she wasn't ready yet, Long Yi saw no point in forcing her to talk about it. Seeing as Feng Ling still had a grief-stricken face, Long Yi frowned. Suddenly, a bad smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, Long Yi's hand, which was holding onto Feng Ling's slender waist, began moving restlessly. In order to divert Feng Ling's attention from thinking about the Dark Pope, Long Yi decided to make her think of him instead. The big hand of Long Yi gently stroked Feng Ling's sensitive waist, and she was able to feel the heat coming from his palm, which was currently running itself all over her skin. The reassuring warm feeling coming from Long Yi's palm led to a numb feeling in Feng Ling's body. Feng Ling's breathing suddenly sped up as she was beginning to feel nervous. Although she was in an intimate relationship with Long Yi at the moment, they had yet to take the final step. This was because at that time in Soaring Dragon City, after kowtowing to the heavens and the earth, she left in a rush. As a result, she remained a virgin maiden up till now, and naturally, she was unable to endure Long Yi's teasing. "My husband." Feng Ling half closed her eyes, as her breath became heavy. Tiny beads of sweat formed on the top of her skin as she flushed red from her cheeks to her neck, especially when Long Yi blew into her earlobe. Her entire body heated up and became restless. Long Yi's hand gradually moved upwards and reached towards the pair of towering jade peaks on Feng Ling's chest. Next, he circled around the perfectly round chest of Feng Ling. His skillful and seasoned teasing technique suddenly made Feng Ling's soul fly far, far away. Feng Ling swayed as she was unable to bear the emptiness within her body. The teasing of her sweetheart made her passion burn even hotter than she had ever felt in her life. However, Long Yi was just like a mischievous child. He avoided the places where she needed him to pay attention to the most. His teasing made her feel uneasy all over, not to mention the large wet spot forming on Feng Ling's pants. "My husband, you are so hateful." Feng Ling opened her half-closed eyes as she stared at Long Yi. Grumbling in a flirty manner, she turned her whole body around and sat on Long Yi's lap. Hugging Long Yi's neck with her long slender hands, she planted a kiss on his lips. This completely unexpected surprise attack from Feng Ling caught Long Yi unprepared, and before he could respond to the kiss from Feng Ling, her cute little tongue had already pushed past his jaws and entered his mouth. With her tongue assaulting Long Yi's mouth from the inside, she forced Long Yi into a passive state from his initial aggressive state. Feng Ling's initiative pleasantly surprised Long Yi. Although men like to take initiative when showing their love to their beloved one, sometimes, the initiative from the girl's side could give them greater stimulation. At the current moment, Fang Ling was like a cat in heat. She desperately kissed Long Yi while she swayed in Long Yi's embrace, and she rubbed her exquisite body along Long Yi's sturdy body. Her firm and soft pressed up against the chest of Long Yi with only thin layers of clothes separating them. Moreover, her tight-fitting pants that drew the perfect outline of her buttocks moved with increasing vigor. The heat and hardness of Long Yi's private part was just like a heaven-supporting pillar which drove Fang Ling mad. As the battle began to escalate, both of them began the expedition to conquer each other's body. As if it was a race, both of them attacked each other's body with increasing speed and urgency. Ah! Fang Ling suddenly screamed. As they were too engrossed in battling each other, their movements became too intense and they fell from the very small treetop. As they were falling, Long Yi hugged Fang Ling before stopping in midair. Like a gust of wind, Long Yi, who had Fang Ling in his arms, rushed into his tent. Due to Fang Ling's teasing, Long Yi couldn't help but feel the urge rising up in him. The only thing Long Yi could think of now was to eat Fang Ling up. Bang! With a light toss, Long Yi threw Fang Ling onto the soft big bed before crashing on top of her. The long sea blue hair of Fang Ling swung, and she immediately turned sideways to lie on the bed. With one of her arm, she supported her head, propping it high enough for her to stare straight into Long Yi's eyes. She was met with a bad smile from Long Yi as he stared back at her. At this moment, her clothes were in a mess and her lapel was wide open. The light blue brassiere she was wearing was unable to hide her that appeared as if they wanted to burst out of her undergarment at any moment. Those dazzling meat buns as well as that deep ravine which was squeezed out were sufficient to make any man under the heavens go insane. Seeing the unbridled gaze of Long Yi, Fang Ling's heart palpitated and her entire body quivered as if her entire body was being caressed by Long Yi. Especially when his burning gaze scanned over her chest and between her legs, she felt as though she was unable to bear it anymore and wanted Long Yi to her that instant. All of a sudden, Fang Ling felt as though her lips were dry and involuntarily stuck out her tongue to lick her dry lips. However, this made the situation even more, as she didn't know that this action was extremely seductive, especially under this kind of ambiguous circumstances. Long Yi involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his starry eyes suddenly became deep and serene. He unhurriedly stepped forward and sat on the bedside, using one hand to tilt Fang Ling's chin upwards and staring into her eyes. Long Yi asked in a hoarse voice, "You little devil. Are you intentionally seducing me?" The beautiful face of Fang Ling became hot and she wanted to avert her gaze. However, Long Yi's gaze currently had the attractive force of a black hole. Fang Ling was unable to keep her eyes off him as she stared at him without saying a word. She just bit her lower lip, but her eyes had coquettish allure as she said, "You are my husband. If I don't seduce you, then who should I seduce? Did you forget? You still owe me a wedding night." After hearing what she said, Long Yi's heart shook. Yes, he still owed this girl a wedding night. However, just as Long Yi thought to make a move and give Fang Ling what she wanted, she had already made her move. She grabbed the big hand of Long Yi that was supporting her chin and slowly placed it on her towering chest with her eyes rippling intoxicated stirrings of love. With only thin silk brassiere separating both their bodies, Long Yi could feel that soft and full meat bun on his palm. After that, he pinched and kneaded her with just enough force while clamping her swelling between his fingers, provoking sexy and soul-stirring moans from Fang Ling. "Today, your husband will properly fulfill the wedding night I owe you," Long Yi said in a hoarse voice and pushed her down onto the bed forcefully. The sound of clothes fluttering about immediately resounded in the tent as the two of them tore the clothes off each other's back like savage animals. Before long, the two of them didn't have a single shred of cloth covering their body. They come into contact with each other in the most intimate way possible, and their passion immediately went out of hand. Long Yi explored and teased the peerlessly beautiful body of Fang Ling. From her spotlessly white jade neck all the way down to her, he sucked one of her pink pearl while teasing the other with one of his hand. "My husband, don't tease me anymore." Fang Ling arched up her waist as she urgently needed Long Yi to comfort her. "Darling, don't worry, I have yet to kiss every inch of your body." Long Yi raised his head and said with a smile, turning over Feng Ling, her bare back completely laid bare in front of him. Long Yi was dazzled all of a sudden, looking at her smooth and translucent back, perfect spine, plump and smooth buttocks which were sticking out. Everything was simply too perfect. Long Yi leaned forward and his lips and tongue moved towards her smooth back. Long Yi was going to make sure he didn't miss a single spot. After a little while, the lips of Long Yi arrived at Feng Ling's snowy buttocks. He could smell a faint delicate virgin fragrance from the cracks of her buttocks. Long Yi knew that the passion in Ling Feng had already awoken long ago. Long Yi parted Feng Ling's thighs and the private parts of a maiden where fine hair was spread all over appeared before his eyes. That place was already wet long ago with spring dew. Long Yi used his hand to stir around, and drew a long string of lewd juice. Hateful husband. At this moment, Feng Ling suddenly turned and sat up. With a slight push, she pinned Long Yi down onto the bed as she straddled his waist. She grabbed little Long Yi with her right hand as she sat down on it. All of a sudden, ah! So painful. Feng Ling hissed in pain. She had not prepared herself when she sat down, which made little Long Yi completely enter her. Long Yi came back to his sense when he heard Feng Ling's cry of pain. Sitting up, he hugged Feng Ling and said softly, "Silly girl, why on earth are you so hasty? Do you think your husband will actually run away? Who told you to keep teasing me? I don't want to wait any longer. I want to be your real wife." Feng Ling answered in a charming voice as she gave Long Yi a tight hug. Feeling little Long Yi's existence within her body, she felt very happy despite the pain. After calming down, the pain Feng Ling felt at the beginning began to mitigate and was replaced by the pleasure. However, she saw that Long Yi wasn't moving, which made her take the initiative instead. She raised her waist, before sitting down again, and repeated the action again and again. Her movements became more and more rapid as she felt a stronger and stronger sensation of pleasure swelling up in her. Long Yi wanted to lay Feng Ling down and take charge, but she didn't comply and said, "Today, you are making up my bridal chamber, so I have the final say." Long Yi readily agreed to her, and without exerting himself, he simply lied down. He simply held on to Feng Ling's waist as she turned into a horsewoman. From time to time, Long Yi would give her tips for her to improve her skills and make the feeling much stronger. One had to say that making love was the natural instinct of humans. Within a few moments, Feng Ling's skills improved drastically. Among the skills she learned, she unexpectedly learned the first-class skill of squirming inside and shrinking outside without a teacher, making Long Yi sigh endlessly. After battling a few rounds with Long Yi, Feng Ling was unable to continue going. However, Long Yi was a man after all, and he didn't like to let the woman do all the work. Flipping Feng Ling over, he restored his manly power and prestige, making the bold and resolute Feng Ling beg for mercy. "Don't leave me, don't leave me." Feng Ling, who had fallen into a deep sleep, muttered as she tightened her grip on Long Yi, who was beside her. Long Yi pulled Feng Ling into his bosom and softly said, "No, I will not leave you. I will always be there to accompany you." As if she heard Long Yi's words, the knitted brows of Feng Ling loosened, and a trace of a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Dark Pope, Light Pope, hey hey." Long Yi coldly laughed as a trace of unbridled killing intent emerged in his eyes.